Okay, so we are live again, and welcome everybody to the Citizen Science Podcast. I am Rebecca Benningfield, and I am here with Samuel Hofman, and we are here to um, have another show. So I'm happy that you're already here with us. I see a few already lined up, ready for the show. Hey, Sam, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you today?
I'm
Oh,
well, like I was telling you, I've been so busy. I'm sure the holiday has some to do with it, but um, I don't really do holidays like I used to. So it's really not me, but the rest of my family, they do holidays. So um, I'm doing holidays with them in a way. But how
there we
about you?
go
Are you
again.
busy
Yeah,
with
yeah.
the girls?
The girls are busy doing the girls' teenager things, and me, I've just,
Yes.
I've been kind of a walking zombie last couple of days, and right now, right before the show started, my right ear started ringing really, really loud, and so I'm kind of like
That's what you're saying.
in a crazy daisy, messed up world, but this too shall pass. So. And that was a rather generic "hello" and "how are you" response, and I apologize for that. Hi,
No.
everybody out there in podcast land.
Yeah.
We're back. Jesus had things to do. He had family and visitors, and so he's not here at this time. I'm chewing on a cough drop and ready to go.
Here we are. Yeah, I think, let's see. Um, I thought Mark might be with us later. He mentioned he was interested, and I did send him an invite, and we'll see. We'll see if I
And
hear back from him. Yeah.
he mentioned he was
So
going to be listening, but
yeah, right. He was telling me how he was getting amped up to go grocery shopping now that he had surprise family that show up on him. He needed to hit the grocery store, and I'm like, well, good luck, because
everybody's
it was
getting
crazy
invaded.
when I went yesterday. So
Okay, cool.
but anyway, I got some new pictures lined up and some video I was just downloading. Let's see, let's check the comments here a second and see who we have with us. We have Katina is with us. Hey, Third Eye, how are you feeling? Last time I talked to you, you were in the hospital. So hopefully you're better from all of
Yeah,
that.
really.
Yeah, had heart issues.
Uh-oh.
So, right.
Oh,
And we have
yeah.
Rebecca Stallard. Hey, Rebecca. Another Rebecca. Oh, good. Tracy's with us. Tracy Moses. She's one of the co admins on my group. So
Oh,
her and I
okay.
go way
I
back.
didn't
So
know
that's
that.
awesome.
I
I'm
did
happy
not know
she's
that.
with us. And she had recent heart issue surgery. So
Oh,
she's doing better though. So I'm happy she's with us. And
wow.
Katie Joe. Hey, Katie Joe. And we have a Facebook user. And if you want to reveal your name and identification, if you want to, you can go to facebook.com/StreamYard and approve for your identification to be shown. And that's a one-time thing. You do it once and you're good. But that's how
And or just
you,
type in your first name
yeah, or you can just do that. You can just type it in and
and
say,
your
I'm
name.
so and so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
We got Mary Jean G. Hi, Mary Jean. And good. Third Eye said he's feeling better. Oh, and we got Mr. Pinhead. So, hi, Mr. Pin. That's Jonathan from Belgium.
Okay, hi,
Jonathan.
Jonathan.
Yeah. So, at least I'm pretty sure. I hope I'm
Well,
right.
I'm glad that there's a lot of people showing up, and we're trying to do it. We've been having to fluctuate on the times that we're doing it because of
Yeah.
holiday issues already, and back and forth and changing. Of course, now Jesus has changed to days, so
You're
we're
right.
going to change the overall time of the Tuesday show. We haven't got that completely worked out yet, but that's
It's
what's
going to
going.
be six. Well, we do. It will be 7 p.m. Central. So we're moving it up 2 hours. It was at 9 p.m. Central, and we're going to be
Yeah,
moving
we were
it to
doing it later,
7.
right?
Yeah, that way, because yeah, Jesus is working days now, so he needs to go to bed on a decent hour, so he can get up in the mornings. But he told me today, I talked to him a few minutes, and he was really liking being working for days, and a lot mainly because he could get a lot more video, and captures. You can see a lot more when you're working days versus night. And but he also said being in the sunlight, just being out in the sun was making him feel better. Like he
Yeah.
physically was feeling better. He was glad he made that change.
You get vitamin D from the sun. Everybody needs it. Don't live in Alaska. I'm
I
only joking,
I feel it
Alaska.
too. I was telling somebody a week or two ago the same thing. Basically, I was like, I don't care how cold it is. I need to, get out a little bit and run a couple of errands or something because I always feel better when I do. So
Get some sun in your face. Yeah, good for you. Close
right,
your eyes. Don't look at the sun. But
yeah,
yeah. So
but
we're
yeah,
out doing the thing. Really interesting. I drove home earlier from Missoula and looked southbound and saw the side of Uri and Lead asteroid and the object cluster group and Salamander asteroid group. And there's tons of asteroids going straight across the sky all the way. And, we're seeing
yeah,
those smaller ones that we never cataloged are now much larger, and they're leaving an actual effect in the cloud that you're viewing, the cloud systems that you're viewing up above us. So it's a really awesome, lots of shots.
there
Yeah, the
has just
blue
yeah.
asteroid in front of the moon, I guess. Did we figure out that that was the moon?
Oh, that'd be crazy if it were. I mean, it's hard to. I mean, they look like the same size, but you don't know.
Yeah, well, and then we
The
don't know if they're
blue.
taken through glass, and this is a lot of the trouble with us
Uh
not knowing who
oh,
takes these photographs too. They could be a
that
glass
is
double.
true.
Yeah, I always worry
Hmm.
about when they're similar in size. We saw some of that in a
Yeah,
couple of pictures today that went into Skywatcher 2, and I believe in
we saw that one.
Montana Skywatcher Anonymous. But yeah, a lot of folks are sending in stuff, but then we've also seen a drop in a lot of folks posting. I don't know where everybody may be busy for the holidays as well.
Right.
So they're coming and going, and we had a new video come out where a semi-professional YouTuber, I mean, he's got a handful
Oh,
of viewers, put out a downing video, and I mean, I like the guy. He's doing a good story, but he was pretty much downing Nibiru followers anonymous in this one, and I just have one retort that he's taking everything through the scientific point of view of gravity, and that is not
sorry.
how things work out
It's
there.
another
Yeah.
source.
Oh, yeah. There
My
was a test of it.
apologies. I was gonna say I did download it, but see, I won't play
Yeah,
the
we
audio
don't want to
because
make him famous, but
I
that's
don't want to
enough.
do
You can
copyright issues. But this is,
right.
yeah, this
Take him off.
person
Take him
they do
off. He's already. You gave him his 5 seconds. That's all he needs. He's a nice guy. He's very scientific. I like his work.
yeah,
Um,
take them
I'd
off.
be more than willing to discuss it with him, but he's taking all of this through the old science of gravity, and that's not what we're working on. And that's the whole revolutionary side of this whole issue, where a lot of people can't imagine or fathom that we could be anywhere close to these massively large planets. But we've proven for years now that this is the case. So therefore, that that observation or summation of their scientific opinion is proven moot. I mean, we're still here, and I upward thought of the same thing, and literally all the way up to about 2013 in the first real close past cycle that we watched occur. And I was thinking, oh Christ, we're all done here. We're going to be toast, and the world's going to do
Yeah,
this and that, and then we saw it just continue, especially with the object cluster group continuing to pass by every day rather than striking Earth and wiping out, something occasionally like the dinosaurs and all of that. So I too was of a certain point of view of that science. And over time, it has just basically proven to us that this is not the case. And of course, with the electrical universe, it has to do with atomic structure in compounding and elements and proton and neutron exchange. And I'm sure that young gentleman who put out the video did not take that into account. And if he wants to watch our videos and discuss it in the future, love to hear about it. But anyway, that's enough time given to that subject. Other
yeah,
than
yeah. But I
to
would like
say,
to say, I mean, I feel like it is in a weird backhanded way. You know how I feel about it being a compliment. I mean, because this person has 500,000 subscribers. That's pretty big. It's a big channel, that's talking about little old us. So we must be making a dent somehow, somewhere, or they wouldn't bother.
well, yeah,
So
I see us as
yeah,
beyond that. I know that we have
yeah, I do too.
far more
That's what
people
I'm
that
saying.
know
That's
about
why they're
this
doing this.
over
I
the
don't know.
last decade
I
decade.
feel
Yeah.
there's, yeah, I feel there's, I don't know. I have to size him up after I've watched some more of his videos. I can't
Yeah.
really say because I'm not familiar with him.
I can't wait till we hit our million, plus.
I know. Well,
And it,
your hashtag Samuel Hofman on TikTok. I just checked it again, and it was at 2.8 million, and something. I think Twin Solar System is at 5 million. So those are
yeah, good.
pretty big
Yeah.
numbers. Yeah,
And
but
it's not like that's not what we're out here seeking, except for the
no.
acceptance of the science, the citizen science that we found, and we've taken the time to collate and document and prove and watch and these occurrences and I was kind of chuckling in the go back to him again in the video. They of course said, well, one drawing, and then of course they don't take the time to see the cross references. They don't even wait for us to hand the pictures out to people to show that the drawings and the pictures do actually match. And now in this format that we're sitting on, we only have that available when you put your double pictures where you put my drawing versus a comparative on there.
Mhm.
And you've recently gotten into trouble for that. So,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
and they've chalked that up as, unfortunately, it's a bot calling it something other than what it is. And so we have to be aware of that and make some small changes. But I don't think a lot of people take into consideration when they're downing me about my monthly drawings how actually accurate they have been over a decade. And they're talking about one drawing. And then they're not even comparing the months and months worth of work where we use that one drawing amongst all of our members out there around the world. And we send them a copy of that. And we compare that to their photographs that they took, and they're making the match comparisons as well. And then we send them, not just one picture. I usually have a tendency to send anywhere from 3 examples to 12 examples, depending on how, into my response I'm at the time. Now, of course, I've been running into a little bit of trouble with Facebook and everything being sort of. I wonder sometimes if what I post doesn't even get to them, because I'll run across that same post in Newsfeed and it doesn't have my information on it. And sometimes I wonder if maybe that's another copy of it or if my stuff is just not showing up. I don't know. That's
yeah,
really cool. That's
yeah.
probably a cube. That's probably the long box cube sitting there. I don't know.
Oh boy,
That's cool. Well,
that'd
look,
be
I mean,
neat.
it's
It does
kind of
have a
square.
square shape in a way, a straight line.
Yeah, I saw a graph today where they showed that the color band on auroras has to do with the altitude that it's being illuminated at. And I sort of kind of chuckled about that and I went, really? And I was wondering if that was truthful or just them throwing out more peanut butter to cover up
Yeah,
the information. So, it's point of view in all sciences that
I
whether or not we
mean,
should actually follow their example.
this does. I mean, what do you think? Do you think we're seeing planets here?
Oh, I think in the new auroras that we have been seeing that have been
Uh-huh.
highly, highly unusually illuminating in mass that we haven't seen ever before. I think a
Because
lot of this is the planets that are going by, and we are seeing them in sort of odd aurora-like illuminations as they drift past us. All of those electrons between the planets that do trade ions, the larger ones stealing from the smaller ones. I
hmm
think that's a great deal to do with what we're seeing in the sky right now. And I've saved a whole bunch of those aurora pictures, but I'm not posting them going, well, this is planet this and this is planet that. That could be
right,
very easily the red asteroid, or it could be a red illumination of Saturn's yellow moon,
yeah,
or, you know.
yeah.
And a lot of times we have to be very careful what we're calling with each picture because, some trolls will call us out on it, which is okay.
I
I like
know,
occasionally, if I am wrong, I'd like to be corrected on occasion, not
but
always, of course, but go ahead.
the cool part is how confident we can be and are. It's like you can
Well,
be so
because we've done it.
confident because we really do know, we really do
Yeah,
see it,
we've seen
and
it thousands of times. I mean, I'm not talking 10 times, I'm not talking 100 times, but over the
yeah,
last
no,
decade, through your site, my site, Jesus's site, Andy in England, and Petty and over there in Hungary and Istanbul area. He's always traveling. I never know where he is.
oh, he's in
Um,
Hungary, yeah.
and with all of our members around the world that are every day sending us stuff, these matches happen over and over and over again, and that's not made up. That's real. And if you want to hide and, well, it's according to Einstein, if you want to live off of that, well, then you're not going to be very big part of this story unless you spend the time to open up and actually understand that what is going on right above our heads every day is there. And if you're not willing to walk outside and look up with a basic understanding of how to find these planets, it's likely you may not.
Right.
You know, if
Gosh.
you're if you say, well, it's not possible, well, then you probably won't see them. If you think, well, maybe, and if you open up, and for those of you who are on board but haven't seen them yet, just keep following what we try to tell you over and over again. And before you know it, it's going to dawn on you. You're going to go, oh, crap. And then you're going to just be unbelievably going, and I missed
Hmm.
this, because it's so shocking once you realize how big these planets are.
It's true.
And it's a
I
shock.
remember. I do remember. I remember, that one picture of mine of Nibiru I show often, but
Right.
I couldn't see it. I remember your comment being, "Oh, that's Nibiru," and I was like, I studied it and said, I was like, where, where it, it was the whole sky. I mean, it was like, and that went on for a couple of years. That level of confusion of not understanding
And
of
that
just
also
how
goes
big
back
they
to how
are.
people look at pictures or how they look at the
Yeah.
sky. A lot of times you focus on the sun. You're looking at the center, and then you blind yourself, and then you don't see much beyond that. But if you start with the dark areas, if you go outside and you look straight up and it's really, really pitchy, dark, dark, dark in between or behind a layer or two of clouds. Yeah, red asteroid. And little
Thought
sister.
so.
And if you look and find these dark, dark areas in the sky, especially if you got gray black sunglasses,
Like something
do
like
not look at the sun.
this.
Look on either side of the sun like that. And you will see the dark area on the left-hand side. And you'll realize that that's a huge rounded planet standing there.
Yeah.
Especially if you spend an hour out
Like
there watching
this.
it, how it changes. Yeah, there's another one,
That's,
and there's the
yeah.
stripes of Uri on the one side, and Miss Satum's yellow moon, and Nibiru on the other, on the right-hand side. So,
Yeah. People, I can just tell you from experience, people, they don't expect it to be what it actually is. That's
oh, I
the
got to chuckle
catch.
that YouTuber also said, yeah, and you know what you're seeing in these pictures? A lens flare. And I just went, oh boy, that's really easy for you to discount, the last 13 years of our work,
I don't
you
know.
know.
Yeah.
It's kind of annoying, but yet at the same time, I've gotten to the point that we know this is so real. I mean, otherwise, where did we get the pictures of the planets without the clouds around them, which we have a
Yeah.
lot of? I mean, that's included in the 13 years worth of work. And we've had so many pictures of these planets over and over and over again. And it's not like they look blue one day or green or yellow or this big or that big that are different. They always match it time after time, year after year.
Right.
If they get bigger, they get bigger. They go into the cycle. We've documented the cycle. We've documented which side of the sun they're on for a period of time. And when they change sides, we talk about that during the transition of from here to there. And it's for 13 years, we've documented it all. So anything that they have to say about the topic that they spent, 10 minutes watching one video where they suddenly decided that we were wrong, you know,
I
uh,
know.
that 10 minutes is not enough research for you to base your opinion on where you want to publicly comment or actually discount it, because you could actually be missing out on one of the coolest parts of your life to watch this shit happen, because it's quite real.
Yeah. Yeah. See, well, I agree with you. I just need to review him a little more. Like I said, I can't really say, but I
Oh,
feel
I'm
like,
not saying that we go out and give him a prize or anything. Watch it if you want, or in a lot of cases, just
I
ignore the
know.
people, ignore the naysayers, because they haven't spent the decade that you have
Yeah.
in research, or the 13 years or 14 years or 40 some years that I've spent knowing about this.
Right. I
And,
mean, either he's legitimately his own person and he just really feels this way, or he's
or he's a
a
paid specialist who's
he's
being
a
paid to
paid
down us publicly so other people will
oppositionist.
discount us,
Yeah.
whatever. It doesn't really
Either
matter
way.
what they are.
Yeah.
It just matters that, we've taken the time to prove our science. And literally after the 10th year, I was just going, look, you argue with me all you want. We've got enough documentation in file after file after file after file and sightings from around the world for a decade. And if you want to, I mean, if we were doing this for 6 months and said, oh, we see this, well, that's be a different story. This is 13 going on 14 years of research that has actually matched time after time after time after time after time, year after year after year. And here we are. So this
It's
is why we're sharing.
way bigger and deeper than what most people even know. They
Yeah.
don't quite understand just how much proof there is.
And he even went on to say, well, not only was it one planet, Planet X, it turned out to be a whole solar system and an extra star and a binary solar system, and
Yeah.
it's like, and he's chopping it into pieces by expressing the truth, and yet manifesting it in a speech pattern where it sounds ridiculous. And I
Right.
was
Well,
I was, chuckling over that part.
and I don't remember. I didn't watch more than 2 minutes, but talking about the tinfoil hat, I don't know. He was going that direction with it all. So, you
Yeah.
know, yeah.
Yeah. We're not full of shit here. We've been doing this long enough that we wouldn't be coming on YouTube and talking publicly with our faces if we were, cuckoos. And it's
It's
long proven,
hard to
long
believe.
documented. We have the information. I'm sorry we can't hand it to you in a free pie. You can only take it a small bite at a time rather than the whole pie. And this is why we're doing what we're doing. Sitting here also trying to talk and read from Mike Jones on the comments here. Such words.
All right.
Leos.
Find
Yes.
my pull those up just in case.
Well, I believe this solar system comes out of Leo, because the symbol for Imaru is the double-banded two-star scenario with the head of the lion in the middle of it. So I believe that on this, and it could be celestial clock occurrence, that it actually comes out of Leo this time, and what next cycle it may be different. I don't know. Somebody have to look that one up. 3,654 years from 2010, 2011, 2012, and that will give you your answer. But what constellation? That's if you have a computer model that will actually look that far in the future for you. I'm sure they're out there. I don't choose to use them because they're a pain in the butt and confusing. And I also have to be careful what I look up and what I play with. And who has time? Are you playing music in the background or am I hearing things?
Well, it came on for. I was playing it, and
Oh, okay. Just
yeah,
checking.
well, it's complicated. So, but yeah, I have a little speaker here. Can you hear it? Can you hear music?
I just briefly heard a little,
That was a little
micro
louder, is
chirping
why.
in the background. One John
Because
says you have timeline when it will not be debatable what is happening. It's beyond debate
good.
already. We've seen the asteroids and the lead object and Atu's moon and Saturn's yellow moon, and literally 2019 I think would probably be the date where it was beyond debatable, because I mean it was so absolutely that we've had a full, because we started doing, I started publicly talking in 2010, and then literally by 2020 for sure, we put in a full decade. It's beyond debating. It really is. And if people want to take the time to look this stuff up and learn it, then they'll have the answers. But I don't have to sit here and slam my shoe on the table, or take my shoe off and then slam it on the table to get people's attention, because we have proven it and it's here. It's available for you to follow through. And I'm not going to try and spoon feed everybody, because if they want to learn this, great, come on board. But I'm not here to prove it. I've already done that. I did that in
Mhm.
1978, when when the government comes and talks to you for a paper you turn into a chemistry class when you're a junior in high school. Well, they don't contact you for being wrong. They just don't.
Right. I bet that's the moment. they showed up was the moment you figured out that what you wrote that paper about was right. I
No,
mean,
no,
I'm sure.
actually, I didn't figure it out right away. I
Okay.
didn't view my paper as that important at the time. I didn't see that my ability to do equations that Einstein was working on and come to my own conclusion of those equations. I didn't see them as miraculous. I thought everybody knew how to do this. I really did. I just thought
Mhm.
that my base intelligence, what I understood, what I was taught in advanced chemistry, was something everyone knew. And then I kind of got in trouble from my teacher over it. And she was saying, well, you don't show your work. So how are you coming up with these answers? I don't know how you cheat in her class in the first place, but um, I was being accused of cheating, and that was part of what the whole ordeal was, where I said, "Well, give me any equations, write it out on the chalkboard. I'll solve it for you, and that way you could see I'm not cheating." And that's how
Right.
this whole thing. And because I had an understanding of the mathematics of chemistry at that time, and I've forgotten a great deal of it. At that time, I had an understanding that just functioned and flowed for me. I had no issue with it. It was simple. I thought everybody knew it because it was simple. To me,
Right.
it was simple, so
It was
everybody
simple.
has to
Yeah.
know this.
Right.
And then I got slapped with a non-disclosure, and then I couldn't say word one about it, and for many years, I had a level of assumption, and I was told certain things, at the non-disclosure agreement scenario, and I was, and I assumed that very soon everybody was going to find out that there's other races out there and there's other races that live on this secondary planetary solar system that's twin to ours, and I really thought that information would come out within a matter of years. So I never really paid that much attention to it, except for I knew about it and I had an understanding of what my opinion was, but I didn't see the ramifications and the magnitude of it until literally 2010. And then it
That's
just dawned
right.
on me, and then other things happened in the new ascension for those people who are into, that cosmic stuff.
Right.
When the new ascension started, all of a sudden I started understanding things in a different way, and I knew more, and it was weird and it was noticeable, and things changed for me greatly. And
So,
so I was aware of that. And then all of a sudden, I said, well, I'm going to talk now. And then all of a sudden there's the planets, and here we are today, 13 years later. It's been a great ride. It's been very, very active, very busy, but I've never fully gotten off the merry-go-round to say this isn't real. I've been on the merry-go-round to know it is real because I've been on that merry-go-round for many, many, many years. And it's sort of like
yeah,
normal. It's normal.
by now, yeah, decades, like your whole life, it's
Yeah.
just been
And
that way.
I
Yeah.
was, I took it into my head that we had to have two stars. And we still, this is why everything, this is why it's what, 47 degrees during the daytime up here in Montana in November. Hello, this isn't normal. And anyone who thinks that our skies are normal today, well, you need to go home and do a little more homework, because you haven't seen what the skies really are. Because if you think this is normal, it's not. And I mean, God, I'm still researching that storm that went past Mark in Ireland, somewhere around the 18th of November, and that storm went all the way across, literally, from Ireland all the way to Kamchatka, Russia, and it wiped out
Wow.
thousands and thousands and thousands of people's
Goodness.
homes, and it flooded Saudi Arabia, it flooded Yemen, and all the God, it wiped out places in Croatia and Turkey. Yeah, just go look up the Turkish storm that happened a few days after that, like the 21st.
Yeah. I
It
have
was the
some video
18th,
we can
19th,
watch.
20th, and 21st, and it ripped havoc all the way across from like I said, from Ireland all the way across Europe, all the way through the Arab countries, all the way into Russia. Mass storms in Russia, mass
That's
snowstorms in China,
terrible.
flooding in southern China and Mongolia, all kinds of hideous, hideous storms, and major winds, and it went all the way across the planet, and it did not make the news.
Eruptions spewed out, volcanic eruptions.
Oh yeah, let's
Volcanic
talk about.
eruption
Oh,
spewed ash as high as 50,000 feet into the sky on the island of New Britain in Papua New Guinea today. The
yeah.
eruption is expected to continue indefinitely,
Mount
and the
Etna
volcano's risk
blew
level
up
was
again
raised to the
last night,
highest stage of
yesterday.
4. No tsunami advisory or warning has been issued. Break. The relief.
Yeah,
If you want to
Dominican Republic.
hear
That's in, in the Cuba area. That's in the tropics, south of the United States. They had it too. There was mass flooding in South Africa. There's in Turkey, like I said before. I mean, this is going on all over the planet. This is not normal. And everybody says, well, wouldn't the planets have some sort of effect on us if they were that close? Hello, people.
Hmm.
You know,
They're
we're
not
we're we're
probably not aware of all of this happening. They're
well,
just because unless they're out looking for that information,
Well,
you
all the rivers around the planet are damn near dry. The Mississippi's run low. The Amazon is drastically low. It's going to affect next year's entire corn and soybean crop in Brazil and Argentina and all that. That whole area is already in trouble because it's going into summer down there right now, and they've had horrible weather. And this in yeah, this is in Iceland. The crack in Iceland is going bad. Like I said, Mount Etna or the one in Italy on the island of Sicily. I'm trying to think. I'm screwing up the names, but yeah, there's volcanoes going off all over the place, and then of course the one in Iceland is getting ready to go. And my ears are ringing like crazy right now. So I'm absolutely certain there's a planet over the top of our heads right now as we speak.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I, of course, watched them all day. I mean, I watch them every day out my window. There it is, and people don't see it, and it's just like, okay, I did my best to warn you guys out here. I've been screaming myself, almost hoarse for 13 years, and typing. I can't even count the number of keyboards I've gone through on computer, let alone 15 computers. Uh,
Dang, you're hard on them, Sam.
yeah, yeah. I type a lot, and I type too quick,
Yeah, I
and yes,
know. Right. That's how
and
I am with cell phones, though. I mean, I don't know why. Last cell phone is still sitting in the bag of rice. I haven't tried it in a few days. I just kind of gave up on it. Probably bury it, have a little
You gotta
burial.
you gotta get like an exorcism and a few prayers and a
Yeah, I
few Our
know. I
Fathers and
know.
Hail Marys over the
It's so
top of it.
sad.
Call a priest, whatever.
It's like
Up here is
whatever.
a Facebook user. Brazil can't barge the food out because of no water in the rivers. Yeah, right. That too. The Amazon is very largely dried up, and all that water is going up into our atmosphere, and we're looking at where it's landing. These
Hmm.
massive rainstorms and it's coming down out of the skies because the earth axis is tipped because we have a larger brighter sun than we ever did, and our earth axis tip change happened to all the planets when that larger star got here in 2011 when the sun came up into our horizon level, our horizontal plane of existence where we could see it from up here in Montana, etc., in North America, whatever. um, when that got there, all the planets tipped, and our weather and sun angle and our orbit model of where Earth is in the standard orbit and how we react to sun and summer angle and winter angle of light is now changed. And that's why we're seeing drastic extreme weather all over in places where it's the opposite of what it normally is everywhere. In the desert, it's flooding. Where it's too wet, it's now too dry. So
Hmm.
all of this is going on. And this is absolute examples and a fact. And like we talked about in the last like 3 shows, the weather is so excruciatingly insane. We don't have to wait for a week to happen. We have to just see what happens tomorrow. It is that much going on. And every day we're watching these new major catastrophes everywhere. So, you know, when was the last time you could afford to replace your Toyota pickup that just floated down the street that we just saw, I mean, this is huge. Everybody's losing everything around the world. And the people got to get on board. This is not just whatever, because there's more cameras, people are seeing more. No, there's more happening. And I think it's being highly underreported.
Right. I've definitely underreported because most, I don't watch the news but I know they don't show this kind of stuff. And if they do, it's just for a brief, you know,
You
minute.
don't get
You know,
3
it's just
months to a year's worth of rain in 2 hours.
yeah, they just barely gloss over it, and it's on to the other stories, you
Yeah.
know. But they don't put a lot of effort into.
Now, I did hear that one Chinese video where somebody said, and some people call it climate change, and other people call it because objects that are close to Earth. And that is the first time I have
That's
heard any other country almost officially make a statement, even though it was just some person that probably gathered up a whole, compilation and posted it from
where
Asia
was this
over to
on?
us. Oh, it was on one of those Chinese no, snowstorm videos in China. What it was, it like a week ago, they had this unbelievable winter blizzard storm, sub temperature storm, which is that same storm I was talking about. It went in northern China, it went through and it just froze the entire, it was blowing people down the streets, and they had mass sub-zero temperature, huge amounts of snow. It's completely unseasonal,
Hmm.
not normal for that time of year in that part of China. And that was why it was listed as a megastorm. And it was a cyclone. It was a hurricane, a cold winter hurricane. And
Wow.
people aren't realizing that this is major. I don't know what we're looking at here.
Well, this guy,
That's the
he's
side of
called
a
it.
building.
What's that?
That's the side of a building, I'm sure. And it's probably putting off sun frost. Yeah, that's probably the side of a building.
That.
Yeah. With like
Uh,
the building in Chicago that has the upper part that has a flat face that goes in an angle.
okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Maybe it's like a skyscraper
Right,
building.
and a twisted side. Or okay, it kind of looks like a light generator. But yeah, look, see the dark line on the far side? It looks like the side of a building that's getting hot in the sun or getting warmed up, and the snow is melting
Yeah.
off. It's turning to steam, whatever. Yeah, it looks like a skyscraper to me.
Okay. All right. That
Now
looks
that
like
looks like the
an
bottom of
asteroid.
necessity.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I
see
would
the
not have thought that. Okay,
illuminated
cool.
base core. That looks like wow. Anyway, I hadn't seen whatever these things. That looks like little
Yeah,
cube.
he's showing a
Cube.
different clips,
Yeah.
different things. Yeah, there's
Oh, and there's a lot of stuff
shortage.
going on, and if anyone is, like I keep telling everybody, if anybody thinks this is a normal sky, no, 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 you're wrong. You know,
So Tracy is asking, let's see, did you see where in Antarctica they are saying that two suns now, they are where
yeah,
it's
I saw that picture, and
no
I still
night?
think it's Satham's yellow moon. You typed on it earlier today too on a couple of posts, or yesterday.
Hmm.
Yeah, there was two shots from Antarctica.
Oh, I did.
One was our
Yeah,
sun, and
let
there,
me get
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Right.
it's Satham's yellow moon.
Well, good, because that's what I said it
Yeah,
was.
yeah, we would have
I
we
feel
would have
better.
noticed some sort of separation, and not only that, the stars they'll look alike, except one will be bigger than the other. There, when you see two different intensity brightnesses, they're two different objects. One's a sun, one is a moon. The moon that's being illuminated by the sun. Quranic Bible and verse, wrath of the eagle, cleansing the land of Allah. Yeah, the eagle is the object cluster group. It's wormwood. It's the dragon. In many different cultures, it has many different names. But yeah, those are the asteroids that actually do close pass and do some really drastic events to us. And I think there's going to be some more. Although there has been a sort of a lessening of intensity in certain manners and greater in others. So, and of course, boil off of the planet with no water. I can hardly wait to see what next year is going to bring. Woo! Being that we don't have winter. Of course, guess what the East Coast is getting and about to get tonight and tomorrow, all the way up through. I think it's probably into Boston by now, and up into New Hampshire. And remember that storm I said was going to happen? Well, it's
Yeah,
happening.
this
It's
week,
happening.
right? When is, oh, right now?
Yeah, yeah. It should be currently as we speak over the top of Boston right now, just freezing. Yeah, they should be having a whole bunch of snow on the East Coast tonight. So
Really? Oh,
yeah, it's
boy.
going to be
I had not
nasty.
heard that.
Yeah. Well, you can check the weather tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Sure. I know it's
Well,
Um,
like a week ago, I said the storm was going to come from
you
Texas and go all the
did.
way up to New Hampshire, and it's doing exactly that.
Okay, let's see if it's there now. Let's see. There it is. This is that picture from Antarctica that Tracy was asking about. So, so it's our sun and Ice Adam's yellow moon.
Yep, that's the one.
But was it media that said it was a sun, or who said that it was another
I
sun?
I think it might have been the original poster, and then
Yeah,
it was on the subheading of the copy that I saw, which was posted by somebody other than whom took it. So
right.
we've also got to, at that point, and if we don't have an information chain, we can't really use it. We have to sort of media discount it up to a point, and still, I type back and tell them what that is, and there, there's your example and your answer, and so.
Hmm.
We've been doing this so long. It's, if you look at the sun and you look at the second object that's down below it, that's semi-larger or illuminated, seemingly larger, they're not the same intensity. And the cutoff dividing line of their face value are two different values. One is segmented with a line, and the other one is an illumination with no segmented line. So it tells us sun and moon. And of course, we've seen this now. What, 3 times, 4 times in 4 different cycles now over the last 8 years?
What? Seen 3 or 4 times what?
Yellow moon popping out, or
Yeah,
at or around or near the sun, and in different angles from above, and then we went to the right side and then down and then lower and lower and lower. And we've seen it over the years, and this is nothing new.
I would think more than a few times. I was looking for
Oh
my
yeah, I was
folder.
speaking in cycles overall, not individual
Oh,
sightings.
okay. Yeah,
If
right,
we were to count individual sightings, we'd have hundreds. But yeah, I'm saying
right.
there's been like 4 cycles where we've actually seen this event where we see that where everybody goes, oh, it's two suns. No, no, no. We've watched this a long time.
Yeah, let me get my pictures of the yellow moon and take a peek at that real quick.
Yeah, and
Kind of varies, but
I was just reading and then it skipped up. Sabrina said there's no snow in her area, and normally there's at least a half foot of snow, and that's Alberta, Canada. Exactly. We are not normal temperature right now. We are way warmer. And now, of course, the East Coast is about to become pretty much everywhere from probably Missouri to New Hampshire is going to suffer a way harder winter than they're normally used to. So people, order your snow tires from Montana or Colorado uh, soon. Put them
who
on your
is
car.
this? Who needs to do this?
Anyone who's driving and is thinking about driving in snow this year, because people who don't normally drive in snow think that their car tires are going to work. Their
Yeah,
normal highway tires do not work. You need snow tires. Otherwise, you are not going anywhere and you're not going to stop once you do. So you have to buy
gosh,
snow
I
tires.
wonder.
Absolutely. If you're in the East Coast this year, buy snow tires.
Yeah, I wonder how it's going to be for Oklahoma. I mean, usually it stays too warm to snow.
Oh,
We get
you're gonna have
inches.
some nasty. You'll
Yeah,
see
we
some
get
events.
like
We'll
Tracy knows. Tracy's here. She's about like 45 minutes to an hour south of me, but each year we get like, I don't know, 4 or 5 inches. That's our big snow. It's
Yeah, well,
usually
you'll
not
probably have
much.
some reach downs from the Arctic, which will go all the way down to Texas. So it'll happen at least a couple of times. But then you may have a whole bunch of snow that you didn't counted for, which would be great for Texas. Texas needs the water. Everybody needs the water. So anything you get, be thankful as long as you're not freezing at the time.
Right,
Yeah, now
right. I have.
there's a suspect that just and I'm looking at the haze on the trees, and I'm tempted to say this is a glass double.
You think so? Even
Yeah,
like it's
well,
behind that line?
look at the haze on the trees. It makes me see foggy and not one
Yeah.
solid color of the tree from the focusing. But then, and
Okay.
even our trolls go, oh, it's lens flares, it's whatever. When I don't know who sent it. B, if there's a series of pictures, it sure helps. That way we can see.
Sure. Or
Um,
video is even better.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
I can't really,
I'll
but in
put
the
this in the
location,
questionable pile.
as far as location and color, it could definitely be a Saturn's yellow moon. It could
Right.
be. And then we
So
have to,
Tracy
we have
says,
to take all of these in a series of who sent it, where did it come from? Did they, is this the real
oh,
photographer that took it? If it's somebody that got it from somebody that got it from somebody, well, then I can't you really use it. And this is why I try to stick, to member submissions from one of our 5 or 6 sites that we all work off of.
true. Let's see.
Now, this picture on the right, it's showing you a cutoff. Top half of it, or top one quarter of it is,
Portion of it.
yeah, portion. That's a good word. Good term.
Yeah.
The top portion of it is cut off where the sun is not. The one on the left could be a glass double, but the one on the right is definitely not, especially since you see a different
Legit.
illumination color inside.
I was going to say what Tracy put sounds like a real oaky phrase because I'm not even familiar what that means. We
What,
have
okay?
spoon in the persimmons. I've never heard of that. If that's what she's talking about, you have to explain. You have to do me a favor and explain because I've never heard that before. But it sounds like there's a certain and then she says they're talking flurries here this weekend, and I'm
Yeah.
like, oh boy,
Yeah.
it's bound to
it was
happen.
supposed to have
So
already hit you guys by now. Because
yeah,
that
it's a
blast
little
that did
early
come
for
through
us
here.
still, but it has happened many times
Well,
before where it's
there's a
cold.
rotational Central America, or in the middle of America, storm right now that should actually be watched, and the barometric pressure is almost that of a hurricane. It's a couple of points above a hurricane, and it's an actual rotational storm again, but they're not telling people. And these never used to exist. Rotational barometric pressure low storms that have 100-mile-an-hour winds did not used to exist. High winds used to be 30. Big storms
Yeah,
used to be 40, 50, not 90 and 100 and 150 and 200. And we're watching it happen all over the world. And it happened literally, like I said earlier, from Ireland all the way to to Japan, in case you don't know where Kamchatka, Russia is. Yeah, it's going on right now as we speak. And that's the big part that I worry about and warn people about. And I've gotten so much crap for going, you were warned or whatever. And that's going to definitely be my another catchphrase on the pile,
yeah.
like
Well,
aloha from
they gotta figure
Tropicana.
they gotta pick something.
Well,
There's
in
gotta
the
be something. You
Plasticine area,
say it's a seed. She says it's
in
a
the
seed.
Plasticine era,
Huh?
Montana used to be tropical.
Okay. Oh, I
Well,
still don't know what that means though.
people don't study, and well, yeah, I've never heard it. Never heard
I
the
know.
term.
It's like, do I need to look this up, Tracy? I gotta Google it. Oh man,
Yeah. Thank
persimmon
you, Michael.
seeds.
Thank you, Mike Jones. But we're not here to discuss religion. I appreciate your opinion.
Yeah. What we got this question often. I haven't seen Jermaine Brooks. Oh, it's been a while since we've seen him.
Yeah, well, no, it's not a
But
new lake.
anyway,
It's an old lake that's coming back finally because you guys got enough snow in the Mammoth Mountain Range and that whole part of the northern, or actually the high mountains on the eastern side of California, all the way going up, to Alaska. But yeah, you got a whole bunch of snow, and that whole central part of California used to be nothing but lakes. And unfortunately, roughly about 1880, 1890, they started just taking over that whole area and changing it and draining it and using all the water off of it for so long that it never had a chance to recoup. Look up, look at the Salton Sea, for example. Let's hope to God that they finally get some fresh water so it doesn't smell like hell, because it does. It smells terrible down there. Their property values just went out the window in the last 20, 30 years. Anyway, yeah, center of California used to be a massively giant lake.
oh really?
Yeah.
I did not realize that.
Well,
I think maybe I've
whole
heard
bowl
that.
area from Los Angeles and all of that, to the east of Los Angeles, or I have to look at a map to actually fully describe it. But
How
yeah,
long ago was that, you think?
it was all the way up until the 1800, middle of the 1800s, 1860. There were all sorts of Indian folk, uh, indigenous tribes that lived around those lakes, that lived there for thousands of years, and they were all pushed off, and the land was stolen, and they were killed and moved, and all sorts of stuff. We did terrible things to the folks when we took over California, but of course that doesn't hit the standard history book. One of those
No.
things you got to look up. Yeah, we were terrible to the Indians, and of course we took the southern southwest of the United States away from Mexico in a war, and so
We got comments talking about pole shift, that it's coming and that it's already started. I know we cover this pretty much every show, but
yeah.
could you explain
I
how?
don't believe in a full polarity pole shift. I don't think that our planet and our solar system is going to up and change entire polarity of our planet. So if you want to call pole shift, that has actually only occurred where the polarity exchange in the formation of rocks when they come out of a volcano and they automatically become north side and south side of magnetically occurrent in our Earth has only occurred 14 or 15 times in about 6.5 billion, with a B, billion years. So I don't see that coming as a cyclic thing. I think that's an internet fear porn. We have already rolled and partially shifted, and anybody that watches where the sun is every day will understand that arc has already taken place, and it changes from time to time. When I was a child or a younger adult, the moon, or excuse me, the sun was directly overhead at high noon. It is no longer and has not been so since 2011 when the second star got here. So I don't believe in a full pole shift unless there's something really freaky weird occurs when they leave, and we roll and roll and roll. But then, according to the fingering of a magnetosphere and the fallout legs, the magnetosphere of the Earth will naturally hold it in place. And only those people who believe that the Earth is dying or that our magnetosphere is dying and we're in deep, deep, deep trouble would believe so. But we're not in deep, deep, deep trouble because the Earth goes on every cycle. It's just us little fleas on top that have the issue.
Okay, I have
Hopefully that was a good answer.
clarification. It is. I hear something new, a little bit new and different each time you explain that. So, and then how do you know it's so seldom? I mean, how do you know that that's how rare it
They have
is?
that from geological records where they actually orientation of the magnetic North Pole in many, many geological samplings all around the
Yeah.
world are tested, and that way they can. It adds to the age of the planet, or when the formation, or how many millions of years ago that the varying degrees of the magnetic North Pole on the rock or in the rock is laid out, and how the subatomic particles are all laid and everything else, and it's like when lava cools, it has I believe the carbon stacks in a certain way as it cools, and the carbon settles into atomic structure as it is. That it shows a direct detectable reference to magnetic north of the planet at that time, which helps geologically date a lot of
Oh,
sampling.
okay.
It's a science,
Um,
and they have proven it. I mean, they even know some geological samples that that 480 million years ago, et cetera, et cetera. And, during the time when the planet was still, it was covered in life all over the oceans and stuff, and there was all kinds of nasty living creatures and big, huge, giant, shelled octopuses and all sorts of stuff. And they know by the orientation in these stones how different they are from the newer stones, less 20, 30 million years old, 65 million years old, 10 million years old, a million years old, 1,000 years old. And they know by the orientation that has been examined in geologic samples from entirely around the world, because that's what geologists do. They're always doing this stuff. So they put a catalog together, and they've actually worked the science out where it is testable, and it's a proven science now.
Tracy, back to the persimmon seeds. I found out what it means. I know I've heard this before, but I forgot. But here it's a persimmon seed, and if you split it open, you might find one of these shapes. And what it means, it says here, okay, there is a fork, knife, or spoon shape inside. The fork stands for a mild winter, and the knife means that there could be frigid winds, like cuts like a knife. And then the spoon shape is supposed to represent a shovel, and therefore you can expect plenty of snow in the upcoming winter.
You learn something new every
So
day.
I know. So we have spoons in our persimmon seeds, says Tracy. I believe her. She would know.
Okay.
I haven't cut any open lately. So
Up here in Montana, we always judge spring and fall in the pine trees.
okay, in the pine trees. Yeah. How's that?
Choking on my cough drop.
Yeah. Oh no, they're supposed to help you, Sam, not hurt you. Oh dear, take a drink.
That's what happens when you try to talk with a cough drop.
Yeah. Bless your heart.
Woo.
Oh man, hang in there.
Oh, I know. I just put it back in
You
my
okay?
mouth, and then I tried to talk. Not yet.
Yeah.
Talk for a minute. I'll be fine. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you do that. You take care of
I'm
yourself.
gonna go get a cold drink.
Yeah, go do that. Go do that. Dang, I hate that when that happens. It's like, when your eyes water, you choke so bad, it's miserable. But yeah, I do. Now that I look up the persimmon seed, I totally forgot that wasn't a thing. So, but yeah, we're due for a big snow. I mean, the last big snow here was like 2011, I think. Tracy might remember, but it was big. It was like, I don't know, feet and feet. We couldn't hardly drive. It was so heavy. Snow.
Yeah, that's what I get for leaning forward and trying to talk with a cough drop in my mouth. I about choked on that thing.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Woo! Yeah, watering eyes and everything. So I'm back. I'm better. I had a sip off a pop and. Woo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Calm it down.
Nothing like live radio.
That's right. I know.
Or in this case,
I know.
podcast,
At least I know,
radio.
but everyone here is our friend. So
are they really? Are you sure?
I know. Oh dear.
Well, even if they're not, they're welcome to listen to anyway.
Right.
And as another YouTuber or two says, I hope to earn your subscription. Yeah. Wow. Okay, I'm better now. I swear. I promise.
I'm happy.
Wipe the corners of the eyes.
I agree. Hit the like button, folks. Thank you.
Yeah.
Super. What is it? Super. Help me, Sam.
Well, I'm sorry. I was looking at Super Saginet. Saginet. Okay. You got me on that one.
Thank you. Super
with a lot of letters
really,
behind
that's
it.
true.
Yeah.
I mean, if everybody did that, I know it would help. I mean,
yeah,
our numbers are up tonight. They're up tonight. Our numbers are, and I mean, as more people understand that we're doing this consistently, it's just growing and growing. So, which is good. That's why we're doing it, to get the word out, what's happening. So this is a photo Jillian Watson captured a few days ago over Scotland. And what did you say, Sam? Which asteroid?
We know that it kind of looks like the blue asteroid with the central dot. If you look at the right-hand picture on the bottom object, the purple one, it looks very much like the blue asteroid. We know that it has the central circle in the face, and we've seen it. Now, JD, however, posted today and I believe yesterday, depending on, I didn't check the date on some of his news feed because sometimes it does come in late. JD posted a bunch of what he thought was the Empire orb, and it was also pretty much this low, this big, and there was even some illuminated, shots. And so
yeah,
they look very similar. And this I'm swayed in the possible. It's either the blue asteroid or the Empire Orb.
Oh, yeah, okay. Here's let's see. Let me
The
get the
old Norway
picture.
spiral.
This is recent.
Yeah, that's in. And if you, that's probably it. Probably is an opening gate, and we've seen numerous. And yeah, there is a spiral. Oh, it's something coming out. Okay, right hand side and the bottom, the little dot, it's a ship coming out of it's through a gate.
Yeah.
It's coming out, not going in.
Where do you think that could be?
A ship.
Oh, okay. Just a
One of
ship.
many factions. Yeah,
Yeah.
if we can blow that way up, but depending on the pixels,
Yeah, right. I should
but
try that. I
by the
didn't even
spiral.
notice that at
If you
first.
look at the right hand picture, it shows you an exiting spiral right behind the ship, and then
Right.
the illuminated focal is downward. That crescent light lit area is downward, so that's something coming through a wormhole into our atmosphere.
I'm gonna see if I can get a closer
I'm
look.
like 98% sure.
Wow.
And
Okay. We'll have to.
we've seen evidence of it. God, I don't know how many times in the last 10 years. I mean, live filming. And if I could get the Canadian spiral back, I would, I would I'd sugarcoat that one because that was one of the because you can hear the sonic booms when they get to like 6,000 miles an hour and break the sound barrier right before they go through the wormhole. And we've watched them open in live. God, I don't know how many videos.
I was
And
gonna see if I had a clip
that's
of it.
normal technology for ET. They've got all that crap worked out. They know what they're doing. Their tech is so much higher and advanced.
Well, there it is on your drawing. That's what the Empire Orb is in one of your
side orb.
drawings.
That is a side orb. It does have a similar the long box side orb does have a similar facial, but that's different than the Empire Orb.
What is that line? You see where it says Empire Orb? Are you pointing at anything?
Oh, am I? Oh, okay. Maybe. Okay, that was when the Empire Orb. I take it back. That was in 2020. I'm wrong.
That's okay. Yeah.
That's why I marked it that time because at that time the Empire Orb was parked next to the Texas Cube.
Okay.
And it was bigger than the side orb, but the side orb is there also. But I didn't draw it in.
Because the Empire Orb, I mean,
You're
how
right.
come
I'm
you
wrong.
drew what looks like an eye on there? Does it have
does. And it's not
has
on
an
the
eye?
other orb either.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, at that time there was a sighting with the Empire Orb. I apologize. That's why I drew it the way I did.
That's okay.
I forgot about that. Yeah, okay. You got me.
That's okay. Well, I'll make
it's
sure.
Your turn.
I'm trying to get an image. Well,
I
have
bet
it
Mark
somewhere.
went to sleep early. Mark is a busy man.
Oh, what did he say? He said, I got a glimpse of it while we were opening, right when we were starting the show. He says, he says, I will be on soon. Thank you, setting up. But that was 8:04, as an hour ago. He was doing Reiki. He said.
Did you look at the backstage?
Well, I have it. I have it set on to beep at me. So I haven't heard it.
Asks interesting. I would love to view that footage of the wormhole. Go to YouTube, type in Norway spiral. 2009.
Sam, this is so crazy. I think I just heard him arrive. Hang on a second.
Clairvoyance.
I mean, we were just talking, and then I heard they go beep.
Well, I thought about him, and that's how things work.
I know. He brought him in.
Mark and I were talking earlier today, and I was just thinking the exact same thing he brought up. And I was like, okay, except I was thinking a little bit on a different scale.
Here is that spiral. I'm getting it pulled up so you can watch it. And then I'll get Mark.
Okay. The Earth is flat. Mike Jones, come on. Sorry, not flat. Stellar rounding.
Can you
Please,
explain
please
what
don't
that
be a
means?
disruption. Please do not be a disruption to the site.
What is stellar rounding for
Stellar
those that
rounding is
don't know?
when the planet. That's part of why the planets spin. Objects with an electrical core, a planet, becomes round from rotating and from getting stellar material in the magnetosphere and all of this, and just the way we form. Anyone who believes in flat Earth, it is not 1400. Uh, we've already long ago proved that Earth was round. Thank you very much. And you're just swimming in some weird conspiracy theory that some rather scary people decided to dig it out and dust off. It's amazing. We do not live on a flat Earth, nor do we live in what do they call it? I can never draw it out of my head every time I try to think. A firmament, and there isn't celestial objects. Remember her? Oh my God, that one
Hi
crazy.
guys.
Hey, Mark.
Here's Mark with us. We were just talking like within a second or few seconds before you beeped in. We were talking about wonder if Mark's going to make it tonight, and then 5 seconds later, there you are.
Yeah, he popped into my
Yeah,
head.
I'm
So
just keeping an eye on things here. I'm just doing a bit of Reiki healing, so I'll be kind of judging back and fro here.
Yeah. Well, cool. You get to join us, Mark. What time is it there? It's pretty late.
It
I know.
is 3 a.m. over here.
Oh my gosh,
boy,
that's the kind of hours I keep. Yeah.
you lasted a long time. I give you kudos.
Thank you very much, Sam. How are you guys keeping?
Oh, you just missed me choking on a cough drop.
Oh no! Oh no!
Well, I have to bend forward to the microphone, and I was, popped this smaller cough drop that I, had in my mouth for a minute, and then I took out and set down, then picked it back up later on and put it back in my mouth. And then I was trying to talk at the same time, and then it went halfway down, came out, went back down, came out, went out, and I'm like, and I had to sort of excuse myself from the microphone. But welcome to Podcast Live.
Oh Lord! You gotta be careful, Sam.
Well, I got to chew on occasional cough drop here, the cherry lozenges, while trying to talk because I get, I talk too much and then I get hoarse and then I can't talk anymore.
Some say it's speed
I'm glad you're
talking as
okay.
well.
Right. We have Gator's Sky Exploration is with us again tonight. Hello, Gator. Happy you're with us.
Glad you're here again.
Yeah. They're a regular usually with us, so that's always nice. All right, that was it for my Empire Orb folder at the moment. But that's a good picture right there. Really good one.
Yeah, and that was when it first started, and then it opened up, and then the object came through it, and then of course over the years, most of the live versions, because there were I think 3 original captures from 3 separate sources, and a lot of that footage has been clipped and manipulated. Well, I can't say manipulated, but a lot of it's been clipped in length, so you didn't see the full extent of what came out of it. And of course, that was in 2009 when the G7 was having a meeting in, I believe, Nuremberg, Germany, which is right across the Spitting Pond from Norway, which is where that's why they call this the Norway spiral, because this is where this sighting came from. It's just like the same thing. It's like the Texas Cube is called the Texas Cube because it was sighted over Texas.
So is like this spiral, it's happened more than once, right? I mean, there's captures of more than one time.
We've had 50, 60 live video feeds over the last decade of wormholes opening up with things going into them and coming out of them.
Wasn't Canada the last sighting or something, wasn't it?
Oh, the Canadian spiral happened in I think 2010, but I haven't been able to find that sighting back. No, there was some over the East Coast. There was some over today's report was from Antarctica, and then there was some reports over Germany and Holland and I think Spain and and the Arab countries as well. I'm talking, I could keep listing. There's like 50 sightings of a wormhole opening up and craft either going in or coming out. And that's been going on for over a decade. And, we see the Star Destroyers all the time, and we see the smaller craft all the time, and we see the orbs and and the drones, and the thing I can point out to a lot of people is these some of these smaller drones, the little orbs that are so bright, they travel so fast and turn so fast. If a human being was in a craft of like man-made, for example, and took a G turn as fast and as hard as they do, the human body would turn to liquid. We would melt on the wall of whatever our craft that we were trying to turn that fast. So that's proof that most of these drone craft, the smaller ones, are not occupied by any known being that I can think of. And they're computer drone, just like, I mean, look what's going on with our use of drones. And now we've got tandem drones that can do all kinds of things, including putting out pictures and night sky routines and all of that. So there's a lot of drone craft, and then there's occupied craft, and there's a lot of different factions up here flying around all over. Period. And you can't argue with it. I mean, we've had more sightings in the last decade than the last 50 years combined. So, and we
I
know
know.
they're here.
I tell my friends, about things that you say, something
I
you
know
said that
that
always
crazy guy. Yeah.
stood out, but well, one day we were recording and you were like, talking about the different factions out there, and you were like, there are billions of alien races out there. And then you paused and went, billions. Like, it wasn't an accident that you said billions. You said it 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, because it wasn't big enough to describe, so it came back to me that I was being remiss, and I should say it a second or third time. Yeah,
Yeah, billions. It's like I would
people
never have
people
thought.
think that galaxies or galaxies are just those things out there, and there are so many galaxies out there, and even the pictures we have coming in are all stuff that was created so long ago that it took light umpteen million years to get to us. So what we're viewing that's actually going on out there, we're not even seeing it because the light hasn't gotten here yet. So and not only that, there are solar systems for every one of those stars out there. Every star out there that you see in the night sky has at least one solar system around it, if not numerous. Because there's multiple tandem, quaternary and triple, trinary and binary star systems out there that are all
Yeah.
joined, and they're not the same age. They're not as old as we are. We're kind of young in the universe's age. I mean, how much is 2 billion years difference? You know, so and
Yeah.
there's all these we're not the only race out here. We're not the only people sitting here in this dark little corner of space that are existing with amoeba and phytoplankton and snakes and birds and horses.
Facebook user has a question for you, Sam. They're asking, what was the tic tac? Can you explain it? The tic tac.
You mean the cough drop?
I think he means a craft. There's like a
Oh,
tic tac craft.
oh, okay.
I'm guessing that's
Oh,
what
yeah,
they
that's
are.
the smaller
Maybe
stuff.
they need to clarify.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
really.
Audrey.
If we're
Yeah,
talking
I
about
see
drones,
now.
they're small little orbitoid drones that just travel faster than shit, and we don't even know how they do it. And it's probably just reverse polarity, and then a centrifugal propulsion scenario. Anyway,
I have
or
a
if
good.
we're talking about the cough drop, it was a Hall's relief cough drop, and I was choking on it. Tack,
Oh gosh.
I don't know what they're talking about.
I have a good video. I'll get it here in a second of a tic tac.
Okay.
If that's if we're all on the same
I
page
don't.
with
Yeah,
that,
you lost me. I mean, well, what are we talking
I
about here?
mean, that's what I think of. And a fawn in Maldives caught one on camera. Pretty good capture. I was going to get it real quick. We can take a look
Okay.
at it.
Okay.
But it was spinning, just out over the ocean, just out there spinning. Let's see if this is
Oh,
it.
there's a lot of ships out there, you guys. I see them all the time.
That's
And I'm just one person out here trying to tell everybody about this stuff. And you tell people, and they go, "Yeah, right, buddy. Uh huh.
yeah.
I bet you did." It's like, well, we got YouTubers going out after us, and it's so important for them to down us, but they don't take the time. Hate to say it, but it happens all the time. That was described by the U.S. government. Okay, tic tac. Okay,
That one
nope.
we don't. let's see. I haven't fixed that one yet, but here,
What a distractive name.
here is one video, but it's not the one I'm talking about. We'll get it.
Oh my God.
All right, guys, there's a UFO. It's right there. There's a UFO in the sky, guys.
I mean, is that a Tic Tac?
It's right here.
Well, yeah, they're.
He's tripping.
I don't know. Yeah, it's obviously
doing
something.
it.
That looks like
They make
something
this
that's
shit up, guys.
falling.
We're
It's not flying. I don't know. It's warbling.
Yeah. I want to get the one from Afan though, so you can see that. Hang on. I'll get it. Let's see. I mean, I'm guessing like they're just, if there's, billions of races and they can come to Earth and, so there's going to be all sorts of kinds of crafts, right? Like just endless kinds of crafts.
Yeah, there's a lot. We've been seeing an awful lot. Okay, I'm clicking over to the private chat for a second. Rebecca, will you look at that, please?
Oh, sure. Let's see.
Have we lost Sam? Have we?
Oh, we lost Sam just right then and there. I'm not sure what he was wanting me to see.
What did he do?
I don't know. He's back.
I got bumped.
Here you go. He's back.
When I click over to private chat from the comments, it kicks me off.
Really? Oh boy. Okay. I'm in the private chat though.
Okay, 1 second.
Let's see. Let's take that down a second. It's kind of distracting. All right. I'm still looking for that video for Fawn just because it's a cool clip. But in the meantime, let me pull something else up.
But to think we're alone in all this big universe is a bit naive.
You're right. It is.
Okay, I'll refer you back to what we talked about. Private chat, please.
Okay.
All right, and yeah, there's so many sightings. I mean, God, I've watched stuff go straight up from up here in Montana. I don't know how many times, and we also know that the commodities are being dispensed and gathered, and well, there's no timeline on when that should have probably been done by now. But then I don't know when they, what they call a close setting to start such procedure or not, compared to any numerous passes. So we know, and I had countless sightings. And then of course, those of us who do go shopping around on YouTube to find UFO sightings. I can't remember what they call them lately. They're calling them something else. But anyway, yeah, there's tons nonstop every day. I see at least 3 different really credible sightings on YouTube.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch all that. Sightings for crafts, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was trying to read and do and type and play
right
at the same time as well. So, Mark, how often do you see stuff in your skies?
Not as often as I'd like to.
How often do you go out and look?
Often enough.
Okay, well, you got to get a fire ring. Of course, you guys don't have firewood like we do up here, but we a lot of times we'll throw out a little fire ring and have a nice little throw a couple logs on the fire and sit out in the chairs at night and watch the stars. I haven't done that a lot with my daughters anymore because they're more interested in playing video games. They'll go outside with me and then they'll bring their tablet with them. I'm going, no, that's not what you're here for. You're supposed to look up, And I went looking for the Leonid meteor shower the other night, and I saw a few. Nothing to write home about.
There was supposed to be some event in Ireland that you could see. All right, I heard some planetary alignment or something going on. I'm not too sure though.
Yeah, there's a transition into Scorpio. I guess I haven't looked into a lot of what's going on currently. I've been unfortunately rather drawn to home and home workload rather than computer workload. And I haven't even checked the regular planets lately, which is weird because I had this morning routine that I used to do every day when I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning. And now that I'm getting up a little later and trying to get more rest, I've sort of fallen out of my normal routine. And, then I turn the computer on, then I get to play catch up. And so I'm not doing my norm. So I haven't even looked at it, which is odd. I have not even looked at the normal planets lately.
At the normal planets, what do you mean by?
Well, I like to keep
the sky
in mind where they are, and that way I'm not looking at something that's in the sky. Actually, of course, the normal planets are so small now that so they're not nearly as required to view, but I like to keep track of where everything is. Just on, because it's such an easy thing. You click on it and you see, current orbitary model of the planets around Earth, and oh, okay, and then you would look at it, and then a week later you look at it again, and a week, and so you kind of generally know where everything is.
Right. I mean, it shifts. It shifts around, but yes, in general, it does
I got to see
the
the
same.
Big Dipper outside the other night. We've had so many clouds at night I couldn't see. And I like to know where Orion is, and I like to know where, Perseus and all the other constellations currently are. And, I just look every once in a while and try to keep track of what's going on and where the Big Dipper is and where the moon is, that sort of thing.
Right. I've
really... And that way, when some of these people that are, members going, oh, well, what do you know about the moon cycle and why did it do this? And then I've got a sort of a general idea and I can tell you, oh, that's sort of normal, or, hey, this is worth something looking into.
Okay. Here is that video from Afan from Maldives.
Yeah.
That was February. Very similar to the one we just saw, the other one where the guy was having a fit.
And I have problems with these UFOs. And this is part of why I don't really focus on these very often, because this is not a definitive sighting. It could be some little kid's balloon, off the seaside, or it could be, and I love the sightings. Now, if they were traveling and changing directions at high speeds, then of course, then it would be more likely a UFO. But we don't even know what this wobbling object is, and it's not close enough to actually make a call on. We know it's something, and that's why they call it unidentified flying object, because it's not identifiable. And this is a great deal of why we don't really focus on it on Montana Skywatchers or even on your sites very often, is because we don't. Now, when we get pictures that really look like a Galaxy Star class cruiser, and we can identify the conning tower and the point in the back end and the triangular shape and everything, and you can't argue with it, well, then then we discuss it. But this is where I try to stay away from these things like this, because boy, then we're jumping into conjecture.
What about like flying saucers? Do we ever see them, like valid captures?
Oh yeah,
they're
flying I saw a couple last week. I did that were, why not, because I know what one looks like up close.
Okay.
The one I saw was a 2-decker with 2 sets of windows, and it was a flying saucer with a rounded top, just like they in the movies. And the smaller craft come down out of the bigger one, and the bigger ones was everybody like literally like not Battlestar Galactic, excuse me, like Star Wars. God, I wonder where that came from. Star Wars battle cruisers. The Carillion,
Oh, really?
yeah. And we see so many of those, and they have those smaller landing craft come down out of it. And there's many different smaller craft. And, we've got a file of these and a file of those, and they're all jumbled together. But I'm still looking for more proof, and that way when we get for example, all of those sightings of the Starfighter docking stations. Now, we've had so many of those pictures come in that were undeniable, because they always have that same shape, with the main part of the ship in the back, and then that open thing with all the slots, and then the little front pointed area and all that. And we've seen that so many times that it's just absolutely, you can't argue with it. There it is again, there it is again, there it is again. So, this is also part of why I try to stay away from UFO sightings until they're so cited that I have to include them, because we've
Yeah.
had 5 or 6 reports today. Then I'll comment on it.
So, like the cubes and the long box cube, I mean, those are more the crafts that we tend to usually discuss.
And they're
Not so
massive.
much.
Have you seen the either of the cubes by eye yet, Mark?
I have once.
And
Very revealing.
spooky, isn't it?
It's weird when you're the only one looking at it.
And then yet at the same time, here we are sitting here trying to announce it to people, and yet, we've been talking about the long box, and the long box was 2017, and the Texas cube was 2015. So we've been talking about the cubes, since 2015, and 8 years later, they still have not gone viral. And it's like, hello, they're here, and I still laugh about this going, I cannot believe that you people have not gotten on board with, the fact that, this shit's going on. And there it is. And it's like, how can you, and we get sightings every day, for, 8, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 sightings a day from people around the world. And there it is over and over and over again. And we can't deny that they're there. And they've been in the same place since 2019. So.
Yeah, but people don't look up though as much as we want.
Yeah, they don't. I would imagine a big box in the sky, no matter what color it is, and no matter how many clouds it's dragging off, would gather some people's attention. I'm hoping there's a whole bunch of people out there that said, I saw that and I didn't know what the hell it was. And by God, these things are massive. You can park 30 Star Destroyers on one deck alone, and they've got, 60 decks. The cubes are, I think they're big, huge, massive parking garages that fly through space through wormhole from point A to point B using the, like the star ring theory and the 7 markers and all of that for space travel. So, we know they have got here, and we got pictures of them coming in. The Texas cube, for example, we got pictures of them in Google Space coming in way back in 2008. We saw that they were on their way here, and then they got here. So go ahead, disbelieve me all you wish. I've told you the truth. I've told you what we've proven. It's up to you to believe it or not.
What came in 2008?
Well, that's when we got the first sightings. There was a Google blackout for a period of time, a Google Space.
Uh-huh.
And early in 2008, right before 2009, probably December, or I can't give you the date. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah.
But I got a whole bunch of, and this of course is long lost on a bunch of computers ago. But I have one capture left that I managed to pull, and that was a capture from deep space in 2008-9 of the Texas cube, and all these starships that are in front of it, support craft that are in front of it, like that look like little dots and stars in comparison to the size of the Texas cube. So, and we also know that going back through history and Aztec and Incan and early American tribes, and there's even diagrams of it in the Egyptian pyramids on some of the wall carvings, hieroglyphics of cubes, and we've got many crop circles of cubes coming through wormholes, and so this is all pointed in the same direction, and the facts meet. And then there was if you look at the Thunderbird crop circles, how they matched the planetary orbit pattern of the square of the eagle's head, and then the beak is the object cluster group, and the round ball on the right hand side is Attu's moon, and above the eagle's head is a big circle, and that's Attu, and there sits this box, and that box looks exactly like the side profile of some of the close-up captures of the Texas cube and the long box cube that we have gotten, and it is exact matches. So the crop circles and the actual pictures and the depiction from the early American Indian tribes, etc., all match. So therefore, we have to say, ta-da, this is real. And this is where, of course, our research has gone back and proven it well over a decade.
Right. Just it matching, documentation from previous civilizations, is pretty significant. Just that alone, really, because that's otherwise impossible, but yet it happens. So I'm going to have to back out of my browser for a minute and reopen it. I got that error again.
Oh no.
The robot.
Okay.
I don't know
Well-
if you've ever gotten it. I took a picture. I'll show it to you here in a minute. I'll show you what it looks like. But yeah, I mean, there's no getting around it. It's there and it won't let me do anything. I
Well,
have to
we have found a few glitches in this system. Like when I
Yeah.
change from private chat to comments, it kicks me out. So
that kind
yeah,
of
go ahead
stuff.
and do your thing. I'm gonna ask Mark a question or two anyway.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be back in a minute or two. All right.
Well, I was just mainly wondering, Mark, what you've been up to lately, and you were talking about the pool thing, but we don't need to talk about your hobbies. I'm talking about the space scenario. Um, what did you look up about the current rumors that within the turn of the year and all of that we were talking about?
Well, this rogue asteroid that's supposed to hit in 2024, I'm not too sure if
Right,
it's
it was like
actually,
January or February or something like that,
yeah,
right?
something like that. I'm not too sure if that is just fear mongering or
Right. And that's where I take and I write it down on a little calendar and tell myself, okay, it's supposed to happen, okay. And then when I
yeah,
see that go by and then I go, oh, okay, we're still here. Well, then I discount it, and that's what's so spooky about giving dates and stuff like this. But then there's also there was a YouTube thing where here I'm going to tell you a video about a video. Um, where this guy goes to the bottom corner of this page of this document that he was sent, and it's this tiny little blip on it, and he clicks on it. Did I send you a copy of that
no,
of
I don't
that
think you
picture?
did.
It was
No,
like it was a like a metaphor painting, and it had all of the symbolism in it of the time clock and everything else, and it did talk about, I think it was something like uh, I think it was something like this month, and it was giving, I think it was the 16th of September. But anyway, there's a lot of that stuff going around, and that's where we were talking about it earlier, and I kind of wanted to bring it up and mention it again. We got to watch all of these rumors, and yet we also have to pay attention to them at the same time, because what if you actually do stumble across a real rumor that actually has meaning to
yeah,
it, but
exactly.
and then you don't want to discount everything, and yet at the same time you can't give credence to everything.
You
And
can't give dates as well.
right,
Dates,
right. And we know
dates
that
are not logical.
I hate to down
And
them again, but
anything can happen.
Zeta Talk kept giving updates all the time, and that's where her credibility went right out the window.
Yeah, I did follow State of Talk for a while and left it at that after a while.
And I
So
tried to get into her material, but it was just so, unbelievably off the left field that, over time I couldn't do it anymore. And
dates and
I try,
locations as well.
yeah, well, you try to give people, and I really do. I even watch stuff that I don't really want to watch because I know they're going to be wrong. And then I get into it and I try to, wade through it. And every once in a while, I'll get a little tidbit of actual something that I go, that fits. Or, hey, there's part of a timeline I didn't have before. And this is why I go back and study the dynasties of Egypt and stuff like this, because I'm still trying to lay all of, who was doing what right at the change of the cycle, the last time the planets were here and what happened there. And I've been doing some study recently where they were talking about a series of droughts that the Egyptian dynasties had. And the second major drought was right at the time cycle of the passing of Nibiru. And they had one like 50 years prior to that, but it wasn't as major as the one. And it literally at one point in time ended up breaking the dynasty of the Egyptian rule, where it spread apart at the joining of the last cycle and Earth. The full Egyptian pharaoh ship broke into northern pharaoh and a southern pharaoh, and that's when they ended up with some of the wars that would come further following that. But then there was also control taken over by the Palestinians, which were named something else, but they were up in that area of Palestine. I can't remember the tribe's name because they were before Palestinians. But they ended up taking over rule immediately after the last passing cycle of the Nibiru system, which made a whole lot of sense. And so this is
How
why I still go
many
back and
cycles do you
study.
think we've had? So
Well, we
since
know of I was told it was like we've had 83 since for the last 300,000 years. 83.3 was the actual mathematical calculation, but
okay,
83 in the last 300,000 years. And if you look back through history and some of these civilizations that are just now being discovered and the timeline and how the geologic changes and everything goes, um, within 300,000 years, our Earth is pretty much the same as it was, with the exception of 25,000 years ago in the northern and southern ice age. And we've gone through a couple ice ages in that period, and which is, of course, where I talk about, having different races other than us. The previous races were different than we are. Yep, the same. The earlier versions of us, including, Neanderthal and the giants and all of this.
yeah, Neanderthal has been in the news quite a bit lately, hasn't it?
Yeah, and they're also talking about the denizens. I believe it's the Denisol genome that they're not elaborating on, but there's a genome that is involved and embedded in our personal today modern man genome string that they haven't fully elaborated on it, but they're finally admitting to it. There is an other that exists, and I believe it's like Denisol or something like this. But they've even recently discovered all sorts of skeletal remains that go back far, far, far beyond anything that they previously looked. And then now they're starting to, what we used to be 40,000 years ago, now we're 70,000 years ago, where we were actually hunter gatherers rather than farmers versus farmers rather than hunter gatherers, back and forth. And they're reattributing some of the gestational actual occupancies of civilizations, including that they didn't even account for civilization. And they believe they've actually found Atlantis.
Yeah, they've recently said that, all right, that they found Atlantis, but I don't know
in
about that.
in Western Africa, in the Sahara, buried underneath. If you look on Western Africa, there's a big circle from space just at the bottom part of the Sahara Desert on the western coast of Africa, and you can see it from Google Space. And there's even they're even now studying the previous waterways that are there, and prove that it's most likely. And it's also in the description of Plato and all of that, where they were describing that Atlantis was just below the rock of Hermes and all that at the mouth of the Mediterranean. And then you go down to the south, and there it is on the first shore, the first inlet into the side of the continent. And at that time, we know the Sahara Desert was completely different, and that changed within 1 to 2 of the last cycles.
Hi,
Deserts move.
Rebecca. Welcome back.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Oh, wait, never mind.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I was
those
going to
darn
show you my
Philistines, I tell
error.
you.
I didn't catch. Okay, well, anyway, I'm back. Yes, didn't take too long. I stepped out to refill my drink, and then my cats decided they were hungry, or
Oh yeah, they do that.
so they took advantage of that situation.
Hey, I have the door closed tonight, so the cat can't make a guest cameo appearance, so I don't end up sneezing all
Oh
night.
my gosh, it's so funny. I have this one cat. Her name is Princess, and she's like, I don't know, 13, 14 pounds. She's pretty chunky, but she loves rotisserie chicken, and she thinks, that there's a rotisserie at all times in the fridge. She'll just demand
Oh, and I
chicken.
thought I
She's
had
pretty
it bad.
mouthy.
I thought feeding my cat was bad. Okay, never mind.
What?
Oh, well, I've got one that she wants to live on kitty treats only, and it's like
Oh, yeah, I have one of those too.
like $14 for one
very
little
picky.
canister, and that's all she'll eat,
So
no matter what I buy.
Spoiled rotten.
She's a blob. Well, that's the one that the wonderful people on Facebook helped save. That little skeleton cat we used to have, the little calico, and now she's like got 12
Yeah,
pounds or something, 10 pounds. It's like just this blob. It's like that's all she wants to live on. Anyway, we're not here to talk about cats.
I know. I wish we were. I have 5 cats. I could talk for hours. I think we could all. That's what I need to do is have a cat podcast.
There
And we
you
could all
go. And
share.
then I guarantee you, watch now. What's your
I
like?
have 2 cats.
I would love to talk about cats and talk about
What's your
cats.
your subscribership? Go to millions overnight.
Just
Well, it's
That's
like we had
what
that
people
fundraiser
want.
to help save the cat, and it's the
That's
fastest
what people
fundraiser we
want.
ever
It's
had.
true.
Within a day and a half, we had enough money to take that poor animal to the doctor, and it was
Right.
horrible. I mean,
Wow.
and I took her anyway, but I mean, within a day and a half, we had a way to pay for it. And they all suggested that we put her to sleep. But anyway, yeah, cats get a lot of attention, and you probably have way more subscribers faster than the Nibiru binary solar system citizen science project, whatever.
Right.
Which means all you
But
people out there listening have to do something about that.
there's a lot
Subscribe,
of
dang it.
animal lovers out there that will just do anything.
Yes. Oh yeah, we got to get out that the force. I will use the force on you cat picture, and I forgot to do that. You must follow I will use the force on you. You must
should
follow
send me
Montana
that.
Skywatchers. Yeah, I should.
You
I was supposed
should
to
do
the other
that.
day. I forgot all about it.
Yeah, we should. Okay.
And we should have that for a
Got a
site,
plan.
like, of course, it is not it's probably a copyrighted picture that we stole, but
Maybe. Here it is.
I
There
hope
it is.
not, but
That's my robot error. So when you hear me say that pops up, it's usually when I'm looking for a certain folder, pictures, and there it is. It just pops up, and it's happened almost every show, I think. And all I can do is close everything out and start up.
Yeah, well, let's hope you don't get flagged for something else next. Spend another 24 hours. Hey, at least it was one
that
day.
Was so. Oh gosh, I couldn't
one day
believe
in
that.
Facebook jail.
For something I didn't even do. I mean,
Right, yeah, for my drawings, yeah. And
Did you contest it? Did you contest it?
What, Mark?
Did you contest it as in like?
Well, I did not because of what happened to my last account. And I think that was part of why that happened with my last account was I was in the middle of contesting it, and you can only contest it so many times. And then they and so I felt like I don't know. I'm trying to like baby this account really well because I don't want to do that. I don't want to lose everything again.
I went through Montana Skywatcher 2 today and checked for spam and flags, and I didn't have any, fortunately.
Good. Right.
Yeah, leave those up sometimes for too long. If you leave something where they warn you, where you don't talk back to them, or you don't acknowledge that you were contacted, then they can add up. And I've always tried to stay on top of that.
Me too. And usually I always remove the person that's the troublemaker. I mean, it depends, but usually it's coming from my unrecognizable account, that's just like a bot account and they're causing trouble. That's usually what happens.
Yeah, we have a few of those.
Like they're sharing porn and stuff. It's just, like what in the world? And then it always says, our account is not in trouble because of that. I don't know.
And yet you still get Facebook jail. Yeah.
I know. Anyway, here's a picture. Tracy Moses sent me these just now, and she wanted to get your opinion. There's 2 pictures. It's that one and further back. So it's same picture, but.
Well, you have, of course, Attu's moon, which is the circular blue object behind the object cluster group, which is both on the left, and then behind it on the left is Attu and Attu's moon behind the object cluster group, of course. And in the right-hand corner up behind from the right-hand side of the sun, and you can see the sun is pinched with the light, and you see Saturn's yellow moon, very large right there to the right, leading back with the ion tail to larger, darker is Saturn in the upper right-hand corner. Same pattern always, over and over again. There it is, there it is, there it is.
Yeah.
You're in, you're out.
Examples.
And that's, clouds don't just do that every day. They're not just like that every day, but they are.
All of that right there, like that right
That's on the
there
left-hand side.
is the same as that to
Everything
the
there on
left.
the left. Yeah, everything left of the
All of
sun.
that to the left. It's and it's always coming in at an angle
And then the
every
lower
time.
stuff that's coming in straight is attached farther back to
Just
Uri.
like the drawing. I mean, it's just like it. Yeah.
And you can see like in this picture in the drawing, the red asteroid is on a flat horizontal plane, where the skull asteroid, the lead asteroid, and the tan asteroid are at a downward angle. And you can see it right there. And the illumination to the middle left is the red asteroid. See that slight little sliver of illumination on the left-hand side in between the downward slope and then the horizontal slope, and the rounded grayish object? That's the red asteroid.
You know what? I think, Sam, I think it's kind of ironic that there's this guy, whoever he is, with a really large following, a really big channel, is making a video about us, right? Just, within a
I
few
agree.
weeks after we start this podcast.
Right.
I don't know. That idea just popped in my head just now. It's like,
Well,
this is why that happened.
I'm glad that he had the opportunity to find out we're here. And Shakespeare said all press is good press.
Yeah, that's what Alan said
or somebody.
too.
I'm pretty sure.
Alan, he started laughing. He was so happy. It was like, when I told him, he was like, "That's great," Tracy said she sees a craft. I do too. I mean, look how straight the dark area is. It goes straight. Like, don't you think that's a cube? Maybe right there.
Oh, behind everything, cube could be back
behind the asteroids.
Right. Well, we know the cube is back there.
Right.
Even on the far left, on the far right, if you look at those three straight lines on the far right, at the center of just above the horizon, and it's literally where the long box cube is, and we know about those straight lines. They're always there. And
I was going to get your drawing that is about that. Let me pull that up.
Careful, you'll be posting nudity.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, if you're offended by nudity, don't look, Ethel. Remember that from Ray Stevens?
I got it. Let's see.
The old song, Ray Stevens, The Streak. And you go in the background, don't look, Ethel.
What show is this?
An old song by Ray Stevens called
okay.
The Streak. Back in the 70s, people used to go streaking, which means for some reason they'd run out of their house stark naked, run around the neighborhood, and then go back home. That was a weird craze, but people did that in the 70s, and it was called The Streak. So Ray Stevens, who does parody songs all the time, he put out a song called The Streak. And in the middle of the song, yes, they call him The Streak. And then there's this background where this older guy's going, don't look, Ethel. So that's why I said if you're offended by nudity,
I'm going to have to look that one up. Yeah.
Yeah. Ray Stevens.
I don't know if I've heard that. Maybe I have. I don't know.
It's a good song. Actually, I listened to a bunch of his music the other day. It's funny.
Yeah. Well, this is what I see. I think Tracy is right. I wish I could compare them side by side because it is just like it. Man, maybe I can do that real quick because that cube, boy, I wish you could see my cursor too. But the cube there on the left.
The one thing I omitted I did not put in the asteroids on this drawing because I was trying to point out right, left, side placement. We know that the Texas cube has been since 2019 on the left-hand side. We know that since 2019, the long box cube has been on the right-hand side. And their placement has not changed hardly at all in their orbiting. Now, the lead asteroid would be in the center of this drawing, followed by the red behind it, and a whole cluster of other asteroids in the area around Attu's moon. And the Texas cube is behind all of that stuff. Where on the right-hand side, the long box cube has been generally in front of the ion tail of Saturn's yellow moon. So they drift into some of that wake. So they're kind of sort of masked. They're there. They're not cloaked. Although a lot of people have said they're cloaked, we've seen evidence that they're just basically showing us the dark side of them. So we don't see them because they're hiding in shadow. Figured I'd go into that. So go ahead.
Right. Okay. Here, let me load it, and you all can see the comparison. Man, it is like when you see it side by side.
Yeah,
I just love it because it's like here again. That's like, well,
I
how we
watched. I
know we're
sat a
right.
couple of months ago and watched the Texas cube go across the sky for well over an hour, and it was huge. And it was just had to do with placement of where At-2 was going over the top of us, and it was behind, and I was, and the lead asteroid was on the other side of me, so I got a really good up view of it. And it was just plain as day sitting there in the sunlight. And I was just like, and I watched it for well over an hour, just cruise from one area to the other. And it didn't really move, but the whole planetoid system moved. So that's where the movement occurred. But anyway, and I just watched it for the longest time going, oh my God, that's real. And I wish to God one of my neighbors would walk out here right now and see this shit, And I'd love to run over to their house and bang on their door and talk to them about it, but I'm already crazy enough as it is to them, to me too. But I mean, yeah, I'm that, crazy guy, that crazy Nibiru guy.
Oh my gosh, that's pretty funny.
And I talk to people about it at Walmart and stuff, and I'm sure that, as I'm walking away, they're probably making some ungodly faces toward me and or laughing the moment I'm, beyond earshot. But
Yeah, well,
go
I
ahead,
blew
go
it.
ahead.
I'm pretty sure I blew it with a fairly new neighbor next door.
Well,
Like, I
sometimes,
mean, everything was great. I mean, she was super friendly. And now, after I dropped not just the planets, but it was aliens. I think that just was
yeah,
what
that's
pushed
where,
her over the edge.
yeah, that's right where they usually stop listening to you, and then they start,
Yes. And now she won't make eye
adjusting their
contact with
clothing
me.
and go, yeah, I have to, and then change the subject. How about them
Man,
Brooklyn Dodgers? The
yeah,
Dodgers haven't been in
I
Brooklyn
don't
since
know. It got weird after that.
a long time ago. Anyway,
But you see it, look at that. That's pretty good. I mean, the angle and everything. And look at the little ribbony. See how the streaks behind the cube look like, the trails that you have. I don't know, look like ribbons in a
yeah.
way.
But you
I
got to
see
remember the
that. Look at
cube is
her.
usually behind stuff. The
Yeah,
Texas
look at
cube,
her image right there. It's just
it's
the
back there
way the
usually.
trails behind it.
I can fully guarantee you it's back there.
That's really good, Tracy.
Aaliyah says so.
Man, good,
So
good.
the cubes are believed to be cracked or soft. No, these are
Thank you.
intergalactic, huge, giant, square cube ships with other ships that come out of them, and we have oodles and oodles and oodles of documentation of that as well. And I sat for hours and watched them offloading one day here from my yard. So yeah, we know they're real. And they're ships. They're not cloaked. They're not any. They're real. They're there. You can see the damn things when they're in the light. You can see them. You just have to go to your brain and go, yes, this is what I'm looking at. And once you go there, and the door opens up for you, all of a sudden, I was pointing to my neighbors, and they were, unloading their Christmas shopping today, and I said, yeah, all of these things above us, and I've told them about the planets before, and they think I'm probably nuts. And I pointed out, I said, all of these things above you today, and all those big blobs right up there, and if you look and see all the little small circles, those are asteroids, because you could plainly see the thousands and thousands of little circular dots inside these larger clouds, which were even larger asteroids with the small shit around it, and plain as day. And yet everybody's, well, it's like, oh, okay, that's nice, bless your little heart, that kind of thing.
I don't know.
And I don't know, Mark, did you see all of that stuff, that all of the winter weather and everything that hit your area and Asia and Croatia and Russia? Did you see any of those reports?
Yeah, I did. There's quite a lot of damage done in our area.
Yeah, in your area too, because that storm started with you guys.
Lots of businesses got out of work. No funding for
Chiron. Was it Chiron? Yeah, it was Chiron. And yeah, that thing went all the way across Asia and everything, and just wiped out and snowstormed and flooded and blew the shit out of people's homes. And oh man, and then look at Turkey. The storm continued in Turkey longer. It was sort of like weird. Like I didn't check the weather, and there's probably
I
another.
see in some areas people were blown away. They couldn't like stand in the streets, and
Yeah, they became flying objects themselves, along with every other chair or park bench or anything under 200 pounds was flying, and they got literally 100 miles an hour winds just boom out of the 80, 90, 120 kilometers an hour out of just boom out of nowhere. And I watched a couple of those storm patterns, and they literally look like necessity coming in. So you should go in and do a backup look and see what this last week alone did. If you wanted to add that to some of your story or a topic for one of your shows, because it wasn't being multi-connected. Nobody reported on this. Was a thing that went literally from Ireland all the way to Japan. And day after day after day, it was like a 4 or 5 day event that everybody started losing their homes and mass flooding and major storms and bomb cyclones and this and that and massive winter blizzard in China, in eastern China, and just ungodly storms. And I spent the last week looking all of that up.
Mid Europe got quite a hit as well, didn't they?
Yeah, Holland, Germany. I didn't hear anything about Belgium, France, and the northern part of Spain got blasted. And then it also went into Milan. Sicily had a huge flooding event. I mean, majorly flooding. They flooded. There was cars going out into the ocean, and of course the volcano in Sicily is erupting massively now. Mount Etna, I believe it is. And there's other volcanoes going off and down in the Malaysia area again. And of course, there was major heat warnings for Australia in their early spring. So yeah, there's unbelievable shit going on, and it's going to happen to us too.
And Iceland as well is
right. Yeah, Iceland's getting ready to blow. And it's I watched the report on that this morning, and apparently the lava dome in Iceland has moved slightly to the north, so they most likely the town of, I can't remember the name. I can never, and I know the name, and I can never pronounce it. Anyway, that little coastal town, it has moved a little bit to the north, so perhaps they'll have the eruption a little north of town. None of those people won't fully lose their entire town and their electrical station and Blue Lagoon. So, yeah, have you seen this, Mark?
No, I have not.
Yeah, Jermaine, he asked if we could share this video. So it's by special request for Jermaine.
Of course, it takes a minute to get going.
Yeah,
I'd like your. I'm not going to tell you what this is. I just want to see what your reaction to this is.
Yeah, this is from the ISS, and you can see asteroids zooming by right now.
Oh, you gave it away already.
Oh, shoot. I thought it was obvious. Sorry.
Well, that's why I wanted to see his reaction.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in shock.
Wait.
It gets better. Something. Look at that.
And this is what we see going over the top of us today in the sky,
yeah,
all due
you
south
can look
of me.
straight up and basically see that.
Yeah, you don't even have
Covered
to
in
look up.
clouds.
It's so predominant.
It's that. Yeah.
And it's not a cloud in the sky other than these blobs, and they're so they're all flattened out like the red asteroid. The shape of the red asteroid, and they're all flattened out on the top, and yet they're blobby on the bottom. And that went through.
I mean, that's basically what we see when we do look up, is that passing over us.
And yeah, that's
just with clouds in front of it.
Okay, Mark, your opinion.
I'm in shock. That's something you see every day.
Yeah, and that's the ISS. That tells us that's within a few miles of our surface. I can't remember. God, I looked this up the other day and it didn't stick. It's not that high above Earth, and this is what we're seeing out in deep space going past us. And if you look at the other micro stuff and the stuff that's flying by, stellar material, And we look at the orange in the corner here on the bottom right, which tells us probably the sun is probably somewhere off to the left. And that's whatever that, and we need to do that. We need to go back to this, the near Earth pass computer models, and I have not thought to go look those up. I have to relook them up. I don't even think I've got a link to them on this computer because Lucinda used to do all that stuff and send it to me so often I never saved the link. Yeah, that's debris and clouds, and you can see those little other passing white and stuff. That's space dust and all sorts of stuff flying around.
So maybe you just said it and I missed it, but didn't you say that you think this is possibly the Tan asteroid?
Yeah, all of the onset Uri asteroid group, and of course we know the closest to it, of course, is the Tan asteroid, and then there's the outward smaller debris, which we see stretching out in the rainbow hue across the sky prior to the Tan asteroid.
Like you're saying, this because that's really large. I mean, like this is an asteroid. You think? I'm not guessing. I'm not second guessing. I'm just
not there yet. Like this one
clarify.
right there. If you stop this right now in the center,
okay,
that looks like it's a very, very large circular downward focaling asteroid. One big one. See how it looks like water in the center of it with wake clouds on either side?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
that big. That's half, 1/3 of the picture in the dead center is one asteroid.
1/3 of the picture in the center. Oh,
So
okay.
is there multiple here?
Right.
Oh,
So
yeah, there's debris galore that's tiny, 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 and smaller and medium and larger all the way across the board here. We're looking at asteroids galore. Dust, debris, material. But what I think we're looking at on this spot, especially in the video, I think this is a very large circular asteroid. If it's the Tan asteroid, that would fit. If it's not, well, it's just one of millions.
Okay.
And it's huge. It fills up
So
the central 1/3 of the picture is one asteroid.
In the center where it's an obviously different texture and color.
Your eyes. Yeah, draw a circle in front of your eyes with your finger, so you can watch your finger go into a circle about the size, a little bit larger than a coffee cup. Or a small can of coffee, a 1 pound can, or quarter pound can. Hurt the brain. Yeah, big circle with your finger, you'll see it.
Right. Okay. Wow. Okay. So then if the center is an asteroid, what is on either side? What's going on there?
Yeah.
An illumination wake pattern, because when the sun shines on the edges of anything cold, they put off gases, just like if you pull a big cube of dry ice out of the freezer and hold it in tongs, there'll be gaseous things dropping off of its shape on the outside of it, the outside where it's having the interaction with the warm air. And that's what that is. There are wake patterns around the edge of this asteroid. That's why it looks like it looks. Smooth in the middle and on the outside and outside edges visibly to us, we're seeing the chill ice gaseous ion gas or gaseous whatever, because it's warming up in the sun.
Wow. Okay. I'm gonna
it's big.
Pull it back a little bit. We'll go back a little bit here. Starts. So this is where, like, this is a field.
Smaller stuff. Yeah.
This is like multiple asteroids.
Millions and millions and smaller.
Billions. Okay.
Yeah, and large ones and big ones and
small ones. Because it looks like one. It just looks like one consistent object. That's why I'm confused.
Well, there's you've seen. Let's see, what do they call this? Earth to brain. Nebula. It's we don't know what the surrounding gaseous mass around the outside of Uri is, and it's a nebula of gaseous components with thousands and millions of smaller asteroids hanging out in it.
Yeah.
And they create wave patterns and relations by flow and or orbitation and rotation, and that all adds to pathways. And then you could have chaotic rogue asteroid bouncing around here, knocking this out, knocking that out, and moving this, moving that. Wake pattern changes in the middle, and so it's all ever evolving mass of tumultuous gaseous behavior.
Right. Okay, so that helps me better understand, because I thought it just looked like one consistent huge object going by.
No,
But you're saying it's a cluster of
it's dust,
asteroids.
it's gases, it's debris, it's small
It's a
pieces of
lot of
ship,
things.
it's huge.
Okay.
Might be a ship or two hiding in there, you know. Because
Yes.
if you're floating around with the garbage, you can't see the little stuff, you know. It's a Star Wars trick all the time.
It looks like Star Wars. That's what I was getting ready to say. Those,
Yeah, just think of
little.
a gaseous nebula with all kinds of objects inside of it. This is a gas
Yeah.
giant, and this bottom base cloud of the gas giant, where most of the asteroid debris is in the southern hemisphere of this massive, massive planet. And we're watching the material underneath it as it goes over us go past Earth. There's that big circular one we talked about again. I can plainly see it.
Yeah.
Of course, now I have a 43-inch screen and you do not. How big is your
No,
screen?
I think it's like 14 inches, maybe.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know. I have to measure it. I'm just
Now,
guessing by
sometimes
looking
you can
at it.
actually see better on thumbnails. You really can. There are quite a few videos where you can. The best part of what you've seen is on the thumbnail of what you click on, and because you got to remember to look at the dark areas first.
Cool.
Fantastic video.
That yeah, it is. It is. That was a good request, Jermaine.
Well, I'm highly surprised that they actually let this out. If this is ISS,
Yeah.
Maybe somebody was asleep.
Don't they usually block this kind of stuff?
Yeah, anytime there's anything of real sighting, you get maybe a count of 5 or 6 if you're really lucky. Oh, wait, I see something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and boom, it's gone. The ISS is stopping filming at this point in time. And that's why I quit watching it for about 6 or so years ago. I just stopped watching it. I was so tired of every time there was a real sighting, they'd cut you off. And then, of course, there was the bee thing. And we did see pictures of a bumblebee flying and landing on one of the arrays right in front of the camera. And it's like, bees don't fly in space, dude. So we knew it was a set up soundstage. And they're just pumping in, stuff they're filming on a larger screen.
But don't you think I feel like, yes, it's a.
Well, I imagine they do give us some real live video to keep it interesting and to be.
Well, and then they release video. Like they release it purposefully. They want people to know that they're toying with us because it, triggers the conspiracy theorists and makes all that.
It's also time that we have to slowly get ready for it too. They've got to get us ready for it, because man, if there's a major landing, people are not ready for it. And they're hoping that, I'm sure that there's some good people out there with a lot of power that are just, working both sides of the coin, trying to figure out the right way to go about this. And I'm not going to call everyone evil, because I don't believe in evil. I think that's an invention of the Roman Catholic Church. And I believe in people who have agenda issues that they're following. They're either their own personal agenda or the agenda of a higher power, either financially or whatever, and for good or for bad. And I think there's all of those factions are all at work on this, and that's what we have to shoot for. We have to shoot for our faction being the right way to do things, not the wrong way. We have to shoot for open disclosure. We have to shoot for carrying on the facts with a level of competency and the level of thick skin at the same time, so that we don't get abused or beaten up by the naysayers and all of that. And right will out itself, as they say. Right, Mark? You look a little tired there, sir.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. now, so I'll be.
Oh my gosh. Right.
I catch myself talking and then watching you guys just sit there, and I feel guilty. So
no, I'm listening. I mean, I'm having a good time. But are you needing to go, Mark?
Yeah, I'm going ahead, guys, because it's 4 a.m.
Okay,
here.
right.
Okay.
So
Well,
have a good show, guys.
thanks for
All
hanging
right.
out
Thank you,
with
Mark.
us.
Very nice to see you again.
It
See
was
you guys.
fun. We're doing our shows. So I'll chat with you later, Mark.
Sleep well.
Chat later, guys. Bye.
Good night. Bye.
Yeah, he has the advantage. He's got the headset on and everything. He can probably hear us better than we can hear each
Yeah.
other.
I kind of prefer, I like the headset because I can hear better, but I don't like wearing it
I
so
hadn't
much
even
on
thought to buy
camera.
one.
So
I'm sure that they have a regular standard USB headset that I could jack into this computer where I could actually hear and have a microphone. I need to do that. I need to look into that.
yes.
They're about $60, but oh, that's right. Never mind.
No.
I'm a poor man. Let's not even talk
Too
about
bad
the
you don't
economy.
have connections with like Marketplace. I get stuff on Marketplace
Well,
a lot.
I can't bank online at all because I have a computer and I do get hacked far easier than they do the phones. And I can't put any banking into this computer at all because then I'll get hacked and then all of a sudden my family will be in deep shit. So if you can't pay
Right.
your bills because somebody played with you, I mean, I've had trolls that have actually called my mechanic for God's sakes. So I have enough people involving themselves, and this is why I don't buy anything online. Not only that, Amazon and uh, FedEx and all that has told me that I live at different addresses, and most of them can't mail packages to me for some reason. It's like, what? I have no porch. And then I get my PO box, and then they say they can't deliver it there. So I'm kind of flagged in some odd ways that I'd rather not claim conspiracy over. But you tell me. I mean, why is it they can't deliver to my house, and why do I have 3 different addresses? It's weird.
So when you get packages, it
I
goes to the
don't get
post
them.
office.
Yeah, they go. Yeah. The only ones that go to my PO box, and most of
Uh-huh.
the time, if somebody normal people out there send me stuff, they get here. But if I try to order such stuff, they tell me, "Well, we can't send it there." And I'm going, "What? This is a PO
Oh,
box.
wow.
What the hell do I pay for it if you can't send it there?" I mean, it
Like,
goes on a shelf. They hand me a little note. They slip it in my PO box. Then I go ding the bell and pick up the package. No problem. But they've denied me repeatedly. So I pretty much stopped even trying to order anything from Amazon ever. I did a couple of things once in a while. And I did get a couple, but then a lot of my stuff is opened. I mean, just about every package I get is opened. They got that little hole where they can stick the camera in. And
yeah.
and then my bills got messed with. So this is why I don't do a lot of banking online and don't buy stuff easily. I'm kind of out here in the boonies too in Lolo because we have to drive into Missoula to get to a major store. We don't have a hardware store or anything out here at all. Heck, you can't even hardly order a pizza from Pizza Hut because they don't want to even deal with you for some reason.
I was
Anyway.
going to say, I'm trying to picture like what size of a community you're in.
Oh, Lolo has a few thousand people. We're a truck stop. We're a highway truck stop town where Highway 12 and Highway 93 South meet. And they got a bunch of
Okay.
gas stations, and some people ended up moving out there because it's a flat plain before the beginning of going to Hamilton and Stevensville and all of that down south of here, which are the bigger cities and farming communities and that sort of thing. Ranching, I should say, not farming.
Right. Yeah.
And we filled up over the years, but we really don't have much for stores here at all. We have a Dairy Queen, we have a Pizza Hut, we have a Subway, and
Yeah.
we have 2 major gas stations, 3 major gas stations, some sort of teriyaki grill place. And I'm sure if they hear our story, they'd cringe that I don't know their name. There's not much here. And then it's 10 miles just to get to anything. So,
Man, I used to live in a little town. I don't know if Tracy's still on. I think her town is little too. So I don't.
there's nothing to do. They don't even have a park out here for the kids nearby anywhere.
Oh
Not anywhere
man,
close.
it's
Yeah.
really little. Wow.
Yeah. And everything, you got to, send your kids to walk across the highway, the busy interstate highway. Well, it's not interstate. It's more of a state highway.
Yeah. Wow. Did not know all that.
93. Yeah, it's, and I don't really want to send my kids down to the store by themselves, being in a truck stop town and all.
Never. Right.
No, small town, not good. And they want to, but I just as soon to take them and let them go
That's
as long as I'm
scary.
semi around them. That looks like Nepenthe.
That's what I was wondering.
Well,
Just
the first
what is
part looks
that
like
up there though? Is that
That's Atu in front of it, and then as it progresses, then it moves, I guess, and then we
see
see.
that?
Yeah, that's Atu and Nepenthe. You
What
know that
about?
right there. Just hold it right where it is.
I'll try.
Okay, on the left-hand side in the middle is the rounding down asteroids around Atu's moon, which is in the center left. And if you look for the core over to the bottom middle right, over to the right, you're looking at Nepenthe core. And in front above dead center is Atu's moon.
Dang.
And then see it now? Remember how they
Yeah.
dance? And they're in visually out mode. They are always like that. And the ion drop tail would
Whoops.
start to form in the center of the picture at the
Sorry.
bottom of both of them. Yeah, you're looking at Atu's moon, Atu, the object cluster group, and a partial block off of Nepenthe, which is behind. And that's that dance picture that we keep talking about all over and over again. And I got 3 or 4 of those hand drawings that we've done for over the years. But yeah, that's the dual. That's the confusion of the dual view, where you're looking at 2 planets and you can't tell one from the other because they're right next to each other in view only.
Yeah.
Which is, it still blows my mind to this day trying to, lay all of that in your head. Except that we've had so many still life photos over the years that it just sort of
you
fits
can
into
tell
place.
that it's just consistent objects,
Yeah.
one after another after
You see
another.
the same facial patterns, same cloud patterns, same colorations, pockmarks, lighting. And of course,
It's
we
just
were lucky
trucking
enough.
by.
Yeah, we were lucky enough to see them when they were still small. So we got to learn how they behaved. And these people that go, oh, I don't see anything but clouds. Well, I'm sorry. You got to wrap your brain around this, because we didn't just make this up, and we didn't fall off a turnip truck yesterday. We wouldn't be doing this unless it was real. And we've had thousands of trolls, and we would have quit if we were fake and phony, piranha bites.
Right. They never take into account all the drawing, all the comparisons. That's
and all the years and years of when they were smaller,
the
and we watched
photos and how they match your drawings. The photos and how they match your drawings. That's really
and millions. If we totaled up all of the people's sightings added together in the 13, 14 year period of the sites, millions of sightings of these and reported sightings. And that's how we do this, because we got to watch it from when they were very small, and then they became bigger and bigger and bigger. We learned about each one of the planets when they were predominantly showing up for, their first 3, 4, 5 week cameo. And then things changed, and we studied it. And then we learned, oh, wait, this is doing that. And we didn't even name them until they matched the information that we had looked up and cross-referenced and took from hieroglyphs and Egyptian lore and Viking lore and all the things we could get our hands on crop circles, and blended it all together when it finally came out to be something that was time after time after time that matched and fit. That's where our information came from.
I know. I mean, I'm just thinking back all the years, that's been put into all of this, just years and years and years of work.
I truly wish that people would have gotten the opportunity to see them when they were smaller. Like I was screaming every day in the first 5 years of, and then after then 215, 216-ish, the whole ball game started to move big time. And then we went into transitory orbitation, and then we started seeing Atu and Uri more, and then we saw the Saturn, and then the Saturn did the thing over the top of the sun with the big twin-tailed wings, and that's how we also knew that the winged planet was actually Saturn and not Nibiru, because we knew Nibiru was a water-type planet, and it was big and blue and huge because we'd seen it by eye. That's how we know all of this stuff. We know that the surface of Saturn is really, really red and has some major shadowing on it, but it doesn't have, people living on it or cities or anything. And now, of course, we're getting a very big close-up of it, but it's really hard to just discern, because Saturn puts off a really strong whole lot of base cloud around it, and it's very flame-like, and it can be quite confusing. I watched it today, And it was just like, wow, look at that. Well, okay. And it seems to me just like there's a whole shitload of debris or something in that ion tail that starts it. I don't have all the answers. I believe we've always logically believed it had to do with the proximity of the yellow moon to a Saturn proper itself, because it was so darn close, and that's where we know the ion tail comes off the yellow moon. But we do know about the face push cloud, and that could be a whole field of smaller asteroids, like right there. Could be a whole field of smaller asteroids that we haven't accounted for because we haven't seen it up close until this year. Because before it was way small, then it was in our face, then it passed Earth a few times on the horizontal level. We watched it; it was small. It's about the size of a baseball or a softball out in the middle, at your arm's length in the sky. And then 216, it started moving up, and then 217, it started moving back, and 218, it went over the sun and did the twin tail thing. And then 219, it went way back and got tiny and went right next to Nibiru, because it was next to Nibiru all along. We just couldn't see it because of dark side and how huge it was and how high up it was. And so
Right.
then it started creeping back 2018, 2019, 2020. And that's when I started doing the ion tail drawings and everything. And you remember that progression when all of a sudden that started matching so perfectly well, don't you?
Which time frame? Sorry.
2018 and 19, when the ion tail, the visible ion tail on the face of matching Dr. Phil's pictures and all of that series back then.
I
And then we started seeing the first visible sightings of the sidelong ion tail off the face of his Saturn in front of Nibiru. You remember that?
okay.
And that's when,
No,
oh,
I
well,
gotta
that's
be
when,
honest, because I was still kind of in a state of confusion in that time frame.
right
I
at the
was
size
really
of Nibiru.
lost.
Yeah.
I
Well, at
was,
that
even if you
time,
were talking about it, I was, hey, do you see that?
that's
Sorry,
the
I just
time
got
I fully knew that my drawings were very
that's
correct, and I believed in them even more when I associated what I knew with what I was looking at, and my mind drew that I knew that the Saturn had to be here and the ion tail was going to be to the side here, just like that. And we have pictures matching it to this day. And
right.
I draw what I know is coming.
So you're saying, and that's the time frame that the ion tail first started becoming visible. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
after okay, in 2014, 15, when a Saturn was visibly a planet rather than an
Yeah.
asteroid. And we saw the
Okay.
yellow moon as well in front of it, which matched the information we had. So we knew it identified as a Saturn rather than a red, huge, massive asteroid, because it was the size of, like I said, a softball in your hand at arm's length. And then it got bigger and bigger, and then they did a couple of horizontal crosses in front of everybody when everybody was going, "Oh, it's Nibiru, it's Nibiru, it's Nibiru," because they all were stuck on Nibiru being a red planet. So then in 2016 and 17, it started rising up off the horizon and moving up and back toward the sun in out view, which would be at that time on the left-hand side. And then it rose up and then started bank cornering over the top of the sun, which is where those ion tail twin split tails over the top of the sun started happening for the first time. We've seen 3 cycles of it since. Okay. Now that happened, and
Right.
it sat there for a while, and then it went over to the right in 2018. But then it came sort of toward us and got back in the view of the right close to the sun again, and that's where we saw stage 2 of the ion tail bleed off uh, publicly and visibly in 2019. And then as of 2020, we started seeing even more complete longer examples of the ion tail off the side of a Saturn's yellow moon crossing the face of a Saturn. And that's when, at that period of time, when I started drawing that, I knew it was happening and I knew it was coming. And then I do it so far ahead of time. I was just chuckling at myself, going, "Yep, I know what's going on. I've got this."
Oh, wow.
And that was,
Right.
and because I knew at that stage that my drawings were really, really still, because I always worry every 15th of the month, am I going to do something wrong? Have I made a mistake? Have
That's
I
what you
not seen
say. You're
something?
always concerned about that.
Well,
But
and I am. It's not like I'm throwing this out there on the table going, "Listen to me. I'm telling you this story that I somehow magically made up," you know,
yeah,
because I didn't make this shit up. I mean, I've been doing this for 40, I'm going on like 44 years now.
I
I've known about
know.
this.
since you were just a kid, really. I mean, you
Ah,
really were a kid.
The question is, if I had to do it all over again, I'm not even going to answer that. I don't even know the answer to that.
I know.
Wow, what a ride! And I still chuckle. I was driving back from Walmart today, and I'm, chuckling at myself, going, "Can you believe you're where you're at doing this because of that?" Still to this day, it still comes back to me that in 1978 I turned in a piece, 3 or 4 pages of stuff stapled together, and I'm still paying for it. 44 years later, and I'm still spinning myself in
Well,
circles over this one stupid thing just so I could get a decent grade in class, and like, did it
yeah.
really matter at the time? Sort of, but and now look what's going on with it, and which is it's weird. It's mind-boggling. It sends me both directions all the time. You wake up and Jesus talks about this all the time. Like, I got to be crazy. Oh no, I'm sane. No, I got to be crazy. No, I'm sane. You
This
walk
can't
out the
be.
door. You walk out the door, and there it is, and you go, "Oh shit, I'm sane." Oh my god! And sometimes it's actually a worse thing to see this stuff than not.
Right.
I mean, ignorance is bliss. There's a huge level of bliss not knowing. Really.
I I think back about that time. I mean, I think back about how I viewed the sky before I understood all this, and I was in, you know,
Yeah, and we've got all
like
these
I wasn't.
naysayers.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say I wasn't like I'm not one of those like lifelong sky watchers. It really just didn't start happening till like 2014, and I remember the colors were just so wonderful. I just that's what really got my attention first was the colors and how amazing it
Well, I've
looked.
always been a sky watcher because I'm very involved in space, and I always look at
Sure,
constellations at night. And
and
up in
that
Montana, we have a lot of stars up here, and
okay,
so I've always tried to get at some level of understanding of Cassiopeia and where Perseus was, and where Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, where it is in what season. I was very into the moon cycles and passage and all this, and of course, once we saw all this stuff change, and you'll notice I start to laugh. Um, uh, it's so drastically different now than it was when I was growing up for, all the way up into my 50s.
right,
And the fact that no one is jumping to the reality of it as easily as I do because of the difference. The variant ratio is huge to me, where everybody else goes, "Yeah, I noticed something was weird," and yet that's as far as they go. Audrey has a question for Sam. Have all these planets already been behind our sun? No, they didn't go behind our sun. There's a lot of room between 93 million miles and us. They came up from underneath us originally in below Antarctica to our lower left foot, way down deep in space. I can't describe much more than that from originally where they came from, but I'm sure that's part of the elliptical bypass orbit that we go through every 3,654 years we cross paths. But they don't go behind the sun. What they did visually, they went in our outlook towards the sun back farther, which makes them even harder to see. And Nibiru rose above the sun visually, and below it and in front of it was Isatum in 2017. And then it crossed over to the right hand side above the sun, Nibiru. And then as it did, Isatum went in front of it, below it. And then we saw the winged effect occur from the sun flaring of a focal light cutoff. And we've got hundreds of pictures of that from 3 different cycles of that, where it crosses into the out view, where the dark planet is showing. We see a dark body, and then the sunlight cuts into the dark body cuts in front of the sun, and this is where we see some of the flaring, and it's where we see some of the crescent illuminations that have allowed us to document and record all of this information and where the planets were, etc., over the years. Do you think that answered her?
yes, that was a
I hope.
thorough answer.
Okay, I do try. I just try to describe what we've learned, and this is all how we got here. We've taken the
Right.
time to, well, and that's also from watching it every day. if you watch it every day and it just the pattern, which is I'm very high marks in pattern recognition, um, and I
I
still
think
suffer.
that's important in all of this is,
I have pattern recognition that haunts me from my childhood, and I have these huge nostalgic
oh
events where
no, right.
well, it's not catastrophic. It's just huge nostalgic where you're like emotionally waved over by a pattern that you recognize as a child. And then
Yeah.
boom, all of a sudden your whole entire psyche is playing this cosmic record player thing in your brain where you're lost in that topic for, a few microseconds or whatever, or minutes, whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
flashback.
happens to me. I was watching a program today. Um, on this chalet, or excuse me, this convent these guys are rebuilding in France, and I watch rebuild shows and stuff like that. I like antiques and old buildings and all of that. I like to know how to do stuff. But anyway, I was watching it, and these guys were like dusting out. They're putting this organ in their cathedral, in the convent, and I'm literally sitting there smelling the dust that they're blowing off with the spray blower. And I laughed at
Okay.
myself because I was so strongly overblown by the fact that I'm watching dust on television, and yet I'm profusely experiencing it in reality. And that's a cross reference to nostalgic or brain activity and pattern recognition, where sometimes your brain leads you off in places and you're not really in control of it.
I
You just go, you know.
yeah, I've heard. Well, there's a term for that. I
Yeah,
can't
pattern
think of it
recognition.
now, but yeah,
I'm
there's a
joking.
term. I get that though, but sometimes your brain just kind of floats off and does its own thing for a moment or two. At least
Yeah,
mine
and
does.
that's kind of how I've had people, even people who are not naysayers but are trying to learn and may not always agree with me. I've had people go after me and ask, well, how does this far seeing work? And it's
Right.
not like it's something that you actually set out to do. It's something that you've actually acquired as a tool that just sort of automatically works on its own. And you can't, I mean, you can calm down and reach for it, but it's a sort of a thing where it's like an example, we were talking about a topic, and then out of the blue, I wonder where Mark is. And then 30 seconds later, there he is.
Seconds, not.
Yeah. Yeah. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, whatever. Yeah.
It's
And
very
that's how it
few.
works.
It was really weird. It was
Well,
really
you
weird.
just go there. You just go there because that somehow Mark and I have talked so long that and I answer, and he's talked about this too, and I answer his questions before he asks them. And earlier today we were even talking, and he was bringing up a topic, and I was just going, yeah, I was just thinking about that, and it was
Yeah.
roughly a minute or half a minute or 40, 50 seconds or whatever ahead of him. And I kind of chuckle about it. And that's kind of how it works. You just go there. It's just sort of like a light on the wall goes on, and you go, okay, the light on the wall went on. And then there's the
Mhm.
topic. And that's what precog is. And I have a lot of it lately, and it's rather cool. You see things twice because your mind tells you something is going to happen, and then it happens. And then you just sit there and sort of smile about it, and you go, cool, you know. And I'm not trying to brag about that, but that's kind of how it works. And it's rather interesting. And a lot of that came from the changes in 2010 and everything, and where all of a sudden I knew stuff, I knew more. It's just amazingly easy to find even more.
Yeah.
And we talk about the source leading you. The source will actually lead you, like on YouTube music list. It's just the coolest thing in the whole world. I know when I'm in tune. Then all of a sudden, literally, YouTube hands me the right song at the right time every time while I'm having conversations with people, and I just grab it and I give them a copy of it, and I
Yeah.
share. And that's why I'm always sharing music on a lot of my descriptions and tags, and Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2, or on my personal sheet, or it's the Skywatcher Music Room. But
Yeah.
I share all this music because there's a metaphor to it, because source hands it to me always at the right time. So I figure it's something that I have to pass it on. And yeah, it's weird and twisted, but that's kind of how it works. You just trust it, and it leads you, and it guides you, and you follow.
Like a yeah. I the lyrics have a message you're trying to convey. because of
There's,
it? Is that
here's a
it?
question. When you first discovered the binary system, how long did you look at the data before believing what you saw? It wasn't a question of looking at the binary solar system and data. It was a understanding of atomic structure in chemistry, in advanced chemistry. Okay, you've got the central atom and shell structure, and there's 2, 12, 16, 32, 2. And that's how the proton and neutrons count stack in the stages of orbiting of each atomic structure that we know. And we know that for a fact. It's been proven since 1444, and prior to that from Arab countries' math in the last cycle. That information has been passed on even since 4000 BC. Anyway, um, it wasn't a question of data. It was a question of it had to be. It couldn't. We couldn't exist placed orbitally in our solar system according to the way Einstein described it. It just didn't fit. And because he's talking about how the sun is pulling us in and we're all going to spiral in, and yet there's this quote unquote dark matter that holds us back in our placement. And that's not how our solar system works. It doesn't work off of gravity. We aren't being pulled into the sun. We are directly atomically connected to our star in an orbitation placement because of our atomic value in a chemistry compound equation. And I knew that we weren't a single element by the structure. I knew that we had to be a compound of elements attached with 2 atoms, meaning binary stars. That's how I knew.
So it was like
I
mainly
knew we had to have
mathematical.
2 atoms to be where our solar system is, where we've got Saturn and Jupiter and Uranus, these huge, massive gas giants are at the outward set. And gravitationally, if it was gravity, they would have gone to the inside rings by now, if it was a gravitational solar system. But we're static electricity, and that's why the smaller ones are on the inside and the larger ones are on the outside, because we're following behind a moving star in a static spiral through electrical connection, atomic structure, not gravity.
So that's just something you figured out.
Well, I atomically, it had to be.
Uh-huh.
And well, see, I never agreed with the unification. Well, see, Einstein never found a unification model, a set of rules for subatomic structure and then astroatomic structure, or how why everything worked. Never found it. And he sat with a notebook till the day he died in a bed with a pen next to him. And to me, it was so basic and simple that we had to. It just it didn't. His gravity well crap just never settled with me. I could just, it's like, excuse me, you don't have a peg jammed in time space continuum, and it puts a warble where this star sits. That never sat well with me. It's not on a dinner plate with a hole in the center that's holding our stars, and all the marbles are rolling around in a circle, getting drawn into the center, and yet there's something, dark matter, out there that holds it back. No. We're a spiral behind, sideways through virgin space at all times, following our star at our atomic weight value distance in our solar system, which is a continuous orbit. And that's why it has a oval instead of a perfect circle, because we have a binary opposing pole. That's why we have an oval rotational orbit, because there's more than just us. Right. And the smaller and the bigger planets are heavier and in the background because they're harder to pull. And that's static pull. And the smaller ones that are easier to pull are closer, but they're still held in the same placement.
So we've got all the planets from our solar system and all the planets from the twin solar system.
And while we're looking at this, then you have to add a second larger star
behind that.
Orbiting both these 2 stars are spiraling. And then they go around each other and pass each other every 3,654 years, and they trade sides. And then they co-spiral by themselves. And then every 3,654 years, they cross each other again. And that's how this elliptical orbit occurs. There's two stars, a larger one and a smaller one. Our planets are spread out farther behind because it's a smaller, weaker star. The larger standard red holds the bigger Nibiru and Saru and Uri and all of that closer in a tighter spiral because it's much bigger. So its attachment spiral, magnetic pole, is deeper and closer, and that's why the smaller. And I believe we're opposing polarities. Hello, Sherry.
Okay.
I believe we're opposing
what
polarities.
is? Hi, Sherry.
I hope you know, Sherry, that I did add you. I did finally see your request, and I did add you.
Cool. Yeah, I did that a while back too.
Oh, I got bombarded or bot bombed. God, woohoo! Hello, one of those days. Yeah, I got bot bombed all week, and I'm having to just toss membership requests left and right because they're all bot connected.
They're really obviously bots.
Yeah, there's
just
a code
so
at the end of
funny.
their request when they're answering the questions. It's like, I've seen this code 87 times now. Nope.
The same. They answer the questions word for word, dot for dot.
Oh, and there's a number code at the end of them now too. It's like, what? It's like, are you that blatantly stupid?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I know. I get it too.
You know, sorry.
I don't know what the purpose of it is. I guess they're just hoping to be.
It has currently become a lot harder to join our sites.
Exactly. So, yeah. I'm like you. The other day, I had to delete a few hundred. You know, because
I had just under 4,000 membership requests,
and that's over just a few days' time. I mean, that's what's happening. We're just getting like swarmed with bogus member requests, and I don't know what the purpose is behind it. Like, who and what and why are they having all these fake accounts trying to, join our groups? It's not just. I'm sure
maybe it's just a false ghost membership base that they're trying to have us believe we have. I don't know how petty, and I try not to even go there and even worry about it. I just get rid of them and go next.
Right. I don't know either. I mean, I'm curious, but.
Well, yeah, I'm very curious, but I'm overwhelmingly not going to pay attention to the idiot part of it.
I don't either.
I focus on even a half of the crap that I get every day, and I get a lot. I mean, it's almost become a highlight of my day when I open up and I go, turn on my pages in the morning, and I'm like, oh, well, thank you.
Yeah, here we
go.
Have
a nice day, Skippy. Here we go. And I mean, I almost get to the point where I look forward to it because then I get to play with a toy.
I know you get a kick out of them.
Well, I've been harassed so long. I love having minor intellectual debates with idiots.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well,
they come unarmed, yeah.
I know. I can tell you've had good practice at it.
Well, yeah, seeing the loopholes in their words and how they spin shit, and you end up going, "Oh my God, how did you get there from here?" Not in my wildest dreams did I have ever imagined anyone would even spin something to that. And you just, wow, thank you. I had not thought of that one yet. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And some of them feel like they're really getting to me. Oh, I got under his skin. And it's like, okay, do you feel better now? Skippy, that's for Jillian. And it's just like, excuse me, but seriously, I do have a government rated IQ. And I think I thought past your humor. Thank you. I hate to brag or be weird, but I mean, okay. Yeah. All right. Next.
I would think with having an extra high IQ, like your perception of things would be a lot different,
than the man is cuckoo. Yeah. Und.
Yeah. I would just imagine. I mean,
oh, and you are. I mean, it actually, I'm actually, atypical neurosis or off the scale kooky. Yeah, I think about shit nobody else does. Don't know if it's good or bad, but yeah, I go in places that, and I know stuff, and I try not to, I brag a little bit once in a while, but I try not to because. it puts me in a place where, I don't necessarily need to bring that up because, and I don't want to say I'm the smartest duck in the room, but
Yeah.
generically, and even the government, when they let me go back to Montana, they said, no one will ever believe you and you won't fit in society. And basically, I'm kind of sort of Sheldon Cooper with a little bit different quirks, but basically Sheldon Cooper.
Yeah. I remember I had to look that person up just to see who you were talking about. It's a character on a.
Oh, I thought everybody knew who Sheldon Cooper
I
was.
know. I never watched that show, Sam.
Oh, I loved Big Bang Theory.
I
Oh, I
never
loved
watched
it.
it.
Oh, I absolutely feverishly loved it. And I still
Oh,
watch some of
man.
I watch their blooper reels and everything. In
That's
reality,
hilarious.
and here's a lookup point for you information questers out there. In reality, the character on the TV show Big Bang Theory, Sheldon Cooper, his IQ points are 1 point higher than my actual government rated. So if you go back into Big Bang Theory and look up his IQ, then you have the answer to mine. So anyway, and it's not I don't throw that number on the table often. But it is actually
Do
government
you
rated.
ever tell what your IQ is? I don't know if you ever have mentioned it.
I have mentioned it from time to time, probably not thinking.
Okay.
But
I did.
it's if I do, then I'm really freaking bragging. So I try to avoid doing that.
Okay.
And
I
when
understand.
I was told, I didn't give it a second thought. I didn't give a shit. It didn't mean anything to me. I just, and this goes back to the science paper.
Yeah.
I thought everybody knew this shit. Plain and simple. I was mercifully oblivious to my fellow man and their IQ and versus how they live in their situation. Unfortunately, I have been grossly awakened to the reality of the difference in recent years. And I'm not going to try and be mean or cruel, but oh boy, did I get an awakening.
At what point? At which time?
Well, when I started actually talking on the internet to people. And then when I started comparing what they believed in their science, and then they started asking me questions and the newbies. And then, me going in 2010, I started publicly talking at my ability level or at my comprehensive level or my vocabulary level or whatever, yeah, or all of the above blended. And when I started talking to people, then they started asking me questions about the stuff I was talking about, which I thought everyone knew and found out they didn't. It was a very large awakening. Seriously,
Wow.
I thought everybody had a basic education like I did, through school and high
Like,
school.
did you not notice it as a young person that
Well,
you seem smarter
my
than most
parents.
adults or
See, my
teachers?
parents are highly educated Europeans,
Uh-huh.
and I'm not going to try and brag, but my parents spoke 7 languages each fluently, and had a European education, which wasn't great at the time. But my father knew things that I'd never heard of. My father studied all the time too, and I still do. I study every day still to this day. But I was raised raised European, and then I didn't really have a lot of great exposure to American children's households, per se, normal households, until many of my teen years, well after my teen years.
Okay.
Because we were, a large family and we stuck closely to, I mean, we had the neighborhood kids and everything, but we didn't go into their houses or anything like that and hang out for peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or anything like that, because we didn't do that.
I
My
see.
parents were semi-strict, and we were supposed to be respectful and not enter other people's homes. And if we were going to be rabble-rousing children, we had to do it within the confines of our block, stay close to home, etc. So, and then there was school, and I got booted out of every school I went to because I never fit in.
Oh man,
I talk too much.
that's rough.
I do. I talk, but then my teachers didn't like me either because I'm a smart ass and I know too much. And my mother called me Mr. Know-It-All for both good and bad. because I did. Well, if I learned something, I never forgot it. And then was a stickler for the rules and rather uncomfortable, just like Sheldon Cooper. Well, we're supposed to do things this way, and I've probably feverishly driven myself partially insane because I am a clean freak. I do like to wash my hands repeatedly, et cetera, et cetera. And Sheldon Cooper. Um,
Yeah.
so germaphobe. I studied biology and bacteria and the chemical sciences and all sorts of shit. And I've studied all of this, all the oleologies, as my daughter says, all my life. And so
You covered it all. Yeah.
And I imagine if you walked in off the street and sat down at my coffee table and we had coffee in a normal Sam conversation, I would probably blow your mind. I don't know, but I don't know. You tell me. Do I take some getting used to?
A little. I mean, it didn't take too long. I mean, but at first, how it's not just me. I know Jillian said the same thing. I know Jesus said the same thing, that it's for some reason an intimidating feeling to have a conversation with you. Like the first time my phone called you, I went out to my car because it was quiet, quiet place. And I mean, I paced the floor, I don't know, beforehand. I mean, my whole family knew I was getting ready to go call Sam, and I was, I don't want to say I was stressing, but yeah, I was kind of nervous. I don't know why, but so you got the intimidation factor. But and then how you kind of talk a little fast, so that takes some getting used to, just keeping up with the speed and how you kind of hop around from subject to subject,
Bingo.
but
Yeah.
yeah.
I chide myself for I can't stay on topic sometimes for the life of me because my mind is racing, and I'm 3 topics ahead. And one point in time, I had a doctor say, "Well, we can slow you down to the rest of us," and I went, "What? No way." Yeah, and I do apologize for that. I do keep going, and then I'll switch subjects from time to time. And it's not like I intend to. It's just where my mind is going
it's
next.
where you're going. That's okay. I mean, but once you relax and realize you're just easy to get along with. I mean, I can't tell you everybody, all the good sense of humor you have. Really, I mean,
Thank you.
I think we all can tell. I mean, he's popping jokes all the time, and so that was something I wasn't expecting, because on Facebook, you have this
serious attitude.
Right. People kind of get a wrong idea, and I feel like you're really misunderstood when you can hear, how otherwise you are easy to get along with and fun to get along with. So,
on Montana Skywatcher, we've had to maintain a certain level of science,
right,
adult
it is
behavior.
right.
And we don't get a chance to joke around a lot. Although, over the years, our conversations down the threads, we, do some of that here and there. Audrey is asking a question. Are you a Virgo? No, I am a Cancer male. Anyway, which also messes with, my astrology messes with who and what I am and how I behave and all of that. And there is so much to that, and I've studied that all my life, and which is where I get to do what I get to do and why I get to do what I get to do. And my abilities and my learned skills from Buddhism through magic through God, I was going to pull some Egyptian lore out of the thing, but my brain isn't grabbing the right name. Anyway, I have studied everything I could get my hands on to get where I'm at. Yes. Sorry that I'm a little intimidating to some people. I don't mean to be. And yes, I do talk at 300 miles an hour. And I hope that the language barrier of me living, eating, breathing, and existing science doesn't overstep a normal conversation, but sometimes it does. Because that's how I see things.
Right. No, I mean, I feel like you have conveyed your information really well, really, when you think about it. I mean, all the videos you've made, go back and watch the old ones. I like watching them, because it's just, especially the ones where you're got the little pointer, I don't know. You just went to a lot of artistic detail to put that together. So,
Yeah, and
but
that was when I had Show More, and I could actually upload,
right,
and I could do weekly shows or bi-weekly or 3 or whatever I wanted. You know,
it's
oh
whatever
hey,
you
I saw
wanted.
this, and
That was. I wish you could do that again.
I'm sitting. Well, I really I need to get my next door neighbor is really really computer smart. I mean, vastly computer smart. Watched him do that. He helped me with the setup of this one I'm staring at now, and I should have him try and help me to get that and pay and all of that somehow for a service for a year or two. But see, because I can't pay anywhere. There's nowhere for me to pay because I can't run it through my
Well,
computer. And that's the
well,
thing.
I
So
bet we
I'll
could
figure it
figure
out.
out
Yeah, we'll
something on
figure it
my
out. I
end.
just need to learn what I need to learn. And
Yeah.
then, maybe he can go in and find a faster way. And most of my problem is upload speed. And that's
You
it.
could buy a prepaid debit card at the
Well, yeah,
gas
I
station.
realize that side stuff we could do,
Yeah.
but I still the problem is my upload speed out of here, out of my
Oh,
home
that's
connection.
right.
That's what's killing me. And it's we got great download speed, fantastic.
Yeah.
We can get all the stuff for the games and the TVs that we want, minus if we run the girls are playing on their game sets, and if I'm running the TV in the living room, we have a little problem. But when
Yeah.
they're in there playing their games, or if they got their tablet on, and I try to upload a photo here to from one place to another, it takes a very long time.
That's
It
crazy.
scrolls and
I didn't know
scrolls
there
and
was
scrolls,
places like that still. I
and
mean,
that's
that
just
just
one picture I'm trying to send from myself or something I pulled where I copy it and I want to paste it on my wall on Facebook, my personal wall. I'll paste it there and it'll sit there and scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll for one picture. So live feed upload is really really slow here.
mm,
I don't know if I'm masked or down fed
right,
or stalled, or if overall every neighbor around here has this problem, because I don't think they do. And
right.
so this is why we've talked about where it might be a flagged IP. I don't know, because the last time I was trying to post things took 4 days, and then at the end of it, over and over again, it told me it failed. It was like, God,
Mhm.
it took me 3.5, almost 4 days to get that to actually download 15-minute video. And then it tells me
Oh
at the
my
end of that
God.
that it failed.
That's like
Oh,
something back in the 90s that happened,
right,
It's
right, right.
like,
And that's why after that,
oh my goodness.
and then when my show more expired, I just said, this is too much of a pain in the ass to even try to do anymore. And after that, I just started going back to the site drawings and then posting them and talking to everybody that way. And I also wasn't getting in Facebook jail anymore.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah,
Hmm.
and my little videos, my Understanding the Sky series, God, I've been in Facebook jail some like 80 times. I mean, I stopped counting long ago, but I was in Facebook jail for months at a time, over and over and over again. And I'd vanish and everybody'd
Yeah.
wonder. And then I'd have to, call Lana down in Arkansas and say, Lana, post to everybody that I'm in Facebook jail again because I can't post. And then they started doing variants of Facebook jail where I could actually comment, but I couldn't post any pictures. And then for a period of time, there was a period of time where I could comment, post pictures, but I couldn't post any drawings. And then I started getting flagged for nudity with my drawings. And
Yeah.
I've been through 8 or 9 different things. And I'm going through stuff now where every time I try to post even a song onto Skywatcher Music Room, I'm getting flagged and saying this YouTube video has been previously posted by someone guilty of disinfo or something like that. I'm going, what? And I get that
What
now
does that
all
have to do with you?
right.
Right.
And all I'm trying to do is post a song, and I've been having that for weeks. Just about everything I try to post over to here or over to there, I get that warning, and I have to go, well, post anyway. I hope I'm not getting myself, in categorized trouble for the future. But I mean, I haven't been, knock on wood, I haven't been to Facebook jail in a long time, and
Right.
it could happen.
I've been tiptoeing around Facebook ever since, what happened in April. So
Right.
I'm super careful. And when I got that message the other day, I was completely surprised about getting that 24-hour, ban. So because I've been so careful, so that wasn't expecting that, them to say that one of your drawings looked sexual.
Yeah, well,
That's,
I think they're thinking we're drawing boobs or something. I
I
don't
have
know.
no idea. The
I can't for the
planets
life of
look
me.
like boobs, I guess. I don't know, but that's what they said.
Okay,
So
Jeremy Brooks, go back to Planet X. Yeah. And then what's up, Sam?
let's
Joe from
see. We got
Halifax.
Joe.
Yeah, we
Oh,
chatted a
Jay.
few months ago. Oh
I
yeah,
think
Jay.
Jay Vino
A-E, yeah. And I haven't
from
heard back from you. I
Halifax.
can't get back to a lot of people. I talk to so many people. I do try.
Yeah,
Um,
happy.
Sherry, I guess you are fearless. There are a lot of people over the years, and I mean a lot. I don't want to brag about that number either. But there have been a lot of people that have told me that it was very. Oh, Facebook user went and looked up Sheldon Cooper's IQ.
I was
Okay,
getting ready to
there have been
say,
a lot of people that have been very over
oh,
feverishly um, pushed in my direction, and I'm going to say pushed because it was something within them, not me, where they had this overwhelming urge to contact me. And that was part of what the Pleiadian message to me was, is that people, some certain people, and this again is like reaching into that crazy cult, crazy religious, crazy karma, crazy crap, where I hate to go, but there are going to be people who are overwhelmingly um, wanting to have contact with me, and that was part of the reason why I started arguing with the Pleiadian in the first place. And by the way, I don't recommend doing that in the future.
okay.
Um, you don't argue with ET, and I did. Of course, I did. That's me. Nobody can tell me anything. I know better. Mr. Know-it-all, as my parents called me. Um, and he said that there would be this what they would refer to as audible glamour. And I said, why? And he says, because you're going to do something wonderful. I mean, literally quoting him now. And then I said, well, don't hand me that 2010 something wonderful magical miracle is going to happen movie shit. And then he sort of just looked at me and kind of smiled and said it'd be very difficult to explain. And then I got a bunch of other side information and other things that I shouldn't repeat publicly because there might be some folks out there that might not like to hear all the details. But and I wish I could share everything. But I always tell everybody, well, after the shit hits the fan, come find me at my fireplace over coffee. I'll tell you the whole damn story. Because that way I'm not publicly doing it and risking my family or my children or my place of where I
Right.
live or anything like that. But there are things that I could tell people and hesitate for classified reason, and then there's things I could tell people for the reason of I don't want to scare the shit out of them, and then there's some reasons I don't tell people stuff for religious purposes. So, and then other stuff because they may not necessarily be ready for. And another excuse is some people I won't tell because they would use the information poorly.
Mm, that's right. You got. That's when you gotta know who you're, communicating with. Like,
Well, I've been too honest with a lot of information too often, and it does come back to haunt me a little bit at time to time.
mm, that, and I think the religious factor. I mean, that's hard for people to accept. You know, it's they don't want to hear it. So
Well, I believe I have to tread lightly in some cases about what I know because my information does come from off world, and I was told an awful lot about an awful lot of things. And I've always wanted to believe that everybody was ready for this information all the way back to 1980. And I believed everyone had the right to know about the planetary system and everything. And the fact that there's other life forms. And I strongly believe that to this day. But I don't think they're ready for the rest of the truth. And yet, at the
mm,
same time, we have talked about it on our shows and many shows, Radio Wasteland. You and I have talked about it in our earlier shows
yeah,
about what Earth is and what our role is. And I know about genetic makeup and changes and why man is what man is. And and well, we've talked about it, and there is so
Yeah.
much information out there that will be highly uncomfortable for many, many people. That unless you're evolved and find a better way to communicate with me and us or whatever, and over time you'll probably get more answers. But it's not something like we're handing out free cheese sandwiches, because we're not.
No. The cheese sandwiches part. Um,
I mean, you're welcome to a meal, but nobody gets a free cheese sandwich. That's a bad joke. It's a bad
right.
metaphor. But
Yeah.
um,
Well,
it, yeah, we have to be careful with how we approach some things. And I've become a little partially more hesitant recently, and I've been spending less time online, um, dealing with all of this next batch of new folks, and there's a whole new batch of them again. And we've gone, I don't know, I've lost count of the newbie waves. Pardon the expression. I don't mean it as an insult. It's just a reference to new people. Um, and I know you understand the countless hours we have spent given to new folks that we've taken with individuals over year after year after year. And
yeah.
we've taken, we're talking to some certain people for hours at a time. And Mark, that's how sort of Mark turned out. I saw Mark's work, and Mark was taking photographs of graveyards and gravestones and looking for spirits and things like that. He was a ghost hunter, and
Mhm.
that's how we started talking, because I know about ghosts. But anyway, so back to the planets. Somebody said, oh, back to Planet X. I'm again very, very interested to see what this new close passing of Isatum Jela moon is going to do, and it's huge now during the day, and yet it's distant enough
Right.
you can still see it in the south, where it's not going directly over the top of us. At least it wasn't today that I was watching. But then
I
it's
was,
all changing so fast.
yeah, I have a really good picture I could show of that, but
Absolutely, if you can get it up.
I got the robot is back.
Ah,
So the robot,
well,
I know, it's just sitting here looking at me. So, um, my only option is to, close it down and come right back. So,
okay. Well, I can sit
I'll,
here and look
yeah,
at
if you
these.
can
I'll look at
entertain
these.
just for a minute,
Yeah, I'll look at the questions. We've got 4 or 5
you
I
can
haven't
do
read
it.
yet.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
I'll be
Oh,
right
yeah.
back.
I can go in the corner and talk to
Can you
myself.
do this,
Yes, I
Sam?
can do that.
Can you
Yeah,
do this?
I am quite
Yeah,
able to carry on a
I
conversation with
think so.
myself in a dark closet. Thank you.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Yeah, hi, Facebook user from Australia. I'm glad that we are helping you in some way. Thank you for tolerating our silliness and our way of how we do things. Yeah, people think I'm crazy about it too, and that's what I have to chuckle about so bad, because we have taken this 13, 14 years plus my total of 44 years, and and that's a huge part of why I'd ever even talked about it until 2010, until after my non-disclosure was over, and because nobody is going to believe this. And then, we've got these trolls and these people are doing YouTube videos going, that's Samuel Hofman. He's doing this and he's doing that, and they're spinning these stories about me and my kids. And I mean, yeah. And they even called my mechanic in Missoula, because I had posted, thanks to the people who had sent me a few dollars so I could help get my car fixed. Because I'm a poor guy. I can't even afford to do these major fixes, because I had a major trouble. So I asked, okay, and we live off of the fundraiser. But anyway, so we got hell for that. The trolls go after me for, trying to get by. And anyway, so they even called my damn mechanic, don't work for that guy, like, okay, why would we? And they weren't mad about it. They were a little perplexed as to why somebody in another state would call and tell them not to work on my car because I was, a scam artist or whatever. It's like, okay, that's unique. And I've received all sorts of weird shit in the mail, including fake money, and that people have paid large amounts of money to actually send to me. I thought that was a little weird. Um, so, huh, crazy. what is crazy is quite crazy. You know, I'm not even going to go to the word awake or woke or whatever the Republican Party is talking about, because I don't think they know either. Um, and there is an enlightenment going on. And I think a good portion of the people don't see that, and I would chalk us up who are awake as crazy or possibly crazy, because we see things in a different view, different light. I don't know how the hell everybody's missing all these beautiful, awesome, huge, massive freaking planets with all this freaky weather. But to me, I try to live and let live. As I sip my really cold coffee, um, Iceland. Thank you for Jermaine. Iceland is going to, yes, Iceland's going to burp some more lava like it did in 21 and I believe in 20. I think it quit for most of last year. I watched both of those live all the time. I loved it. I had one going on in the other room on my small 14-inch TV all the times, set up next to my regular TV, where that way I could watch Iceland and still watch TV. And it was a fantastic show. Mount Etna and all the other ones, and the one in Mexico is going cuckoo again. Um, right there near Mexico, Popocatépetl, yeah, Popocatépetl, yeah, Popocatépetl. That's hard to say 3 times. Anyway, that one's blowing up again and erupting again, and they're talking about evacuating the nearby Mexico City. We'll probably see some more events happening in Alaska anytime soon. I'm still waiting for the one in Idaho to go. I hate the term celestial bodies. Passing by the sun like every 45 weeks or something when it appears, and get all these CMEs. There are a whole shitload of asteroids out there, and they are crossing in front of our star, and we see them, and we have cataloged them and documented them and have all the information going back for years. We've even got orbitation pictures from satellites, and some of the major asteroids described in groups, and that we have also documented for years. And we have not tagged the smaller stuff, but we have drawn them in for many years, and that's what we do. And that's what my monthly site drawings are all about. And so, yeah, there's a lot of stuff, and it's you have to take into account out view. You have to be able to look out in your mind and see what's out there, because it's not necessarily near the sun like your mind would tell you, because there's a whole lot of distance between here and 93 million miles. So some of the objects we Earthlings are viewing are a whole hell of a lot closer. Now, if you're looking at the dual cameras from the space cameras, from the satellites that are on opposing sides of the sun in solar shots, oh, good to see you back. If you're seeing some of I can't remember the name of those cams. It just escapes me at this moment, but I do know them. We have plenty of astral sightings, as well as sightings from Earth that cross-reference and match all the documented asteroid groups. And so the stuff crossing the stars, or excuse me, crossing our out view in front of the sun, is regularly known about. So what'd you do? What'd you discover? What were you doing?
What I do, I got some instant coffee.
Yay. Oh, okay. Your turn to talk. I'm going to go get another Coke.
Yeah, go right ahead. Good.
I'm out.
Your turn. All right. So I was going to get that one. Well, it's actually 2 or 3 pictures of illumination. It was a few days ago. Wish I could remember where, but let me pull these pictures up and see if I can find it for you all. Because it was Ice Adam's yellow moon. And the sun was in one location, and then up higher up, it was just this yellow glow. I think Sam is using that picture right now for his cover shot for the Montana Skywatcher 2 group. So if you're on Facebook and you look at his cover shot, you'll see, I'm talking about that photo, the one you used, Sam, for your cover shot on the Montana Skywatcher 2 group.
Oh, which one? Is it the one currently up or the one I had
Currently,
last
that
week?
illumination of Ice Adam's yellow moon.
Oh yeah, I love it. I love it.
Me too. That's the one I'm trying to find.
I was actually talking to Mark about that
Bear with
earlier
me.
today.
Oh, really? It's a really
Yeah, and
good one.
I believe in the illumination on the left-hand side. You can actually see the red asteroid crossing in front of it, and that's part of the illumination.
Oh, the red asteroid. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Let me
smaller.
get it.
I'm not fully sure, but it really looked like it to me, and I hadn't blown it up because I had to save the picture in a file before I could actually go back into the. And then you go into the computer link, and then you can scroll in and deep and blow everything up, way deep.
Right. I got it. I'm gonna take me just a minute. I'm gonna have to they're buried in my folder somewhere, but I'm gonna save it. So give me a second.
Yeah, we're going to see some. We've been seeing backlit crescent flares of Saturn's yellow moon again, and I think
Yes.
that went on last week, and we got like 5 or 6 or 7 captures because for some reason a lot of people are sending less sightings or less pictures in. Of course, everybody's busy, or or they think we're insane. One of the two. I'm only kidding.
Oh man.
Uh,
No,
Says you
I
good? Keep your eyes to the sky. Okay, yeah. When you refer to gas giant, what does that mean? A gas giant? Well, a gas giant is a planet that has an internal atomic value that pulls gases in from space. And the gases form an outer layer and ringed thing, just like Saturn or Jupiter. That is a gas giant. There's an atomic equation going on in the inside mass of those things. And standard, oh God, here we go. Standard human science does not know what's inside of a gas giant. It's an electron cluster. A gas giant is an unborn star, and it's got multiple little electrons clustered up, and their atomic value is so densely heavy that they draw in all kinds of subatomic protons and neutrons and electrons and all sorts of stuff, and that is part of the formations of the gas, and it just keeps pulling it in and pulling it in, pulling it in and smashing it down until it's formed an outer cluster of stable gaseous form. And it also holds great amounts of asteroids and everything else, all in this electrical equation that's going on. So if we looked at it with a radioactive set of bird eyes, something that probably doesn't exist, but I'm just giving you a hypothetical, it's literally like a plasma ball. And in the center of that plasma ball pulls in
okay.
all of the gases as you touch it on the outside. There's a sort of a outside of it, but it's actually gaseous. That's why we don't really know what's on the inside of gas giants, because we've never flown anything into Jupiter. We've never flown anything into Saturn. The never-ending storm on Saturn. We never have been beyond that outer gaseous atmosphere, and that's what a gas giant is. It's a big body of gas doing all kinds of stuff. That's why Uri has its stripes, because it's layers of gases that rotate and orbit, and there's asteroids that flow around it at the base. It's certain wavelengths, and if you looked at it from above, it'd probably be multiple little rings of different matter and the sizes and the formations of their Kuiper belt, but they happen to be located on the southern hemisphere in this occasion. On the other binary solar system, the larger system, their asteroids are on the southern hemisphere of their planets. Whereas in our solar system, and I don't fully know this, but I fully believe it to be true, that most of our moons and asteroids are in the northern hemispheres of our planets and our gas giants. So, of course, I have personally been able to go pick the pictures I wanted from NASA to say, well, let me check this. But if I worked there, I could. But I don't work there, so I can't. That's what also leads me to believe that we have opposing polarity from their solar system to our solar system, which is why we do not steal planets from each other.
What do you mean we do not steal planets?
When we cross,
Okay.
Nibiru doesn't grab us, or we don't grab a atom into our solar system. We don't trade planets. And because I believe their polarity is probably an opposite of ours, which is why we're co-joined. Just sort of a filling of part 2 of a helix strand.
So, but there are other solar systems that have like 3 and more
Yeah, there's some that have
suns.
3, a large one, 2 smaller ones. There are some stars that have older, smaller stars embedded in their side, and they stick halfway out. Yeah,
Yeah.
if you want to, and there's a lot of information about stars. I mean, there's vast amounts of information about stars, which is not standard information for anyone unless you have the technical level to understand what that is that they're handing you. Yeah, that picture. That's a great shot.
Yeah. This is that illumination I was talking about, how it's just right off the bat. And you can see, well, here's the example. So you can see right behind how it's got this perfect kind of curved area, like the whole top quarter of the sky. You can see how it's perfectly curved, which is Isatum.
And it looks like the shield again.
What shield? Oh, the shield you were telling me about.
Yeah, that push plate that they're at the front of Saturm's yellow moon. There is this area that has these lines, and when we look at it from the side, it looks like a shield, and it sort of has this dividing line down the middle of the shield. And when we look at it coming down face or look at it from the side view, it looks like this straight line pushed thing. And we've always talked about the face plate of Saturn's yellow moon in her push base cloud, because she doesn't, nobody else has a push base cloud, but she does, because she's coming in at the angle she is always because of attachment and the ion bleed off thing around his atom. Now that whole blue area behind this illumination, the dark blue area, you can see it goes halfway to the middle of the left top and then all the way over to the upper right corner on that. That
Right.
is the atom's yellow moon reaching to its atom. And then Nibiru is behind it to the right, and then over to the left is Yuri off to the side.
Right.
And I hope you can hear, because I pulled away from the mic as I said that. Yeah, and this is the illumination of the yellow moon of its atom, and you can see it's past sundown, or actually the sun is way back in the center. It's not past
Right.
sundown;
I was
it's still
thinking you could
sundown.
see.
Yeah,
The
you can see
sun
the
is somewhere
yellow
else.
sun just barely
So,
between the clouds back there, and that's why this is illuminating, because it's way higher up in space. It's not just between tiny Earth and us. It's actually very high away from us. But this is our out view. And out view does not mean close from top to bottom proximity. It means from eye to there proximity, but not from top to the Earth. And it can look, because these planets are huge, and it looks like it's just above the ground, but it's not. It's way, way, way up there in space. We just happen to see better than we can imagine and worse than we want.
I was gonna say, because it just looks so close, and so many people have, said, "Oh, well, airplanes could fly through that, past that, in that,"
Right,
and
right.
it
Right,
looks
and
way closer.
then it's like do you remember your video of the airplane video that you
I
put out?
do. I'll get that.
And
And
we can go through that, and it's
yeah,
and that's what blew me away that one time, and I resorted to this story so many times, is when Atu's moon was just over the top of us, like 2018 or 19, and it was just, it was smaller, yet it was still really huge, and that's when we first started getting the sky cam pictures. Yeah. And people don't realize that the top of our clouds is below us. Airplanes fly above the clouds at 35,000 feet. And you're picking this out, and you can pause it once it gets to a full shot if you'd like.
yeah, okay.
And this is an excellent example of it, but people go, well, I see this, I see that. But the clouds are the bottom. What's above is way high up in space, and you're looking at, in this shot, you're looking at Yuri, Atu, and Atu's moon in the upper left corner.
Yeah. I mean, the curve is just so, iconic. It's
I can
just,
tell you by the size of this, it was probably taken in 2020 or 2021 by the size of Atu.
okay.
But give or take a year, it's all been the movement events, and yeah, you're exactly tagging it right. And but just light blue behind that is Uri. And there, of course, again is
Like, and of course that doesn't look like any regular cloud in the world.
right.
You know,
That lower area is the
like,
real sky,
wait,
and they're
that doesn't
flying
look
above
normal.
the clouds.
Yeah.
So there can't be any clouds in that entire upper area. For your they're only clouds naysayers. Well, excuse me, they're above the clouds. That's where airplanes fly, is above the precipitous cumulus nimbus clouds, which go literally maximum to about 32,000 feet, something like that. And they fly standard aircraft, fly at 35. You're looking at planets with atmospheres around them. Our sky is below us in this plane. All the other clouds above, with the minor exception of cirrus clouds, etc., which are thin and see-through. You're looking at the dark blue areas are planets in that light blue sky at the horizon. And people go, I don't see nothing but clouds. Well, I'm sorry, because they're so huge right now. And we do see better. And that's what blows me away in the outview scenario, because we do see better than we think, and worse than we want. And I've said that 100 times to myself when I'm staring at stuff going, wow. And then I try to fathom in my brain how I can actually be looking at what I see and knowing what I see, that these things aren't crashing into us, which also goes back to the electrical discharge patterns that we saw in the early years happen over and over again. And I couldn't believe what we were seeing, but we repeatedly saw it so many times. There was no other way to explain it as we watched these planets get larger and larger and discharge off of each other. And, and then I started really seriously looking farther. I knew about the electrical universe, always believed in it because of subatomic chemistry, because that's how everything works. Things bind together in all existences, not just one or the other. Gravity, separation of that from other things, which is why the unification model for Einstein never worked, because he separated us from space, and we're not separate, we're part of it. Good soundtrack too.
All, like you said, it's all connected. Yeah,
it is, and not just one thing. And gravity is part of a couple of other things. There's 3 stages of gravity.
That's what you were saying, is gravity was
centrifugal
more than just
force,
one thing.
electrical thread connection, and what was the other one? Anyway, I can't remember what the third. It's already been a long day.
It's been. I know, it's already 11:30 here. We always go late into the night.
Well, I hope people get a level of information from this, and that's why we vary, talk, sometimes lose subject, off topic. Yeah, nice light pinch. That light pinch.
Turn that down.
Yeah, look what's on the side. See that faceplate? See the shield?
Oh, yeah, I do. Wow. Look at that. It's there again. Yeah, sure enough. That.
So what are you looking at?
Oh my gosh. Uh-huh. I didn't even try to do that. It just happened.
Looks like the back of a turtle, sort of, or a soft shell crab.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't even catch that till you said that.
And if we look at it from the side, it's just straight lines that are being pushed. And that's why I've always called it the facial push cloud in front of his head. So that whole dark thing, including half the white, is exactly that. No, that's not a Saturn. That's a Saturn's yellow moon.
Yellow moon, yeah.
That's how big that sucker is.
I made this 2-3 years ago, so I was still kind of.
If that was 3 years ago, then that's a Saturn.
Oh, okay.
The blue. Then the Saturn's yellow moon is much smaller, and we're seeing it in opaque translucent here. But the shield is around the face of the Saturn's yellow moon. So it's right there, and you will probably see the smaller at that point. But that's where the ion tail is drifting off of as well. Is off that wake eddy, off that faceplate. And
that's
it wraps
pretty cool.
around Saturn's yellow moon and then goes around both sides, if not 3 to 4 sides of his Saturn. That's the winged planet.
What?
And you, of course,
You're
have
right. I
seen
know
all
because
of
the
my
wing
drawings.
planet, which everybody thinks is Nibiru,
Nibiru,
is
and it is red, but it
uh-huh.
actually is Saturn, and it's Saturn's yellow moon. And we know that because it cross-referenced to our information. When we saw that red planet with a yellow moon, we went, okay, it's Saturn. Because by then, after Atu, we knew it fit. And then when the smaller planets came in, the Saturn and Nepacity and Matim, we just went, oh shit, this fits.
Okay, so
But,
how did you know there'd be a red one and a green one and a blue one and a purple one?
well, that comes off that
The
early
video.
Pleiadian video
Okay.
from 2008 that got banned, and then we got a copy back from Berlin,
Yeah.
etc. So
Got it. Okay.
all it's all interlinked to how our little story got here through research, and when things matched, it just the story just grew, and then of course we stuck to the names because we couldn't find any. We saw the hello.
Sorry.
We saw the Harrington stuff, and we saw the single pass orbital models where they gave planet names to this and that, and none of it ever made any sense to me, so I didn't run with it at all. Whereas the Nibiru, Saru, and Atu, and Uri, and the Satim and Matim and Nepacity all fit, and we haven't seen anything that has contradicted that in a decade. So I think we're right. And it does come off the Zachariah Sitchin information as well, and there's just so much background information that just all fits. That's why we do what we do, and that's we're not guessing, we're not doing a fly by night here. There's green Nepacity, and
I know these are just so over the top, and like
tell me that's a normal sky.
Right, and the media will spin this and say it's like grow lights or something.
Now, some of those were, but not enough to fill the entire
but
sky.
not right. They don't fill the whole sky.
They may be a patch on the clouds directly above it.
Right.
Yeah, and we saw. Well, then not only that, this is not the only exposure, and we know that that's Nepacity open core green.
Yeah. And
that orange was a sandstorm.
Okay.
And that purple, of course, is that too.
Yeah. I always notice like purple, the combination of purple and orange is
well,
just
we never
iconic.
had entirely purple skies before 2000, and not in my life ever.
Always purple and orange is Atu for sure.
My sky growing up was a boring pale blue with some really cool Montana, clouds. And there's again, and these greens, a lot of tornado watchers say, well, the sky always turns green before a tornado, but not like this regular green that we have documented for, going all the way till Nepacity was seen 2015-16, but she didn't really close pass until 17-18, and then she was sighted, around the United States and offshore by many reputable sky watchers. So we've developed all of this information, and there's a core illumination.
Don't you remember this event in New York City? It was December, I think 2019 or 2018, one or the other. And they, the media, I mean, this was a big deal because the whole city was lit up like this. But they said it was a transformer. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember when the transformer blew up. That was during a flood.
You can kind of see it.
There was a high tidal storm. They had an incoming hurricane
flashing. I mean, but so but there's no way a transformer.
If that's not the transformer, if that's not that occasion of the transformer, then basically what you're looking at is an illumination off the bottom of a nighttime passing planet. Yes, they are that big.
Yeah,
yes, they are that close.
The planet.
We have, and that's the thing. Everybody thinks it's just one picture, or you got a picture of one of these captures. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of matching pictures in 13 years.
Purple and orange again.
Rebecca and I and a few others have been trading them and passing them around through a couple 100,000 member base if we added everybody together around the world. which, we couldn't even fathom the number of people that we do reach. And people tell me that regularly. Oh, you have no idea how much this has changed my life. And I'm not trying to brag. I'm trying to say, well, thank you, because you guys made all of this work. This is the citizen science aspect of this. This is how it works. Because we couldn't get information from normal sources, nor do normal sources even believe that we are accurate or even closely sane. So we've done this because this is the way around it. We had to go around it this way. We had to get sightings from everybody and then compare. And then we watched the planets from when they were really small to the stages that they are now, which is so hard. They're really hard to tell what's what. You just got to learn to look at the dark areas first. And then you can also see where the sun is flaring out and doing
Yeah.
stuff. Cut off the sun or a flaring where it's enlarged and it's so big you can't even tell where the center of it is. That tells you there's a cutoff going on, and then it's being focaled outward in a flash, a flare, a pinch between the light sources.
It's not normal. Look at that, Sam.
Yeah, and then you're seeing a line.
Oh my God.
A straight line, and then everything on the right hand side is a planet, and everything on the left is open sky, because it's a color difference. And you can just look at the ground. You can see where the illumination on the mountains to the left, and then you see there's no illumination on the mountains to the right. Shows you there's a shadowing. And we use a lot of pictures of the pinch offs. I use a lot of them in my standard grab picture post, going, how long does it take for you to see the passing planets? Because once you start studying the great shadowing that is going on, that obviously many people do not notice. I chuckle every day that I see it when it's really going on. I'm outside and there's a definite solar light pinch and nobody notices it. And I'm going, wow. So.
Man, it's just really bright there. See how white it is? So
Yeah.
it's not like a yellow sun.
There's a question at the bottom of my scroll page here. It says,
Oh yeah, let's see.
do we know when our twin system will make its closest pass and break free from ours? We're the smaller one. We're passing through it. We're at closest now, because they're going past us and into the light, and they're over the top of us now. And in the last few years, they've been doing that, but not at the same degree and passing us and at the rise above us. They was doing this cross axis move in, then move over us, and then move away. Now they're really going past us. So we are now at that center fully. Okay, things are changing from here on. We went past halfway a while ago. We know that from solar activity and behavior of this the CME activity, and what was not CME activity prior to that, because there was issues going on with our star, and so we believe we've gone just past the halfway point, and things are changing now. And this is the great. It's all going to get even more cool from here. It's going to be fantastic, and I can hardly wait. And yet at the same time, it's kind of depressing. It's also, I wish I had a better view of them like we used to. But I mean, they're so huge and close now, I can't even begin to tell you. So, am I talking loud enough? I was staring off into oblivion, and I caught myself going, am I rambling?
We're here. Yeah. No,
okay, just checking.
Why are you sad about it? What's sad about it?
Well, I mean, because, well, yeah, well, or it's a change in the secondary, and I was enjoying the way it was going, and now, perhaps it's fear of new, or regret of what we've already gotten that we can't get back, and I mean, I can't call it fear. I'd say it's more of an odd nostalgia going. They were little one. It's like looking at your kids
the
when
little
they were
babies.
young. Now they're such huge, and they look how they've grown, that kind of thing.
Big boy, yeah. Oh my gosh, we're attached.
Yeah, I would say obsessed, but
yeah,
I'm not going to say the we part. I'm going to say I'm obsessed.
Uh-huh.
And there's a certain level of I'm sure painted on insanity that comes from doing this, I would imagine. And I maybe some of it's rubbed off on me. I don't know. I have to laugh. I laugh at myself every day going through this still. You know, I don't want it to end, and I'm amazed it ever started.
Yeah, really. I'm the same way though. I mean, I don't want them to go either because I feel like the sky will be really plain. And but like you said,
Holy cow,
that
for
may not
standing
be
here and it goes away and our skies go back to normal, I'm going to let out a big sigh of relief from hell, you know.
sure if you're still
Wow,
around and
I
okay. And
lived through it, you know. Yeah.
we could start having T-shirts. I survived the passing planets of
Passing of
2023.
Nibiru. Yeah,
Yeah,
I survived passing of Nibiru.
that's it. That's it. We already got a plan.
I think we should also, you know, to the people that wanted the one that said I saw Nibiru and that, you know, or I see Nibiru. I mean, there's a whole line.
There
I've
is
seen the
true
passing
too.
planets, you know, yeah.
That's
Oh,
funny.
it just blows me away that this isn't moving forward at a different rate. And I don't know
Well,
how everybody doesn't see
I
this.
think it is.
I
I
just
know. I
don't
feel
know.
like it is though. We're just it's at its own pace. But again, that one video, I feel like that's a step, not a step, but it's a sign that we are getting their attention. You know what I mean? I feel
I
like we
hope
are.
so. I hope so.
I feel like we are.
Well, you know, I've been saying and typing the same thing for 13 years now, and I
I
still keep
know.
doing it, and then I
It's
get
like,
new.
when is it going to be noticed
Yeah,
more?
yeah,
When?
and yeah, it's not like we made this stuff up, but this stuff made itself up, and it has shown us all of this, and you know, it's just like even going back here a few minutes ago, where we're talking about passing objects in front of the sun. Holy cow, we've been talking about that for so long, it makes my eyes twitch. And we know exactly what's what, pretty much where everything is. And it's
Yeah.
pretty darn rare that something's going on that we don't know what it is, unless it's really small objects, and then it's just icing on the cake. So
Yeah.
the drawings, the accuracy ratio, the membership uh, information amounts lead always to us knowing what's going on up there. And this is what we do, and this is what we've done for so long now that we're good at what we do. And I mean, I'm able to easily answer, and I'm sure you are in most cases as well, to anybody's question now, because we look at it and within seconds we know exactly what we're looking at.
Usually,
Yeah, well, you know, there's
yeah.
still, you
For
know,
me, I know.
depending on
I
the
love
catch.
it when, yeah, I love it when you were like explaining all the asteroids. You're like, oh, well, this is that and that and that. And I mean, I'm still struggling with identifying, details of all the asteroids, but
Well, yeah, I remember where everything is for the, you know, I've been drawing the site drawings for,
right.
you know, like 5 years now. And so I remember where I draw stuff. And I even have to occasionally go back to my file and open it up and go, what did I draw where? Okay, yeah, I'm right. You know, but I look at the pictures and everybody sends me stuff, go, Sam, what's this? And I have
Right.
done it for so long now that it just sort of go toot, 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 boop, beep, 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 beep. You know, it's sort of data from Star Trek, just automatically seeing the pattern and going, okay, that's there, that's there, that's there. Because they're pretty much, and you know, I always start my first original diagnosis the moment I look at it. Okay, where's the sun? First thing, which side of the sun is it
I
on? And
agree.
then off I go from that moment on. And then because we know what's what, where's where, it's almost automatic and instantaneously. And then I start looking at the light and the angles of light, and then the size and the shape, and then the color. You know, and then it's the bodies are so evident, and they all have their self patterns, and they all have a base cloud, or for instance, the example of the green asteroid. We know it has the little dots all around it,
Yeah.
and we know that it makes these little weird, odd accumulations puff clouds around it, and sometimes you can see the dots in on the face of the bigger object, and then a couple of three or four of the other little out objects, and other times you can see two or five, you know, and they vary. And that's what's taught me, because I've watched where the green asteroid was. And whereas if you don't draw the drawings and have to account for them in your own head blindly, because I do it blindly without looking at pictures, I don't draw from the pictures. I go out into the living room. I said, don't have a computer on or anything. And I just draw this out of my head because of what I remember, what I know is where. And that's how they turn out. And I'm usually slightly advanced in accuracy. I sometimes tend to draw a little bit, like sometimes a week or so, and then boom, there it is.
Right.
Which is what I expect. And I'm not always accurate on the size. On, for instance, example, the lead asteroid changes on me so often I can't keep up with this, how big it is, and where you are on what part of the planet makes a difference in the size.
That's the new one, your new drawing.
Okay.
Um,
Don't get flagged.
I know. It's so risque.
And I've gotten to the point now where in the site
Oh
drawings, I
my
no longer
gosh.
put up any land masses in the picture. Unfortunately, I used to, do these little mountain scenes and pine trees and a couple of really cool, Rocky Mountain scenes in the bottom of them. And it saves me time. B, the planets have gotten so big, I don't have that room for them, the bottom of the landscape anymore. So I ended up just removing the landscape from the horizon. So I had to move
was
the horizon.
wondering, I was wondering, like, I thought maybe it's because you're looking higher up,
No, I was just trying to fill everything in on the page, because if you look back at any of the drawings from, say, for instance, 2018 or 19, Attu was tiny, and there's little Attu's moon next to Attu, and Uri is in between Saru and Nibiru.
Little Attu's moon. It is little right now.
Well, it's getting smaller again. I mean, a couple months ago and a year ago, 2 years ago, it was just massive, and it literally filled the whole page.
Yeah, I know.
And I've attempted to try and give out view. This isn't actually where they are per se, but this is from where the sunrise as the afternoon goes to the evening sunset. This is pretty much which side of the planet, or excuse me, which side of the sun this planet is, or which side of the sun that planet is. And that's how we use to describe the out view.
And where's Nepicity again?
Nepicity, if you look to the top of the middle of the page, you see a little bit of green sticking in.
Oh,
right behind Attu's moon and Attu. Remember, we were talking about right, because Nepicity is actually behind Attu in the orbit model. So it's currently behind. And those pictures we were talking about where the dance, where Nepicity is behind. And this is where the drawing runs into the problem of 2D versus 3D. In actuality, Attu and Attu's moon in this drawing should be over our heads. Uri should be in our faces, but over to the northern left. Saru is in the distance to the southeast and eastern sky. Now, on the right-hand side, yellow moon of Isatum and Isatum are pretty much mostly everything on the right-hand side of the sun all day long. And then as it moves and rotates, Nibiru comes visible outside of that from behind, because it is so big. So this is all trying to cram all of that in one drawing. And it's hard to do. And then, of course, I add the asteroid paths and who's doing the cameo role versus where they are in the horizon, off the horizon, close to the horizon, in size, bigger to the horizon, smaller to the horizon. Placement, is the green asteroid over here? Is the blue asteroid over here? Is the skull asteroid over here? And then I have to figure out pathway and lay all of that into one drawing. And it's a pain.
It's a pain. And you said it takes you like 20 minutes or so, right?
Yeah, sometimes longer. I have made mistakes. I think I made a mistake immediately right away on this month's drawing and threw it away and then started over. And that's what I think this is this month, because it's going down with the three thumbs. And I drew this rather quickly. It was pretty simple. Tan asteroid, rainbowing, smaller asteroids, where the skull placement, and how predominantly large the yellow moon is versus Attu's moon.
And compared to the lead object is really little this month.
Well, it's because it's going in a rotation inward and away from us. That's why it's currently smaller.
Yeah.
As the lead asteroid actually orbits in the bottom of Attu's moon, but in the drawing, it looks closer to Uri, but it's not. It's actually orbiting around and away. And I hang that model all the time with three different right, left, and middle. where the orbiting asteroids orbit under Atu's moon and then sometimes round under vertically. Sometimes they round in from the right. Sometimes most of the time they round in from the left, as we see them, as most of the sightings for all this week. A whole
Right.
bunch of new folks. I even posted my standard old drawing of Atu's moon and the OCG, old drawing from 2018, because they've gotten to that size again where they're actually being sighted in that picture scope. So it's matching an older drawing, as we now know, that because they're going higher above us.
Hey, Sam. I just want to know that let you know that Jay sent us a really nice donation
Awesome, wonderful.
for
Yeah, I was
$6.99. So
forgetting
thank you,
to
Jay.
avoid it. Hey, everybody out there, we are still
Yeah,
trying to raise the Hoffman Children's Christmas Fund, and we're
let me
trying to
get
get some
that
rather
address pulled up.
expensive
But thank you,
single.
Jay. That's very thoughtful. And well, they said you guys rock, and then they
Thank you.
wish they had been part of this group since the beginning, all
Oh boy,
along. But
2010. Yeah.
I'm glad that you found us when you did. So,
Well,
and they
hey,
did
look
have.
at it this way: you get to catch up on all the information and not have to wait a decade.
That's true. I mean, we can just in a few minutes take this information and just send it to you. Just say this is it. Things that took years and years to put together. It's nice now to be able to just
Yeah,
relay it in minutes to people. So,
and you can
but
look up Radio Wasteland on YouTube, and there are 89 separate shows, segmented, some full
hmm
shows on others,
hmm
of mine, interviews, and then there's Understanding the Sky series, and they're out there someplace. So, and some of
some
them
are
got.
floating around, but she also had a question there for you, Sam.
Oh,
One
I'm sorry.
last
I was
question. That's
I was
okay.
staring off into oblivion. And my last question before we're gonna happen with our planet when we break away, or Wilson. I think there might be a thread attachment issue. There might be a solar issue. We don't know where the second star is going to go or how close it's going to pass when it leaves or when we leave them. It's not when they leave, it's when we leave them because we're smaller. Um, we're the smaller of the two solar systems. That's where the big people live. I believe that we'll either see some geologic tectonic plate issues, volcanic issues, maybe more storm weather, maybe even greater catastrophes. I pray not. But I believe that the description from Zachariah Sitchin and the name Nibiru, the planet of passing, has a strong significance there for a part of that. I'm not going to do the henny penny routine, but we are already witnessing drastic weather planetary changes, and it's only going to get worse. So, and then we expect that, they are sort of rising above us, and maybe this is going to get hopefully a little less volatile, but we don't know. So I'm hoping for the best, but I'm also planning for the worst. Not that I can do much of that, but it takes all of us to get together and say, share this information so other people can prepare a plan, etc. And we're going to chalk us up as cuckoos, but I mean, if you are concerned for your family and stuff, I would sort of think about how you could do something to prepare or spread the news so you can positively move forward rather than negatively. And that's a hard topic and it's a hard discussion because I've seen a lot of people in trouble over sharing this information.
You seen a what? A lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble from some people and their
Some
families,
people. Oh,
husbands and wives and parents, and they don't want to talk about it or how dare you. And I've even gotten some phone calls from the Australian Federal Police and over a family that was concerned. And so,
because
a few
what? Well, they
times.
thought you were a cult, right?
Right. They were investigating me for being a cult leader. And I am not. I do not. At the time, I had not. I don't ask for money other than donations. I did not
Right.
take the man's money. I wasn't going to take the man's money. The man never mailed me $1. We were actually pretty good friends. I think
Yeah.
we still see him occasionally, although he doesn't share his full person. I think he's got a an avatar Facebook page. So,
Oh, yeah, right.
and
Um,
and I think that he's also gone a little farther than our information. And I see a lot of that. There's some really great people out there getting some really great captures, and they're adding on to their knowledge of our knowledge, and then saying some things that are, shall we say, extra orbital or extra science, and they're smearing out a little bit too much cream sauce on top of the on top of the peanut butter here. And I have a
mhm.
tendency to not necessarily want to talk to those people all the time. I'll comment to them briefly, but I don't engage in great conversations when they do go far over the edge from science into fantasy.
Oh,
And
right.
not that I'm trying
I
to
know
judge,
that.
but I'm pretty sure I know bullshit when I hear it. But and we have a lot of people that have learned a lot of stuff on the internet that they actually truly believe. And it actually, in a lot of cases, saddens me to have to dispel some of these things that, some people actually get a kick out of. And you have to question yourself, are you, are you a fear freak, and are you into it? And do you want to learn something that's really scary? And then if you can't get agreement from here, then you move on to the next scary thing. And I've seen a lot of people like that. And there are some people that are just into the fear factor, doom and gloom shit. And if it doesn't scare the hell out of them, well, then it's wrong.
Hmm.
It's variance in psychological behavior that I've often questioned, but I see different varying types of many. I mean, there's thousands of different types of people, but
Right.
sociologically speaking, I see some groups of behaviors in people because I'm smart enough to read people really well. And I have studied a little of these behaviors, and I do question and wonder sometimes. Wow, ooh, are you there for that reason? Are you there because it scares the shit out of you, and you don't want to find anything that makes any real sense? And so, I'm stuck at that point, and I just sort of give up and move on. Because
With
if you
right.
step in sheep shit, you got sheep shit on your shoe, and I don't want to go there. So, I mean, you can look too deep into sociological behaviors, and some people perhaps drag yourself into the mud hole. Freaks family
I
out. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
no,
a
I
lot
know
of people.
some people are just not open to.
What would Jesus say? Okay.
I know it's like they're so sure about what they've, spent all their time into studying. They're not easily going to but that's not the case with everybody, because I was like that. I was highly religious, highly, and then I totally believed in chemtrails. I totally believed in them. I was out looking for them. So if I can turn around from all of that, I mean, there is hope for anybody, truly. So,
Audrey's asking about the giants.
oh, okay. She also was asking about whales. So
Yeah.
who is asking
Well,
about giants? Let's see.
Facebook user, it says Audrey asking about giants.
Uh-huh. Okay. I did see a. Do you think the bigger the planet, the bigger the people, meaning giants?
Yes. Bingo. Ding, 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 ding,
Thought
ding, ding,
so.
ding, ding. You win a
I
cookie.
That was wow. Okay. So
I
like the
believe the
Anunnaki.
giants. I believe the giants were placed here during the Ice Age, so that they could continue factory planet Earth.
What didn't you say had something to do with the atmosphere at the time?
Well, yes, that's true as well. During periods of time on Earth, and this is where the woolly mammoths and all the greater, larger creatures like the giant sloth and numerous other um, last extinction age animals, the giant buffalo, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then on the rest of the world as well, that dinosaurs that were post or ruminant dinosaurs, post-era ruminant beasts during that period, ice age, whatever, um, were much greater and much larger because of the oxygen content on the planet. And that's why when the oxygen content on the planet from the change of our last ice age dropped down, and we went into more fluorocarbons and other things because we don't breathe all oxygen. Only 25% of every breath of what we take in has oxygen in it, and then the rest of it is a bunch of gases. But when in that period of time when we had purer air on this earth, we had giant creatures, including the woolly mammoth. And that's when the size changed, was at the end of the last ice age, roughly approximately 25,000 years ago. According to current science.
And then you also, well, it's funny because,
I believe that maybe 3 cycles ago or 4 cycles ago, we have giants. I believe the American Indians interacted with them regularly. I believe the Arabs interacted with them regularly. They're in the Bible. I believe that, and the Smithsonian Institution destroyed all of the, the bones that they've been collecting for the last 150 years recently. And I was like, that's a crime. So, that's the suppression of the information. Perhaps they had some cleaning up to do because the boss upstairs maybe didn't like it. Maybe they took them rather than them actually cremating them. I do believe that some of the skeletons of the giants or the spirits of the giants were never picked up by the demigods as well. And there's a whole process of story to that I don't go into great detail over unless you're across the coffee table on a Halloween night.
Yeah. Right.
Sorry,
no,
I have to take a pop,
Just recently, like, I don't know, maybe a couple of weeks ago, there's a guy, I was looking to see where it was. Where was he? I can see the video. I'd have to listen to it. Oregon. Anyway, he says that he found, bear with me, I lost my screen. Okay. Anyway, he was in Oregon, and he there's a mountain, and that has looks like a door in a way, and I'll try to get it for you. But anyway, he says he saw a giant peeking out of this door in a mountain.
If you look down at the bottom, comment from Audrey, I heard recently that during the war in Iraq, a giant came out of a cave and frightened an American soldier. Yes, correct.
Oh, boy. Okay.
That was exactly, you guys are thinking on the same page. That was actually reported, and I would be inclined to believe it. I believe that there are many, many creatures walking around in forests and uninhabited areas that we don't even know about, including especially the ocean. Because we are freaking arrogant and think we know everything when we are constantly proven wrong. Including the guy on YouTube today. I'm chuckling over that, I don't think that's possible. Well, good for you, young man. I'm so happy for you. Anyway, there's a lot of shit going on that we do, and because I've done stuff that I don't even dare tell you about, unless I wanted to be Joan of Arc, and there's a, if you cross-reference that metaphor. And I can tell you there is so much more out there than the average Joe Facebook, pardon the expression, even barely understands the premise of, let alone the ramifications therein. And I'm not trying to brag or be anything like that. I'm trying to warn because the shit that I've seen, because of what I know and I guess how it's panned out, strange life as it is God. There's so much more going on than we understand, and we are very short-lived humans, and there are many different forms of beings all around us and in other dimensions and in half dimensions, and they live far, far longer than we do. And that there's just so much vastness to the topic, and I don't have all the facts, but I do have a lot of the study. And I have been able to walk through a good portion of human bullshit, pardon the expression, BS, whatever. And I know some of these guys that are on YouTube and, selling books and make millions of dollars and all of this, and they've got some of it right. They have some of this information right. But who else knows about Factory Planet Earth? And it is mentioned in the Colburn, it is mentioned in Egyptian texts. But you don't get it unless you understand the premise. And that's the same thing with the Colburn Bible. And if you add the binary solar system to the Colburn Bible and you reread it, it will all of a sudden make sense. And I promise you that. And this is where all these little tiny keys of acceptance will lead you to the next door and the next pathway of discovery. And you can't get it unless you start with the basis. You have to go, okay, I'm using the light. I'm looking. I see this. Oh my God, there it is. And once you see a planet, you're going to step into a larger world. You're going to go, oh shit, what's that beside it? And then you're going to start comparing the monthly site drawings or the information we try to tell you verbally or in type or whatever, or watching videos. And then you'll see stuff out in the sky and you'll automatically go, Christ, I know what that is. And that's how it works. And, if you don't have the basis of the it's sort of like throwing a pallet on really wet grass. You don't want to get your shoes wet. You got to step on that pallet, that first pallet that gets you to start off and go, I'm looking up in the sky and what the hell is that dark thing above me? And then off you go. It's
Right.
that simple. And I saw stuff from 2009 on in the sky. And I knew that wasn't normal. And then, I was also expecting the planets. So here in my, many years after I was told that they were coming, here they are. I never expected them to be this close. Never expected them to be this big. Never expected Nibiru to be the planet of passing. And oh boy, is it passing. So, that's where we're at. And we, of course, have gathered all this information. I'll say that 1,000 more times until next month, and these naysayers, well, I saw one drawing and one picture. He's full of shit. You can't do this off one picture. You can't do this off of one podcast. You have to do it for yourself. You have to investigate. You have to learn the tricks. The tricks are to find the dark areas first, then look at the sun. Then understand what the lighting is. Know that the lighting is wrong. And then, you can use lenses to block the sun. You can't photograph through them, but it'll show you if you've got a really good, thick couple of lenses even, and can really break the sun down where you're not being blinded by it. At some points in times, you can see the cutoffs where there's an object cutting off half the view of the sun, one side or the other, or all three, top, bottom, and right and left. Or whatever. And you can see where the sun is not shaped properly. You can see the refraction. You can see the flaring. You can see that they're going to get out there and do sea trails right before a planet comes in. They did it yesterday, and I laughed the whole time. I said, Jesus, guys, quit wasting the money. I see it coming. Thank you, And, they've gotten, well, they can't do it ahead of time because I think they're guessing still, too. So
Who's guessing?
The PTB, powers that be, those in charge of what we throw all our taxes to. I think they are attempting to still cover up some of this, but they're doing far less of it than they ever used to. And I still see them occasionally, and I chuckle about it. So, the point is, yeah, I love that one. It shows you that it's shining in between stuff. That ringing is it focaling in between the larger planet on the right.
Oh, really?
Like a wave, like you drop a stone in the middle of a puddle.
So what's causing that again? I mean,
light cut off on the right hand side.
Oh, really?
That's why the circular wake is going to the left.
I thought it was strange how it was kind of lopsided. Yeah.
Well, it's obviously, and you can look at the tree and the orange on the tree branch on the pine.
Yeah.
Is colorized. This is a colorized photo.
I darkened it a little.
Yeah, right.
That's all. I just
and
pulled the
it's
contrast
focaling in around the side of Nibiru.
Wow. Neat. I like that one too.
And that's why you can see the darkness on the right hand side.
Right. Because something's there. Yeah. There's that one.
And that is probably an asteroid crossing on the lower right hand, probably the blue asteroid. That's why it's focaling. And notice it's not coming below the horizon, therefore it's not a sundog. and that
You
is
mean
it's an atmospheric cutoff halo,
okay? Okay. Wow.
not a
I like
sundog
it.
which comes down below the horizon from the photographer.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would be all the way to the bottom of the pic.
Pretty
And we've got a
cool.
central shaft. So that's probably something coming in the way of it, smaller. I don't know. That could actually be an actual sundog. I don't know without the rest of the halo to see it.
Yeah.
And
The
but
pinch is interesting though. It's
yeah,
like
and
something
you always
from
check the
above.
flaring. This has
Uh-huh.
got a horizontal flaring. So there's something that's causing it. Okay, well, this one absolutely. This is Uri cutting into the sun. And all that white blue stuff on the left, all the way to the bottom, even is the side
Yeah.
of Uri with the lower base cloud.
Okay.
We've seen that time after time. And the central blue object on the right hand side is lead asteroid.
Um,
Time after
this
time after time.
Audrey, I think this is Audrey. She's asking what you know about CERN. Like, what has it done?
I know a lot about CERN.
Oh boy, that
Oh
sounded.
boy.
Yeah, that sounded mischievous. That laugh.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm watching them still. They're still having problems and they haven't figured out why. You're playing with matches, boys.
Well, what are they doing?
Well, CERN, they take a proton and they run it magnetically between a bunch of magnets and they move that proton or this amount of material
Mm-hmm.
made up of protons and neutrons and electrons, of course, which everything is made of. And they send it around this 12-mile long track, and then it hits where it came from, and then they send it even faster, and then they send it even faster and faster and faster and faster in a big circle. And then they get to the speed of light, and that's when they run into trouble. Because their proton leaps out of its containment and goes into another dimension, reaching across multiple asteroids depending on the seventh marker, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a whole bunch of information in there I got to be careful with.
Okay.
And I'm not sure they're even fully aware of the effect of what they're doing, because when they get the proton to return into a sublight state, they're not containing all the proton explosion. And they've recently found that they may have discovered protons and neutrons and elements that exist off of our periodic chart, which tells you they're dealing with groundbreaking, unbelievable shit, but they could be screwing with the time space continuum all the way to much greater things. And I know a little bit more, but I don't dare go off into that topic because that might have something to do with the Empire Orb and the Texas Cube and the Long Box Cube, etc. And
Oh
that's
man.
I'm dropping some crumbs on the table for a
Yeah.
hint.
Yeah.
Because if you want to move across galaxy to galaxy, maybe we need to figure out a way to somehow make a locator beacon. This is why, well, God, I'm already saying it. I'll go around about the topic. Why do you think the Texas Cube came over Texas?
I don't know.
Because they have the Texas Collider, built by George Bush many years earlier
The
than the
Texas Collider.
Texas
Oh,
Collider. Yes, the one
it
of the
has its
first.
own
We
collider.
have a circular proton collider in Texas
I did never know that.
that was built before a lot of people were born. Yeah,
Oh
I
boy.
remember when
Okay.
they built that, and that's not. I don't even hear anything about it, but yeah, it's in use. That's why the Texas Cube got there, and the Empire Orb appeared over Germany and Sweden over the top of the Hadron Collider. Hint, 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 hint. And I won't go into too many details beyond that. And then they're having an occurrence that they're not aware of because their minds are small, tiny. I'm joking. Tiny-minded people.
Uh-huh.
Those are the top scientists in the world, and they're even talking about the Higgs boson particles. Yeah. And
Yeah.
I understand a good portion of that science, and I was looking into it, and I think they're doing more than they realize they're doing.
I mean,
So
are these portals, or is that what they're doing? Opening portals?
Well, they're sending a proton faster than the speed of light, and then they're crashing it into another proton. And then they're observing the subatomic explosive reaction, and it can release a great deal of energy for one. And they have somehow seemingly knocked protons they couldn't account for out of other dimensions. And that's when the machine shorts out. And a lot of times they'll turn the machine on and it shorts out and they don't know why. I'm pretty sure I have a good idea why.
Wow.
And they blamed it on weasels crawling into the system and all sorts of stuff. But
Okay.
they've had numerous test failures where they can't figure out what's going on, and it's because they're playing with toys they don't understand. I got a pretty good idea. I mean, it's not something I want to risk my reputation over, but I've commented on it in other shows what I thought about it, and I just figured it wasn't something I need to drag out of the bucket again. But I looked at their material and I understand the premise, and I noticed right away on their first tests at the Hadron Collider that they were going beyond the containment field on return of the colliding of the protons. And I noticed that they were coming outside of the containment field, and I went, "Oh, Jesus." So yeah, their experiment is beyond their personal control, and I don't think they're aware of what they're doing.
Really? Okay, so they're just testing
a toy they're not sure of yet, and it's scary.
Playing.
And they're having new issues. And I just, as a matter of fact, about a week ago, I re-looked up what they have some new stuff that's happening, and I looked it up. So it's a good question, really good question.
Yeah.
But I really hate a lot of times talking off topic what I'm not qualified to talk about. But I have my assumptions. I think I'm a pretty good scientist. So I mean, the question is,
agree.
Do you value my scientific opinion? And then now I'm moving on to a podcaster, so I'm sort of inclined.
Add that to your.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of inclined to talk about my opinion a little more than facts. And me and how I've been with Montana Skywatcher. I mean, I was, snap the ruler on your knuckles. Facts, man, facts. We stick to science here, And I got everybody, and there's a lot of people.
I know. I think that's what you're so intimidating. Is like, oh no, I'm afraid because you're gonna,
Yeah, Sam's gonna yell at you for that. You know how many times I read that?
It was nothing ever
it was hilarious how many times, because every day I go through the page and I read everybody's comments.
Oh man.
And I mean everybody's. I go down the page every day.
Yeah.
I'm warning you, I go down the page every day.
Oh,
anyway,
no.
yeah, and I don't know how many times, it's hilarious, how many times I've seen somebody say, "Oh shit, dude, Sam's going to yell at you for that." And I saw that so many times, I got to the point where I was just chuckling over it, going, "Oh God, am I really that big of a hard ass?" And then we got Lucinda, and I became a kitten compared. And I had so many complaints about poor, dear, wonderful Lucinda. She really worked hard, and she took on the rules, and she just made sure everybody followed them. And so it got a little intense for some people. But look at the science that we did.
I know.
Look what we've accomplished by following the rules. And we kept, we kept a whole bunch of trolls and a whole bunch of bots, and we went through all of the, the Facebook jails and all of this shit over the years. And so we've drastically tried to keep a level of. Have you ever seen a fight in my site on Montana Skywatchers?
A fight?
A fight between any members ever?
Not that I can think of.
Right.
Nothing
we
stands
have not
out.
had. Well, do you remember how? Remember originally when you first started Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and the amount of fights you had amongst people in the early days?
Man, I used to be infiltrated with so many trolls. It was bad. It's a long story. I mean, honestly, the first couple of years, I had somebody else basically running the group. I was really not active. I mean, I started the group just to have a place to post my own pictures, and it started growing. But I was having way more back pain back then. I couldn't even concentrate on anything. So anyway, until my back pain got more under control in 2020, and that's when I started.
And it takes a lot of work. It really does.
Yeah, that's when I took over the group. Yeah, I
You
took
let
it
a
back
certain
over, and and then I started getting helpers like Tracy, and
yeah
extra admins and
moderators and
moderators.
co-admins and yeah.
It just, slowly fell into place,
Yeah, for
basically.
me, the girls were always beating me. Matthew was doing a lot for a long time. They were beating me to a lot of the crap, and there was months. I mean, if not a year or 2 years, where I really didn't have to actually even deal with any of those guys, which was great. Um, and if we had not had that level of strict behavior as a citizen science site, we would have gone into crazy train control issues, and we'd have to fight
Crazy
people. I
train.
used to do this. Why are you acting this way? And you told so and so this, and then you're in the drama world, and we couldn't do that.
Yeah.
And then we've had a few wackadoos in our time that we tried to tolerate over and over and over again.
I
There's a certain KK. Do you know who I'm talking about? The first two
I
initials
actually,
ever.
you didn't even have to say that. I already knew who you're
You knew
talking.
who I was talking about. Yeah. And there, we had a lady that we
Yeah.
went through and went through and went through, and I think we're still going through her.
She's still
Uh,
around.
she's
Yeah.
a dear, nice lady, but she's sadly either drastically unprepared for science or wantingly trying to keep our attention.
Yeah.
And I'll leave it at
I mean,
that.
she's very friendly.
Yeah, but
But
I've got those midnight phone
it's out there.
calls when
Yeah.
they look you up on in the American phone book and call you and panicking because is this true? And then you have to spend 2 hours on the
Yeah.
phone trying to calm them down that what they read today on some QAnon site
Yeah. Oh
has
boy. It seems like she
completely.
was planning a road trip, and you were on one of her stops. She was
Yeah,
at one point. Yeah.
right. And I've had enough of those. Thank you.
Yeah.
No
Oh
one is allowed
man.
here without invitation. I have been through my stop by people.
Uh-huh.
And which
Yeah.
lets you know, I guess you're kind of famous then when you got people visiting you. I've
Yeah.
actually, at one point in time, I did have people fly out to come to some of my talks, and
That'd be neat.
we ran into attention that we didn't necessarily want, so I stopped doing public talks, and I
Yeah.
never really made an income off of that, although I should have. Um, I have thought recently about trying to put a book together, or like you and I have talked about, maybe getting somehow famous enough to go on Comic-Con together.
Mm-hmm.
You
I think a
grab my
book
hard
deal
drive.
is not far-fetched at all. I feel like that should be,
Yeah, well, that's if we go. I mean, if we make money, if we actually get sort of I hate to use the word
right.
incorporated, but
I
if we
feel
become
like
funded in a way
it
where we
wouldn't.
could actually afford to go to that place and have a large enough computer screen where we could take and set up our equipment in 5 minutes and be able to do a speech, not that a speech,
Is that you're talking about Comic-Con? Is
yeah,
that what you're
get a
talking
good
about?
soapbox or two, stand on my soapbox and
I
preach, joke a
know.
bad
I
joke.
know. We would be
Well, the question
either
is,
oddballs
are we
or
well known? I mean, we were called the other night, we were called legends.
that's
I
true.
mean, should
And
I
and
think,
we've been called experts as well.
yeah,
Experts and
we're the
legends.
experts. Yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
our group, our multiple sister site group, and we're always asking for more people to join us if they have if you're an admin of a sister site, and you actually want to get into the facts, and we mean facts. We're not going to sit here and talk about a bunch of shit that isn't real. And if you want to learn this stuff, and we'll send you all kinds of information and links, etc., so that you can catch up to speed and run your own site, as long as understand the premise and you can actually do this. It's a big, heavy load, but there are other people we need to connect with. And of course, we need your, donations and support and subscribe and hit the like button and all of that crap. And
Yeah.
because it's the thing. It's like, where do you want to go with this information? And a lot of people go, well, it doesn't going to help me. And I say, well, we all have to continue to pass on this information because it is that important. And Jesus says the same thing. It is that important that this gets passed on and grows. It is. Because it's not like and again, back to, it's not like we're making this shit up. and it's real and it's happening and it's
Right.
real. And when they, when they're gone, you're not going to, that's where I get the agitation from. When they're gone, you're not going to be able to see this anymore. And it's the greatest freaking thing that ever was. And it is.
Right. I mean, it, it's like a
I see.
chosen. No, I was gonna say it's just like we're a chosen generation or something. I mean, we
Right,
get to
and I
get
often
to
think
see
about
this.
that too. It's like there maybe only certain people can see this, and then you're into the sociological twist. Well, then obviously you're out of your mind. Only certain people
Right.
can see this. What kind of a ghost fantasy crazy shit is this? And I grind on that every day, wondering how I can see shit that nobody else sees, and then I
Yeah.
draw it. And there it is. Ta-da. And look, it matches next week, a year from now, 3 years from now. Something you wrote, 44 years ago. I mean, oh my God. Can I have my head examined, please?
I mean, as strange as that sounds, it does seem that way that only some people are open enough,
I
to
think it's
this
the people that think
information.
outside the box. It's the people willing enough to harbor the possibilities of that. Like I said, that pallet you step on, that possibility that you can take that one step that goes, let me look into this, rather than, oh, he's full of shit. There,
I know.
so
What is so different about those kind of people? One is
it would probably boil down to something where they're comfortable in what they have. And I've heard the old statement from some really dear friends who I respected, I thought were intelligent, and they said, well, what good is that going to do me anyway? And it's like, wow, where do I start?
yeah,
You got good and bad. What if shit happens and you don't know about it, and then you're, way behind the mark to react? Or good is because then you get to see the greatest show that ever was. And
right.
so,
It's a lot
how
to do with that.
but when they throw that in your face, like, well, it ain't gonna do me any good to know about that anyway. It's like, okay, we're done here. Thank you. Have a nice day. And and then there's the people that kind of get into it in the end. And pardon me for saying this, and Mark, you can hear me. Mark believes only so much. He's not fully there. And this is
Yeah.
why he tries to tell us, well, he's going to check into both sides of the story for what would you call it, journalistic,
Uh-huh.
integrity. But I think it has a lot to do with it. Mark doesn't fully understand yet or believe, which is okay. He's giving it an effort. He's talking to me. We're
Yeah.
working at it.
He's
You know,
trying, and
I'm tolerant of his age and his learning base, and he's one of many people I talk to regularly that are not fully strongly seeing the passing planets. And I just try to keep teaching a little piece at a time. And I haven't given up on anybody. And even if they, our favorite YouTube trolls, I haven't given up on them. I don't hate them. I don't care,
I mean,
frankly.
if you're the most patient person, honestly, Sam, if I mean you do. I've watched you, communicate with people, and so you're way more patient than even I am. Really.
Well, I met in the 80s face to face with a 7-foot tall guy with a really weird back head
Okay.
who came
Wow.
out of a spaceship
Hmm.
and gave me this huge freaking speech of a whole bunch of freaking information that I still have to chew on to this day. And I think that's given me a little bit more patience. Let's hope. Oh God, let's
Yeah.
hope. Pardon
Man.
me, oh great deity in the mystical sky. I hope that my Buddhist studies and my religious studies, which I have studied every religion I could find. Um, I haven't looked too much into Scientology. I could never get too far into it. It kind of drove me instantly nuts. But anyway, that's one of the few ones I do not even chase.
Yeah.
And let's just hope that my patience comes from understanding rather than being a pushover.
Yeah, I know. I know. Because
I do not see myself as a pushover. I don't think anybody could argue uh, the skin off of my hand in
no,
any way, shape, or form.
I would
Uh,
never.
and as a podcaster, in the last couple of weeks, I've tried to give a little bit more of my personal self, which is also not a great thing in some ways, and it's a good thing in others. It can be, I just lost her. Um, sometimes being open is good, and other times being open is rather scary because of this topic and the fact that some people have reacted poorly. I've had some unusual threats, and I've had a fantastic time with a lot of really wonderful people who have been nothing but on my side, and very kind and very polite and very generous with their words and your back.
I'm back.
And I have
That's
met a
weird.
lot of really fantastic people. There's a lady that we talked about tonight that we were going to hopefully bring on as a guest member,
Yeah.
Michelle Mountain. I don't know what her real name is, but she's been a member, and she lives in South Africa. She's got a fantastic accent. I love it. Um,
Neat.
very nice lady. She's been a prominently wonderful friend for many years, and she's always been very supportive. And I would like to invite her onto the show very soon. And
Yeah, I will message her and
I
find
gave
out.
you her Facebook link on private message earlier today.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm trying to, I'm trying to focus this on more of a podcast. Hey, this is Sam talking. And yes, we do lose topic off the Nibiru passing planets from occasional. And a lot of people do sidetrack me because they have, oh, I want to know about this or that, or have you heard about this? And so yes, we all get sidetracked. So welcome to our crazy podcast. And the topic is,
I'm
and Uncle
thinking
Jimmy's.
Saturday would be a good day for her because she is 8 hours ahead of us. It's 8:30 in the morning there. And so if we had our 2
Right.
o'clock Saturday show,
Right.
that'd be 10 o'clock her time.
And we can do special guest star shows if we want to too, but I'm not looking forward to doing more than 2 shows a week.
Right.
Because
I
God, every
agree.
time I turn around, it's time to do the show again.
Every couple
And
of days.
and
Yeah.
unfortunately, donations have been really slow. And as soon as I might have to get myself a small microphone for Christmas, or a headset or microphone. I don't know. I have to try that. I hadn't even thought about headset, microphone, and earphones. I hadn't even thought of that till I saw
Headset.
Mark wearing it
Oh,
tonight.
I
And
was thinking
yeah.
about, right, a headset. They had the little mic, that kind of like an operator.
Well, the real YouTubers use pods, man.
They use what? Pods?
Earpods,
Oh, pods,
earbuds, whatever
earpods.
they
Yeah. I
call.
don't like stuff sticking in my
Oh yeah,
ears.
I'm sorry. I do not want to do wireless either with that electrical field around my head. I don't think
Yeah.
I would. I don't think I'd do well after 2 hours. I'd probably be brain fried. And I don't agree with putting a phone next to your head either. Believe me, that I know about
Yeah. And that's the whole world.
magnetospheres.
Yeah, I know.
And don't carry your phone in your pocket either. I mean, wow. You put it in a purse, shield that damn thing. Keep that electric field away from you, because you're getting 5G and all of that. It's like it's like living in an electric house. I don't agree with that either. I mean, if you want to cure leukemia and cancer, put people in clay huts that live, hobbit houses with one plug-in where most of your electrical comes from. You don't put it around you in a circle. When you live in a house that there's electricity all around you, including light bulbs over your head, you're in a magnetic field. And Tesla warned everybody about that. And he warned Edison directly about that. And I've studied this information, and I agree with it. And it's not good to be in a fully electric home. And people should, if you want to study this information, check into a Faraday cage. Oh my God, I would love to have one. I wish I had the resources to build one. You can all literally cut so much of the crap that we're all suffering from right now from the passing planets by having a Faraday cage. And if you're interested in the science, look it up.
I was going to say, what does it take to
Faraday
have one?
cage is a negative planed ground plane where you sit in a box that's made out of wire, and you put in a negative battery charge to it, and it stops even more celestial solar radiation from coming. It'll stop an EMP. If you have your electronics inside the Faraday cage during an EMP, the electronics will not be affected.
Right.
And that
I've heard
includes
that.
your human brain and your body.
I was going to say, but you can get in one.
Yes, it depends on
as
how
well.
big you build it. You know, if
Yeah.
you have
Okay.
you take wire fencing and you make an absolute cube out of it, a 10 by 10 foot cube in your basement, whatever,
Uh-huh.
and then you attach it to a battery. You never put the battery on the floor, but anyway, you attach it to the negative pole of a battery, and then you attach it to that wire, and you go inside, and you are inside a Faraday cage, and the exterior positively charged energy from an EMP or whatever does not as easily get inside. It reduces it depending on your negative ground plane and that
Hmm.
strength. And there's other ways to get a stronger ground plane, et cetera, et cetera. It's technology ratio.
Man.
Yeah, well, there's a
That,
lot to science, and there's a lot to living. If you live in a cave, you're probably better off in a lot of ways, except you're getting radon radiation. So I mean, there's give and take, and no matter where you live and how you live. But there's a better side of this and a better side of that, and this is what I've always tried to study, and this is why I agree with hobbit holes and or hobbit houses and domes and all of that.
I wish we were more like that, really.
Well, we really
Versus,
need to be, because our weather, if our weather continues like this, people should be building houses that won't have their roofs ripped off. And
yeah.
that's all we're doing is building houses, these big expensive houses. First storm goes by, goodbye house, and these people are standing there in their basement going, what the hell just happened?
Right. That's the sad part. That's happening just more and more, way more. I was looking through TikTok, getting some clips to show tonight real
Yeah,
quick. And
Mr. Pinhead Skywatcher says, I have a Faraday bag for my phone. Yeah.
oh, where is that? That's cool.
It's on the bottom.
That's pretty neat.
I see
Oh, it's
everyone.
way down there.
And great show, guys. Sam, the little sis, keep going.
What about this question real quick? I saw it shared or asked a couple of times, which was about the golden cube. Do you know what? Let me see if I can find it again. Do you know of a gold
I
cube?
don't know of a gold cube. My first thought was thinking about the cube at the Hajj and certain Jewish sects that wear little cubes on their forehead. Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah, I know. What are they talking? I mean, are they signifying or
A
symbolizing the
certain
Texas
symbol of
cube?
religious reverence. And there are certain sects of Ashkenazi Jews, for instance, that still have some very, very powerful magic that they don't share with everyone.
Okay.
And there's a whole Muslim group of people that worship walking around the Hajj cube for perhaps a reason.
Okay. Right. I mean, I'm just wondering. I'd like to know the deeper meaning, what it really means. But why are they putting that?
What does all religions base similarities have to say? What do all religions have the same? What's the one thing they all have in common?
Oh man.
Worship.
Okay.
Worship of a
I was
deity.
gonna say I could think of probably several, but yeah.
So if you got 10,000 guys walking in a circle around a cube, and I'm not downing the Muslims in any way, shape, or form. God bless them. May Allah be with them. Worshiping, circling in a cube, there's a reason behind it, a lore, a legend.
Yeah.
If you're a Jewish person and you've got a cube stuck on your hat and you wear it in public, it is for a religious sect purpose of worship, identification with a certain symbol. So you can add, it's a metaphor for a reason, and there are factional hints, and I'll leave it at that. I want to say more, but I don't.
I hear you. Okay. Well, I mean, to me, it seems like so many people, moving in unison like that is like an energetical, is that a word? It's for, think of the energy that creates.
How do we generate power?
Right. And you got all
You
these
have a
people
water wheel
moving,
that
and
turns, a wheel that
it
has
just seems
magnets,
like there's something bigger like that going
and
on.
there's
I don't
magnets
know.
inside a coil that's wrapped wire that has two leads after many wraps. When that magnet spins, it generates
Mm-hmm.
electricity by
Mm-hmm.
the AC/DC power of the
Cool.
passing plane of the polarity of the magnet, which accelerates the ions, which creates electricity. Spiritual electricity, you walk in a circle as a group.
Yeah,
That's why the animals do it.
that's
It
true.
creates a special electrical connection.
So are they harvesting us for or energy like
No,
loosh?
no, they got energy spree everywhere. Fish move, birds move, all connected electrically. How do you think they do that? They feel it. They feel when one moves, they feel it.
Mm-hmm.
And humans have forgotten that they have greater abilities than they know of. And I have taken some of those thoughts and learned some things and stepped outside the box a little bit and have discovered some of the quests that people search for in Buddhism and that sort of thing, and then Wiccan magic and that sort of thing. And I've done some things with witnesses to know that they were real and it did happen. So my point is that there is a lot more to source. There's a lot more to magic. There's a lot more to humans. There's a lot more to animals. There's a lot more to Earth. There's a lot more to the stars. There's a lot more to our universe than we arrogant, very, very busy humans who have to go to work by 8 p.m. tomorrow or 8 a.m. tomorrow spend time thinking about. And I was, of course, pushed over the edge by meeting this 7-foot tall Pleiadian guy and all that. And you go into a different world by knowing that there's a whole lot more. And then once that lid or, on the can of worms or whatever, or the door is open or whatever, you start to, understand more because you ponder more and you have more, more opportunity to view things in a different way.
Right.
And that's what, my meditation, that's why Mark is now getting into Renki, although it's an interesting path. It's not the one I would, Mark is human, so I guess that's okay.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that are into Renki. I think it is kind of a little strict path that's misguiding, but then I have my own path too. So, and I have taught source to people, and I'm sure that's probably very similar. I haven't looked into Renki that much, but I've looked into it enough to know it's not necessarily. I think it's sort of one of those glossed over, added information that sort of takes away from the premise of all of it, and that's why I choose to do things my way. But other than that, I have no complaints about Renki.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't know all the
Well,
details.
there's more to it than they know. There's more
Yeah.
to the harmonic Om chanting and earth grounding and Buddhist positions of meditation have a lot to do with the chakra tower. And people don't realize that the chakra tower and the level of development and the color patterns and everything are all interconnected. Sound equals light equals matter. And if you connect those premises and you connect that to Buddhism and you connect that to Renki and you connect spiritualism into the development of the sound equals light equals matter, then you have a lot more occurring than Renki discusses or even knows about. There's a certain level of science and mysticism and metaphysical earthly stuff that mixes all into one beautiful, awesome, cool, really interesting thing. And that, of course, is stepping outside the box again from the system because, what do you're stepping away from Buddhism or you're stepping away from Renki or you're stepping away from, mysticism. So it's a combination. Once you separate something, you're not going to have the whole answer. The whole answer is by combining and conjoining and knowing that everything is connected. And that's how it works.
You say that often. I figure that.
Well, if you believe that you can, you can. If you don't believe you can and you're still questioning whether or not you can, or you have doubts that you can, you can't. And as Yoda says, and I hate to quote Yoda, today because I saw a Republican senator do a really terrible job of it on TV the other day, and so it's like I'm a little bit too soon. Um, you have to unlearn, and you have to. There is no try. There is only do.
Yeah.
And part of how I do what I do is knowing that I already did it. And we've had this discussion before, where I was told I was going to do all these things, and look what I'm doing. And when you achieve that, and all of a sudden you're doing it, and your head pops up out of the crowd, and you go, "Holy shit, he was right."
Hmm.
And I mean, I hadn't planned it this way. I didn't plan for this to come out this way. I just had this overwhelming urge to talk, and then there's all the people out there will go, "Sam, I heard your voice and I have to talk to you." And, the rest is history. And I'm not trying to, be this crazy cult leader or figure of
No.
like some of our troll people. I did actually enjoy the aliens saying that how the aliens chose me. Why would they choose? And then of course she put in a derogatory statement to go along with it, talk about drug use. But I mean, this was a joke.
Yeah.
And I chuckle at how crazy they get. They got to reach for something to discredit you, anything, and they don't care how much they discredit you. And there was a couple of people that early on were really into me, and then all of a sudden some little button went off in their head, and then they made these crazy movies because of crazy rumors, and a decade later it's still haunting me. So, and then they jump on that and go, "Oh, see, I told you I was right," and off they go.
I mean, they're just looking for any little thing.
Yeah, they want to. It's
It's
either
just like,
jealousy or hatred or fear or whatever.
honestly, I don't even, they're not really much in my thoughts. I mean, all that going on, having groups and channels and all that, strictly making videos about us, but it's kind of like, I don't want to say we're on a different level, or it's not that, but it just goes back to knowing you're right. It doesn't really matter what anybody says because you're right. So it doesn't, you see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Well,
It
I'm
just
not
doesn't
handing
matter.
I'm not handing this out and trying to say it's just $2.95 and this bottle of wonderful
Yeah.
emollient is going to make your hair grow. I'm not trying to
Right.
sell anything to anyone. We run entirely off a donation.
No.
And I don't have any reason to do this. I'm not seeking celebrity. I mean, hell, look, I'm not talking on camera. Of course, that has a lot to do with my upload speed. Um, it's important to share what we have spent the time to learn, and I just happen to be the repository for all this information because I've taken the time to collect it, and I have watched it since day one, and I knew they were coming, and blah 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 blah, and here I am today. This is my one thing. So there's a lot of guys out there that have great YouTube channels, and some of them are mining gold, and some of them live in a ghost town, and some of them are fixing trucks, and some guys mow lawns, and some people bake. Some people have cat sites, YouTube cat channel. Some
That's what I need.
folks
Yeah.
are showing their fashion show and a little bit too much cleavage to get attention, et cetera, et cetera. And that goes an entire spectrum of what's going on in the world today. I'm trying to read. I'm trying to
Kind
read
of common.
there. Everybody who was at Jimmy Kimmel said the other day, everybody's got a podcast. And I sank when he said that. It was like, oh God, I don't want to, I don't want to be everybody.
That's funny. I didn't even realize that either. I didn't know it was that common,
Well,
podcast.
there are some pretty spooky websites out there, or excuse me, podcasts where some rather unique individuals are trying to talk to people, and they get 5 or 10 views. And if we look at Radio Wasteland, I was their number one guest. I had more views than all of their guests combined, I think.
Yeah, that's
Somewhere
pretty
about.
neat.
And then unfortunately, due to health reasons, we believe they vanished. And just about when we were coming out with
Yeah, we never
update
got
for
part
the year.
2.
Part B. Yeah.
I know.
And
I
he told me
mean,
he was going to post it too, and then I never heard from him again.
oh boy, it's
Maybe the aliens took him.
maybe one day it will get uploaded.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Chronicles. The
If we just
Chronicles of Sam. Dun
if we
dun
just went and
dun.
checked it and there was part 2, that'd be neat.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
And I reached out to his producer and everything, and got no reply. And I should go back and see. Maybe she did reply, and I haven't seen it. Because there's a lot of times I don't get notices when people do write to me. And sometimes, I mean, newsfeed takes 5-6 days sometimes. I'm going, what? Here I'm getting an alert for the sun. We're having a CME on the sun, and it's 6 days old. It's like, oh, okay. Well, we're still here. Okay.
What is taking so long? You said news
Facebook newsfeed. Yeah,
feed. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
like a copy of one of these shows, one of our podcasts. I got a copy 5 days after it posted on my newsfeed. It should have gone through that day,
Yes.
but I got it 5
That's
days
strange.
later.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm going, and the same thing with a couple of JD's pictures. I get JD stuff, and it's a week old.
Days old. I do get that same thing with anybody, just things that were delayed like that. So I don't know.
Yeah, newsfeed used to be, annoyingly contemporary, and it was hopping all the time, and you'd be reading a thing and it would just move. I was like, oh, that was way back when. And newsfeed, of course, I for the longest time I stopped reading newsfeed because the trolls were getting me on newsfeed. And then I'd have days where I cannot read newsfeed first thing in the morning, and then I'd get all, irritated by some people. And for a while, I mean, that was the first couple of years, I did get a little bit irritated at some of the trolls, but over the time, I was just, next. I mean,
Right.
I've gotten used to the trolling, and like we said, I sometimes look forward to it so I can play with a mouse. Oh, let's have a debate, and we can do an intellectual argument. We can insult each other. I try not to insult anyone, even though they're harassing me. I'll put in a small snide jab from time to time, but I like to carefully, colloquially craft my comment. Hey, you could almost say that was a bunch of C's. Anyway.
Yeah, it's like a tongue twister.
Yeah, wow, that's my whole night is a tongue twister.
Well, Thunder is telling us good night. She or he,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure, but they said it is fantastic that they saw both of us tonight, and they are going to go to bed. So, but thank you, Thunder, for hanging out with us.
Jermaine Brooks asks.
Yeah, they're also someone that, tends to be with us pretty much every show.
Good.
Good. So that's nice.
Thank you for listening. Talk to you again really
dedicated.
soon. Jermaine Brooks says you plaid, which I'm sure meant play because it's the D next to the Y. No, the D's not next to the Y. Darn it. You plaid with Matt. Yeah, I did unfortunately play, but I did learn. I learned how to write spells, and I did look into a whole bunch of religion to honor that and to acquire knowledge behind that. And I have done some rather unusual, really cool things with people who were there to watch it. And I found out just how dangerous it was and can be. And which has led me partially to where I am and what I am and who I am today, which has given me a level of perhaps of some of my patience. There was an interesting thump. Wasn't me.
It was me, actually. I'm pretty sure it was.
Okay. As long as we don't have ghosts again.
No.
Yeah. If you want to go there, that we don't want to invite them and have that topic.
No ghosts.
No ghost. By the way, Ghostbusters is coming out.
They're at your house, not mine.
Yeah, well, yeah, always. Ghostbusters is coming out with a new movie.
Okay.
Yeah,
That surprised me.
What the title is, but I noticed it the other day. They put up an ad, and I went, "Oh, cool, yay!" I do like the Ghostbuster series. Anyway, yeah. So back to the planets. God, could you imagine if we could just take a short trip right up to Nibiru and see what's going on up there?
Man,
holy cow! And we'd probably be in for such a huge culture shock that it
I
would fry
would,
your brain, you
yeah,
know.
I know, I would just love it. I would love to see for a day at least, just
Well,
to
you know,
go
and then
see.
the question is there, there's the old saying, there's no going home, that kind of thing. You'd
Mhm.
probably get something information wise to a culture shock so bad that you'd probably, and I mean, I think I have a level of that going on where I don't quite fit, where you don't, if you
Yeah,
came back to Earth, you'd probably go, whoa, shit. And, this goes back to the ignorance is bliss thing. And there, a lot of people I say, are you sure you want to know? And they ask me some questions that I'm hesitant to tell them because I'm, semi cautious about its possible effect on them. So,
right.
if you don't like going down this rabbit hole, careful what you learn, because God, we've said this, what, 1,000 times, is like, there's no unseeing them. Once you see one of the planets, there's no unseeing them. And of course, they're massive right now. So it's a little bit different of a game. Because when we were watching and these planets were smaller and you saw them and there they were, holy shit, time after time, day after day, year after year, it was just like, oh shit, this is real. And, this is where Jesus has stepped across that line and he's going, this is the greatest show on earth. And this is where you've done the same thing.
Yeah,
And it's the greatest show on earth. And oh my God, look at that. There it is again. And,
it's true.
and how do you not see it anymore? I can't not see this. And
It's because they're just so much bigger than what people would, you don't think when you look up at the sky, you're seeing the sky of another planet, You just, that doesn't cross your mind, so
especially when you see them stacked. Oh, the
yeah,
first, that's what really threw me over. When we saw the smaller planets and Atu's moon and all that stacked, and that was like 2016, 15, 16. And they were stacking, and we'd get pictures of them. One would move in front of the other two, and then you'd see this color transition. And and
yeah,
everybody go, "Oh, that's a lens flare," and we're going, "No, no, because we have a
it's a
transition."
sundog.
Yeah, yeah, ah,
Yeah, I mean, they got a name for everything, right? It's just
yeah, and they immediately
reading it.
discount it and say, "Oh, that's a lens flare." Yeah,
No, it's not. Yeah, I know.
especially when we've had, for the last 3 weeks, we've had 150 sightings, back then. And that's what just blows me away, that these people they're immediately throwing their waste product in the middle of the arena, and it's clouding up the facts, and it sucks. It just absolutely sucks that we go through all this work and some 5-minute
Yeah.
idiot can walk in and piss all over your paper plate. I mean, and yeah, and in the moisture, yeah, bad metaphor, but anyway.
No, I get it. No,
uh,
I know. It's
if you got 500,000
touchy.
listeners, well, I'm sorry, that's really not kind of you. I wish you'd have spent a few more minutes, maybe checking the facts or communicating with us before you debunk us. But people don't do that because it's their world, so it's okay. I mean, this too shall pass. All press is good press.
I
Let's
think
just hope.
so. Especially, I keep going back to how, what a bigger platform this person is on. Like, there's so many more subscribers than us. We're pretty small potatoes, you would think. But that right there just kind of proves that we're reaching another level, I
Um,
feel.
Audrey's asking a question.
Yeah.
Again, thank you for
About
all your
whales.
off-topic information. Still want to know if whales come from Nibiru. No, actually, whales are, believe it or not, whales are cousins to horses. And
Okay.
they, at their stage in development, and one of the many, from the Pleistocene to the Jurassic to all the different ages of development and extinction. I think we've had 5 major extinctions where certain uh, animal life didn't get extinct, where others did. And then at one point in time, the lower cousin of the horse actually went into the water. and that was probably during a very heavily wet aquatic period in time on planet Earth. But I just recently saw something leading to the fact where they believe they're genetically connected to horses. So that's the scientific approach. I'm sure that something, the aquatic life on Nibiru is probably vastly larger too. So, maybe one of their tiny little things is very big to us. So, I don't have that information, but I do know that supposedly whales are genetically related to cousins, distant cousins to horses. Weird.
Never heard that. I
Yeah.
don't think I have heard that.
I
Yeah.
I I watch stuff all the time. I mean, I'm always studying.
Right.
I
Always.
think I went through that like about a week ago that I ran through that on. I was watching the development throughout planetary history from 450 million, 480 million years to about 100 million years, and watching the changes of the phytoplankton all the way to animal land masses and
Hmm.
tectonic plate changes, and where most of the continental land masses back then were on the southern part of the planet, and all of this information. And I go through that all the time because there's always new stuff that they're bringing forward that through geological records and Pangea and all of this geologic information and uh, crustal placement, dislocation and relocation, and I study all of that. I love it. I
Yeah.
just can't get enough. I
Yeah.
watch this stuff.
Like, where do you go to get most of your information?
Well, I'll dash through YouTube, and they've got a science section, and
Okay.
then I go through the histories, and some of it, is total BS, and you can see that within the first 5 minutes of the video you're
Yeah.
watching. And listening to the narrator's voice, for example, if you got a computerized narrator, skip on, move on to a human. But yeah, I watch stuff that I'm interested in, and source leads me down a path, and one day I'll study Egypt, and one day I'll study geologic, one day I'll study University of Oregon volcanic volcanology, one day I'll study China, one day I'll study Japan, one day I'll study Afghanistan or Mongolia or Rome or France or Germany or England or Spain or the Americas
Right.
or Canada, and that's what I do. I just follow little paths that I'm led. Crazy Peach says, "Good morning." Okay, and from the UK. What time is it there?
It's about 6 or 7. I'd say about 7 because they're 6 hours ahead of me, and it's 1 a.m. So
If they're in the UK, they're going to have beans and toast.
that's what I see.
Tea, beans, and toast. I'm going to run and get another Coke. 1 second. I want you to talk for a minute.
Okay. Oh my goodness. He's wound up on Coke. Yeah. Yeah, 7 a.m. Freezy. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's where I'm trying to think. No, Andy, I think I guess the UK has a couple of time zones, maybe, because he was 5 hours ahead of me, so, and he's in the UK, so. But cool. Beans and toast, coffee first. Haha. Yeah, I've never imagined eating beans and toast. I just never tried that. So, but I hear that's the norm there. But oh boy, let's see. I don't know how many cans of Coke this makes for Sam. He's oh boy. Let's see here. I feel like
for the record, that's Coca-Cola.
Right, Coca-Cola. Yeah, you're right. Right.
Sorry, I'm not rich enough to afford Coke. Nor do they have any good stuff in Montana.
Yeah.
Isn't that the East Coast and the West Coast? I don't know. I wouldn't know where to find it anyway. So I live in a truck stop town, in Montana.
Yeah.
We don't know nothing.
Oh man.
Yeah, hi world out there from Montana and from Oklahoma. I'm not going to go into I almost did. Oklahoma.
Yeah, iconic song, right?
Yeah, that one that we all learned in junior high.
But,
yeah, I took piano and all this choir, and I had that wonderful European upbringing. My parents listened to opera and classical music.
Yeah.
Mozart.
Yeah.
Mozart.
Wow. Cool. Kind of like,
Yeah. Oh God, I don't know. I can't even tell you how many times I've seen Carmen. I even saw Carmen in the Eugene, Oregon Opera House. It was pretty good. I saw Faust. Anyway.
neat.
Yeah, one of
That's,
them educations. Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I was gonna say my education was kind of like all over the place, really. I mean,
Okay,
multiple.
well, Freezy Peach is talking about beans and toast. Is that not a morning breakfast food?
It
Along with,
is though. I think
along with,
she's right. I'm joking. Couldn't face
and
beans and toast in the morning.
and
Oh, she couldn't.
sausages and
Okay.
blood pudding and yeah,
I
sausage,
thought that
blood
was
pudding and
normal.
toast and yeah.
I mean, they all show all the shows I watch. You know,
Have you
comment.
seen Yet Beard Meats Food?
No,
Come
I.
on, I keep telling we talk about
I'm
this
gonna
every
look
week.
at it
You gotta
right this
watch
second.
him. He eats standard because he lives in the UK. He's from Leeds. Um,
Uh-huh.
he eats standard fare breakfast challenges all the time, and you can see what they eat. And
Yeah.
they have it, and then he goes around the world and actually does, or not really around the world. He comes to the United States and Europe, and he hasn't done too many European art challenges, but he does come to the United States and do food challenges. He's gone to Canada. He's got a whole bunch of
Okay.
shows. He's been very famous
I see him.
for about 10 years or so, and he's like number 3 in the world, something like that. Number 8, number 3. It changes from year to year. And I just love the guy. I just love watching him because
Yeah, he looks
he,
entertaining,
he is
actually.
entertaining.
Uh-huh.
And if he's ever listening to us, thank you for the smile I have at the end of
There
every
he is.
show.
He's eating.
Yeah, there. Yeah, beard meats food. Meat, MEAT, like as in meat or chicken meat or cow
Uh-huh.
meat. Beard meats food, and I watch him all the time.
Okay. Well, I
Yeah,
subscribed, so now he'll pop
cool.
up when I'm looking.
Well,
Yes, I did.
I don't. He doesn't make a lot of new stuff, and there's just a plethora library behind of his past shows. So I suggest you start back there. Just go to his,
Okay.
and I mean, he goes back 5, 6, 7 years on YouTube. I I like the shows ever since he started wearing a hat. Wasn't it has nothing to do with my opinion of his haircut, but
Uh-huh.
those are his better shows. Is like 4 years and newer. 5, 6 years.
Oh,
I
okay.
I watched his older stuff too, but I like the food challenges moreover. And if he's listening, I hope he gets contact with us. But not a lot of people will. There are people that won't want to come over to our side of the fence because of our uh, reputation as being nut jobs, but
I don't know. I think,
typical.
right. I think some people, though,
Well, if you're serious about science and you want to know
I
about
don't
this,
know.
you
We
want to
do.
know
There's
about the
just
stars.
something about us Skywatchers that we all click. It's like we're just a different species or bloodline
Well,
or
this is absolutely the
something.
greatest secret of all time. I mean,
I know.
this
Isn't
has
that
been kept
cool?
hidden. This is the greatest secret of all time, and it's been pushed away for a couple of thousand years that they don't want you to know about this.
Right.
We want the king to be almighty, and we'll, hand our taxes to him, the guy up in the keep there, and we go in,
Isn't that
1200,
great?
900 AD
And they
and
can
all
take
that.
care of us. It's so nice.
And 2000 BC, it was just, the formation of the original beginnings of the new kingships, and the great Egyptian dynasties had dropped away. And then, the Sumerians and all that took over, and the first kings, and in the Turkish area, and where all the wheat and, the farming. And before you know it, we were on a monetary system in this cycle. Prior to that, there were other civilizations, other cycles of people doing other things, using other technologies that we don't even have today. I mean, all you have to
True.
do is, if you look up a Roman crane, CRANE, if that's the proper spelling of it, not the bird, the crane, the machine, not the bird.
Yeah.
Uh, the technology behind a Roman crane is phenomenal for its age, and that goes back to 100 BC all the way through 350, 375, 400 AD. And the and God, or even go back to the 1850s or 1700s, and these men that built pipe organs and the technology. I mean, those people were geniuses. There's so much more to technology and wisdom and stuff that we don't even give credit for within our own history. It's like I'm watching these guys rebuild this wooden pipe organ from 1750 or 1800 or whatever.
Right.
It's still a wooden handmade pipe organ, and I'm looking
So
at the technology of that and going, these people that built this were geniuses.
how can they? I mean, there's certain. Well, we've asked this question before, but all the buildings that we could never replicate now, the cathedrals, and
Oh
just
yeah. Well, if you have enough
they
workers and
made
you
that
guys,
with a horse and a buggy, and
well, they too had
18.
cranes. They had the standard step circular cranes where they would lift massive amounts of weight by two men being in a hamster wheel, and then it wrapping around a cog, and then a series of pulleys that breaks down the lift load where it makes it simpler. And then you have, with a Roman crane, you had a very large apparatus just like a hamster wheel, but then they would extend it over to another smaller roller, which thus breaks the workload down in half or a percentage thereof. And so this series of gearings and technologies and crafts and machinery and all of the stuff that they knew about how to build this and how to build that, and then and that goes back all the way. I mean, look at the how the hell did the Greeks raise those columns on the temples? How did they move that 18-ton column or
I was going to
180-ton
say, how can
column?
a crane, any crane,
Yeah, and
pick
they
something like that up? That doesn't.
and they did it because they had technology that of their time and their era, that was a high advanced skill base that we don't even appreciate today. And I don't think we appreciate the fact that we're running around with a computer in our palm of our hands that
Right.
is probably 4 times bigger than the original computer that they sent the Apollo 15 or Apollo 18 up to the moon with. That you have more computer functioning in your hand times 4 than what
Yeah.
those men went 285,000 miles and landing on a no oxygen moon
Yeah.
object
They
with.
could,
And we worry about our phone stalling.
I
Those guys
know.
laid their asses on the
They had
line.
like Pong or something on their Atari,
Yeah, yeah, on their Atari, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 32-bit Atari, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and and
God.
here, I'm running a 8.6 teragigs in memory, and that's just, that's 20 or 30 or 50 of those things. I mean, it's just huge memory capacity versus. So, technology is of the time to them was probably very intense. And so was religion, and so was the kingships, and so was time, and so was making sure that you feed your children and you move along and your harvest is good and your roof doesn't leak. People have forgotten all of that. They just look at the
Yeah.
past and they go, "Oh, it was whatever." And no, you better respect it, because I mean, shit, we came a long way to get here to hold that damn palm computer that you talk to people around the world with. We've come a
Right.
long way, and we drastically don't respect it.
I was just thinking because you said, one time about what was it? Like, every 3,600 years this happens. And then, it causes a lot of destruction. And then we start all over again. It just feels like our technology did not get as high as previous cycles.
How do we
You know
know
what I'm
that?
saying?
Does it take 2 cycles to come back? Does it take 4?
Right. That's what I'm trying to say.
Were
How many
there other previous
cycles?
civilizations that were high tech 5 cycles ago, 10 cycles
Yeah.
ago? And there's rumor, of course, and we don't have any of that record written anywhere that we can actually say, well, this is a fact. The great holy tablets say. We don't have any of that. And 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years, nothing really lasts that long unless you happen to be a couple of really weird space swords from Japanese tombs. That's a joke.
Mhm.
We don't have any way to keep these cycle information, but we do know that the stonework and the stuff and the tablets and all this other stuff have all pointed into this. And it makes sense because we've seen the climatology. We've seen the changes in 1650 to 1750 BC, where the climate changed. Now, of course, that's not standard general topic, but you can look that up. And then you have to avoid the fact that some scientists say this and other guys say that, and this guy's timeline says this long, and this guy's timeline says this, and you have to kind of wade through the bullshit. But when the facts kind of meet in the middle, and that's where you take the overall, and then you estimate the percentage of what matches, then boom, you've got your answer. So, and we're definitely not. I mean, they're pulling up stuff in the ocean that are computer parts that were hand created in ways that we didn't think we had the technology to do, and yet there's the thing, or bolts that are inside of a million-year-old piece of rock. And then they wonder if it's some sort of a creature that was a borer worm at sometime through mud that turned into what looks like a bolt, or they've found cups and things inside of rock that was old, or artifacts, and
Yeah.
countless other things that have been embedded in rock that they can't even age date. And so there's an example of something that completely is left field of what we know, but yet it's a fact. There it is. So you
Yeah.
have to have that extra open outside the box possibility. And then when you do it scientifically, and you don't go in for the hype, and you don't go in for the crazy, and you sort of try and stay in the middle, that way you don't tip the canoe. There's another metaphor. If you stay in the middle, you're going to have a good science. And that's what we've done the whole time, I think. As I open second Coke. And I'm not hyped up on Coke. I don't normally drink pop.
Yeah.
I drink a couple of Cokes a month. So.
Okay. Yeah, I don't drink pop
Well, I
really
found the fizzy
either.
is a little bit better for my throat, and I'm not choking on cough drops.
I hear you. Yeah, I know.
Although I don't want to burp on the microphone,
No, I
Whop, yeah.
I know that could be interesting. Yeah, no, but
Freezy Peach says 100% suppressed history. Yeah, they don't have it right. They're sticking lore where it shouldn't be and not paying attention to what should be. And
doesn't that in itself make a lot of history, difficult to believe only because you don't know what to believe
well,
if you know
we
it's
have to
been
give them
messed with
credit
so
for
much.
for being inaccurate because of the limited information that they are digging up, and a good portion of empirical science is that you don't want to attribute too much information to the artifact that you, say, for instance, archaeologically just discovered. And you can't over embellish, but you have to semi embellish to create a narrative through the artifacts that you find. And of course, you have to also use proof tellers, where if you find a coin dated from this period, or pottery from the from the Roman era, or if it's pre-Roman, or postmodern, or whatever. And this is how these little tidbits lead you on a pathway to a level of uh, acquired summation. And this is, of course, what we've done with the Nibiru system on the inset from when they first started coming here. And then over a decade's information compiled have led us to these levels of satisfying scientific summation. And which is where I also have my level of stability and assurity. And I'm convinced that our science is well balanced. And we've had numerous thousands and thousands of ways to cross-reference that, and it's always proven the same. And here we are today.
True.
And if those naysayers want to be naysayers, fine. Go play with your ball in another park, man.
I don't know why they, like I said, some people just have a lot of extra time on their hand, to pull all this together.
Yeah, well, yeah, it does take time. You do have to involve effort, and well, with me, it's not effort because it becomes a quest. Just
Right.
sort of, you start looking into something, and before you know it, you look up and 5 hours have gone by, and you went, "Oh, I thought that was
I
about 20.
know. I know.
That
I
was
was just
about 20
looking at that.
minutes."
I'm like, how did that happen? It feels like we just started the show, like we just
Yeah, we are
got things
5 hours,
rolling.
17 minutes into this conversation that somehow seems to never end.
It seems to always work out like that. Yeah. I
And granted,
know.
I am carrying on a little bit of podcast speech pathway,
Uh-huh.
trying to describe to most everybody out there rather than you and I just talking.
It's true.
But yes, and not only that, we don't get to talk to real people. So I'm kidding. I talked to
Right.
a
Well,
human. It was really
I
cool.
know. No, I know. Some people don't have anybody to talk to about this.
Yeah,
I feel
yeah,
like
and
that's,
it is huge, which is how we, and how many times is it? How do you guys do that? Well, 5 hours is easy. I've been storing up a lot for the last month. And
yeah,
of course,
yeah.
now we're talking, a couple times a week now, so it's a better thing. And we are also becoming a little easier to be able to talk about certain subjects. And
Mhm.
after me doing what 80 some, well, it wasn't 80 shows with Radio Wasteland. They took a very large number of shows and split them into
Yeah.
89 programs. And that had a lot to do with when we changed topics, because Chauncey had a tendency, and I would ask him, I said, can we stick to the Nibiru system because we go off topic too easy? And then, like other previous hosts, like Fight for Our Freedom Radio, and she would never stay on topic, and we'd even pre-lay out the show, and then 5 minutes in, we'd be completely off topic.
Okay.
So, and I am trying to elongate for our listeners so that, they get a better idea who we are. And it's a little unnerving to be this personal. It's also kind of cool to stand here and, shoot the breeze about stuff and be overly open, and then tomorrow I'm going to go, I said, what? Oh no, that kind of thing, like I do with every time.
Yeah, you've mentioned that before. And
Because,
I'm
and,
like, no, you didn't say anything, you know.
well, I'll watch some of our older shows and I just go, oh God, shut up, Sam.
Uh-huh.
Like, oh God, man, why did you even go there? You should just let those guys talk.
We all do that. I know I do too. I have a hard time. I kind of cringe anytime I watch myself on video, anytime. So I usually don't. I
Yeah,
usually
yeah.
don't go back and watch it.
Well,
Just a
I'm
one and
trying to
done.
watch them because I'm trying to add to the view count, but yeah,
It's
I
just
think
too
that's
much.
probably I watch them probably more just for the view count than I do to actually go back and see
Yeah, I
what I said,
guess.
because a portion of it is also embarrassing. It's like, oh, I can't believe I said that. Oh, you
I
know.
know. I
And
know.
it's great that we're hooking up with all these people like Freezy Peach and the other ones that we didn't. Freezy Peach isn't from your sites, are they?
They're on YouTube.
Oh, okay, right,
Uh-huh.
yeah, like off Facebook, and which is great. That's part
Right.
of why we're doing this, and is so that we can connect without those people who have not met us on Facebook,
Hmm.
because we've been there for over a decade, and now
Honestly,
we're branching out.
based on what I see on my end, it looks like most of our listeners are with YouTube. You know what I'm saying? It's
That's a
mostly
good
from
thing.
YouTube. Uh-huh.
I see a few negative comments, but I think overall,
Hmm.
the majority of comments and attachments of new people is really good.
Right. And what's good is we're not really getting swarmed by trolls or bots, or we're really not. I don't need like a moderator to help with weeding
Right.
people out. It's really really nice.
Well, that too comes from whether or not you read. If you run into a negative, you just don't even finish it. You just ignore them.
Right. I totally know. Yeah.
They're not here. They're not putting in the work. They're here for 5 minutes because they're a picture and they're a disconnected name, and they just go,
Yeah.
"Oh, I can be rude to these people because I think I want to," and that's
Yeah.
not the world we need to
That's
live
about
in right
how,
now.
right. That's how it works.
We need to, and I can go back to that Charlie Chaplin movie a million times over, The World's Greatest Speech.
Hmm.
We don't need to exist in hatred and inflammatory comments just for harassing someone on purpose. We need to live in a world where we try to help and share everybody because, oh boy, are we going to need it. And I don't want to throw that
Right.
part into it, but in general, it's whether we need it or not. It's just the world that I think we need to live in. We don't need to live into this world of war and hatred and kill man and all this. And I watch occasionally some old World War II movies because I've probably seen every one that ever was. I'm sure there's a few out there I haven't seen.
Yeah.
And my father used to, of course, live in World War II movies constantly, which is where my exposure to all of that was because my father was in a concentration camp during World War II as a young adult. Anyway, this is why I'm as interested in, I watch war stuff too. I mean, I've studied Napoleon, I've studied Rome, I've studied Alexander, I've studied uh, Vespasian and Nero, Caesar, Rome, all of these guys, Maximus, everything. So um, we don't need to live in a world of killing each other and destroying each other. We need to live in a world of trying to figure out a better way to take care of everybody and everything. Because, oh my God, we really seriously let our earth, it's in so much trouble with all this plastic, et cetera, et cetera. And the more I
Yeah.
watch all of this stuff going on, the more disheartened and saddened I am that people aren't paying attention. And it's like, why? And of course, this is just me versus the rest of the world because I'm thinking about this stuff. And if
I
I'm thinking about it, let's just hope that others think about this for the right reasons, not the wrong reasons, et cetera. And yet it's sort of we need a platform and a voice to further that because it's important. And so, and I've been
right.
thinking about a lot about that lately with all the plastic issues and everything.
Yeah. I think people don't connect it because they're so busy with their lives and their
Right,
families and
right.
their work, and
How's
they're
it
busy,
gonna
busy,
affect
busy,
me?
busy,
That's
busy.
got nothing to do with me. It's got nothing to do with
Right.
you
And
until
there's
it pollutes
somebody
your
else that's
water,
going to take care of those plastics somewhere down the line.
or till your child dies of leukemia or
You know,
sickle cell anemia
I,
or whatever.
yeah,
It's and we don't realize a problem until it hits us. And
personally. Yeah.
right, and we have to, and we are there right now. We're on our, climate change, and there are certain people in power today who don't even want to acknowledge climate change is existing. And oh my God, are we so in the middle of it? It's unbelievable. And I think this year we've really seen a way higher drastic event display going on right before our very eyes than we did even in previous years, 2 or 3 years ago. Of course, we had the major events, lightning and all that. Is your volume? Were you turning up your volume? Because I'm echoing through.
No.
Okay, well, I heard myself a couple of times.
Oh, really? Okay. No, I haven't had any echoes on my
Okay,
end.
I just heard a couple, and then no biggie. Um, and I hate to go off topic and everything, but there is so much
Mm.
drastically important that we pay attention to. And oh my God, where are we going to go with once the planets are passing and these events change, and perhaps we're going to have visitation and guests and it's really a time to think about new ways to think and not rely on the shit that. And that was crossing my mind too. And every time we go through another holiday, I wonder, like, is what we're doing today going to matter if something drastic happens or if nothing happens? I think about all the possibilities of that scenario. One of 8 or 12 different outcomes or whatever. And
Right.
it's, I'm walking into Walmart and I look up in the sky and shit, there's the salamander asteroid group and there's Yuri. And what are these people around me doing? They're pushing shopping carts and they're talking to themselves and their friends and they're walking in like nothing's wrong. And
Yeah.
wow.
I know. It's their boy. I think it would just be a total shock if it was dropped on people all at once. If it just, I don't think people could handle it.
And that's why sometimes I wonder if, do we keep going? Do we keep pushing this narrative? Well, of course we do on one hand. On the other, it's like, what's the ramifications of this on, right, left, middle, all of it in between, segmented
I
down.
mean, do you ever think we're just meant, it's like meant for just certain people? I know we covered this kind of a little bit earlier, but do you think that's possible?
I often think that I really do, and then again I want to hit the reset button on that as well,
Uh-huh.
I don't want to be thinking it's a select group of
Right.
people. I want to include everyone on that, and I don't even really dare harbor the possible negativities of a select or separating the groups and saying, well, we see it and you don't, and I don't want to go there either. And well, you didn't see them, so
Yeah.
you're not good enough, or any of that. I don't want to go there, but
No.
there is a whole lot of that where people, I don't think they even devote their time to actually look up, like Mark was saying. I don't think they even look up.
No. They don't pay attention to the clouds. I mean, I've mentioned that. Yeah, I could said before. I talked to a lot of the clerks at the cash registers and stuff, and my main comment will be like, have you seen the clouds today? They look so crazy. I mean, that's how I usually started out. And then I get to talking about it from there. But
I was
just to
talking to
kind of,
my friend John, yeah, at Walmart, and I
yeah,
was mentioning uh, that we were going to do a show tonight, and then I started describing. Did you see that storm that went, on the 18th of this month? That hit Ireland and the southern coast of England and went into France and Holland and Germany and Spain and Italy and then Croatia and Russia and the checker across the way, who said, "Yeah, I know." And he's going, "Yeah, that's all HARP related." And I just immediately dropped my head like, "Oh shit."
I know. It's like,
Here's
do I
somebody
have the energy for this? Or
Yeah, here's somebody that is listening and then, you know, injects himself into the conversation, and yet they're completely fried on disinformation. And where do you begin? And I just handed him one of my gold cards, and Nibiru
Okay.
Followers
Yeah.
Anonymous YouTube on the back,
Cool.
handwritten, and I
Yeah.
ran out of them today again.
Neat. I, I
And
I really need to get some cards too. Yeah.
you can't walk up to somebody and say, "Well, did you know that we have 2 stars? Did you know that there's 2 solar systems and there's people on there's other one?" I mean,
Yeah. Oh
well,
my gosh. That
yeah,
doesn't.
how do you throw that out on the table and have a conversation while standing in a Walmart? And
I've done it. I've done it
yeah,
at all
I've done
kinds
it
of
too, and
places.
that's the thing. Every time I do it, and every time I walk away, I'm shaking my head. Every time. Going, "Oh, shit." A,
Oh
what
my
did I
gosh.
say? B, did I say enough? C, why did I even start this conversation? You know,
Yeah. That's funny.
yeah, yeah.
I'm
Where
not
do you
sure.
go?
Right. It's
How do
just.
you carefully hand, this person number one cookie? Here you go. Here's your first cookie. You know,
Yeah. You can kind of fill them out though. When you start
well,
talking, like if I do. I try not to go too deep, too fast, because that's where I
I,
think
I had
turns
a
people off.
I had a couple in the pet food aisle
Uh-huh.
years ago. They were really into it, and then I got to the point where I started describing the asteroids and other objects and the orbitation and planet Nibiru, and I started dropping names, and they both just, you could see the clouds going in their eyes, and they're looking at the inside of their eyebrows, and
Yeah.
he turns to me, says, "Well, this is beyond anything I learned in school," and you could see that they immediately shut down. And it was great that they listened as long as they did, and I hope I started them off into a larger quest. But that's a standard behavior that I've run into, where people go, "Okay, this is beyond my education. I don't know anything about space or NASA or this or that." And when the moment you say binary solar system, I'm out. Gone. Thank you. Bye.
Hmm.
So, to me, it's, standard middle of the sandwich. It's the
I
cheese.
mean,
I mean, you know.
I kind of think a lot of people wouldn't even understand, what you were talking about if you said, what it is, binary twin. I think, I don't know. I think a lot of people wouldn't even understand what that means. That's how far,
Yeah, that's true. That's true. This the science talking over the top of what
mhm.
people's basic um, science level is, and this is where I
Like,
thought, everybody knew this.
you really got to simplify it.
Yeah.
The more simpler, the better, really.
Well, and you start out with Planet X, and then all of a sudden you have to drop the bomb that there's not just one planet. And then you have to drop the bomb automatically along with that because you can't have a solar system without a star. And then, of course, you start discussing climate change. And then, yeah, in
Yeah.
order to prove that that star is here, and then and then you have to go and reach into
At
Zechariah
least,
Sitchin and the Sumerians and the Anunnaki, and you know,
hmm
and by that time you have talked to them for 3 months, you know, and that's
yeah,
why
I
the
know.
story is so large and so connected, and the only way that you can get A to B to C, so where it comes out that you've got the alphabet, is through slow, gradual upbringing of the information to connect the reality of what's really going on in our
hmm
binary solar system.
Hmm.
It's a huge, and
I was
you
gonna say,
you
at
learned
least
it.
though, if people are open to Planet X, if they're open to that sort of thing, you can usually, with the help of all the photos we have, transition them to, the binary solar system idea. You know what I'm saying? That's
You know
not
what?
too
I
far
just thought of
from it.
something that, you have never taken a copy of the actual close up of Planet Nibiru and used it? Not once, even in your comparatives?
What do you mean?
That one close up I have of Nibiru that that Radio Wasteland even used. I have that close up of Planet Nibiru with the land masses and the mountains and the oceans.
Oh, I don't. I think I know. Doesn't it look like kind of like
It looks like
Earth?
my drawing, but my
Um,
Nibiru drawing is upside down for some reason. I do not know why I drew it the opposite of what it actually looks like currently, or
yeah.
we don't know what the land masses facing us currently look like because we haven't. It's too big.
Honestly, I don't even have a copy of that
Right, and
Nibiru
I wondered
picture.
why you've never used that.
Yeah.
And because we have
Probably.
other copies from space, or we have a group of those pictures
I'll have
that
to.
are years
I'll have to
apart, and the land masses match each time.
yeah. I'll have to do that. I will do that. I'll do that.
And I'll just remind me, and I'll give you copies of it when you're ready
Okay.
for them.
That'd
And
be good to
there's
have
like
because you're
5 or
right.
6 or 7 pictures you could slap into a fast file,
Uh-huh.
and we're gonna stir a lot of trolls off of that one.
Because that picture was taken from where? From how?
I don't remember.
Okay.
It's a
I
space capture.
wondered.
It's a satellite capture,
Uh-huh.
and
Cool.
I've got 5 or 6 of those, and I've got
I'm gonna
some
look and see
close
if I
up
can find
passing,
it.
early passing shots that the 2011 and 12 shots,
Oh,
and
yeah.
we've got a 2019 close capture. We got tons of those, and then but most of the and then there's the ones from Newmeyer Station. God, I wish I had all the ones I used to have on one computer. It was just phenomenal. I think it was my second or third
But you,
computer.
yeah, I know that hurts. But
It does. It kills me, all the stuff that we lost. It just absolutely kills me and slays me. And I know that they're sitting in some grinder someplace on a hard drive in the junkyard.
right.
Yeah, metal
Yeah,
chip
I know.
through some, and it's a
I was
pity because
trying to
we
find
lost
that.
thousands and thousands of pictures every time I lost a computer for a while there. We weren't able to access the hard drives to retrieve those pictures, and we never had forethought or the ability to get thumb drives at the time. And I have some now, but at that time I didn't even have any money for that stuff. I was still putting my kids in diapers, and diapers are really expensive. And my mom would
Those
say,
are
"Well,
the
why don't
days.
you hand wash your cloth diapers?" No way.
Oh gosh. I had that conversation with my mom too.
Yeah, no, not gonna happen. I am not playing with baby poop. No way. And
Okay.
you don't have time. You just, as a single parent, you do not have time to deal with cloth diapers and
Right.
buckets. And I thought the cat box was bad. Thank God we're out of the diaper stage, and now I got
Oh,
teenagers. Oh Jesus.
I know, but let's see. Well, it's just wild how fast it goes altogether. They're
Yeah,
watching kids grow up. It
we were
really is
busy
because
just doing other things, and time flew by.
mine are like late 20s, early 30s, early mid 30s, so it's hard to believe. It's went by too fast.
Yeah,
All of it
well,
does.
shit. Last time I turned around, I was mountain biking all over the place, and now,
Yeah, that's what you said. Like
oh,
that was
loved it.
what
Miss it.
you were
Miss it
doing every
greatly.
day.
Miss it greatly. Well, I only work 3 days a week at the bar. It's 4
Uh-huh.
if we had special events, 5 if we had really big events. But I had usually 3 to 4 days off in a row, and I would just go mountain biking all the time. And
Yeah.
every day, and then I'd run Mount Sentinel every morning at 9:30 a.m. And my legs were so big I couldn't wear pants. I had to wear shorts a lot of the time. Couldn't fit them in current blue jeans, and then I had to, of course. Then they finally made blue jeans that don't fit you anymore, which is weird. The ones that fall off you nowadays. Ah,
You mean
strange world.
right,
They don't make
right.
pants the way they used to.
Oh, okay. I see
That's
what
why
you're
they're
saying.
hanging off at everybody, and you're looking at their boxer shorts, and it's half down their ass because they don't even sew a butt in. Levi's, you had a butt, you know,
Yeah,
bow
yeah.
legs and all of that, and wide leg hippie pants from back in the 60s and 70s and 80s. Those things stayed on you. You didn't have to pull them up all the time. They don't even make pants anymore. Oh my God, where are
They
we going?
changed all of that. I know. I
It's
found
a,
that
it's a
picture of
communist plot, I
Nibiru.
tell you. It's a plot to make us all busy, so we have to keep pulling our pants up and can't run.
I know. My gosh.
I'm
I
joking, of
wonder if
course.
that's going to come back in style or not.
Oh, let's just please, for God's sakes, make a pair of pants that fit people. And can we have some shoes that last longer than 3 months?
Tell me about that. I got
Yeah,
that same problem on my end too.
yeah.
They
I'm always buying shoes all the
falling
time. It's
apart.
horrible.
Well, I don't know. There's a lot that falls apart easily
Of course, I
nowadays.
buy cheap shoes, so I get cheap shoes, because I'm POO, POO. I can't afford an R
But you
like
know what I'm
everyone.
saying. I
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
like things are just made
Well,
cheaply in
Well, yeah,
general.
look where we're getting all of our stuff from, and why our world economy has gone to shit, and why we polluted the hell out of ourselves, and nobody's admitting to it. And if you go and look up on YouTube, China's infrastructure and cement breaking, they have so much damage. Buildings coming down. They did all this super building scheme thing, just like they kind of did here in 2008 when we crashed. And China is crashing. China's stock market and everything is crashing. It's just being artificially propped up until it's way too late.
Hmm.
Yeah, and
Okay.
they are actually, they're hanging trade from some of the other countries that are not so getting along with us. And that's the only reason they're currently stable. But their manufacturing has shut down all over. They're not making near anything they were 5 years ago. And the whole market has changed. And I study all of
Yeah.
this stuff. I check world market reports, and I look into stuff. Can't not. I have to know. And so we're right at the precipice of a drastic worldwide change, and our economy is showing it. So, I mean,
Here it is.
the roller coaster's going down the track. Yeah, there it is.
I found it.
Yay! And there's the
Freezy,
land
which
masses.
is Freezy is actually Jackie, just so everybody knows. Sam. Freezy is Jackie.
Hi, Jackie.
And
Nice to meet you.
yeah, they don't use Facebook. And I'm not sure who this person is on Facebook, but they got up early to catch the show.
Well, I'm glad you're here.
So that's
You know,
thoughtful.
now you
That's
got me
pretty
thinking this
cool,
morning, and I
really.
can keep talking all day. Yeah.
Makes me wonder who they are and where you are at. So maybe tell us if you want us to know. And yeah, we're caught up mostly there. But yeah, here it is. And then here is the drawing.
Giving you the finger.
I did it. Yeah.
And I've always wondered why I drew it that way, because this is the upper picture is the reality. And that was one of my drawings that didn't necessarily turn out to be a proper premonition. You know, because I kind of drew them by what I knew. And I did those early those are the, you know, the planetary hand drawings that I did really early on in Montana Skywatcher 1, way before we even had Montana Skywatcher 2. So and that was back in, and we have some actual pictures of the land masses, and we have ones that match the top picture that were taken probably 4 or 5 years apart, and they still identically match. So, you know, and the problem is that nobody was around when all of this stuff was going on, and we were gathering all this, and, you know, here we're talking to 50 people, you know, and now we're hopefully trying, you know, for 4.5, 5, 6, 7 million. And, you know, depends on the heading that you're typing on these shows. Are you changing them? Or are you typing the same one?
On what?
On the heading on the YouTube listing for this show, this podcast.
What about it?
Are you changing the headings?
Oh, it's possible. I mean, each time I create a new show, you know, each time I set it up,
I can go through the past ones and see how they're listed.
Right. Each time I set it up, I type it in again. So yes, it has changed different times. I'm trying to stick with this, the one and only podcast. You know, I'm trying to.
Well, a lot of YouTubers will add a new title. To pull tag whether it's, you know, if they're trying to announce the Turkish storm, they'll put Turkey does this, or you won't believe what you saw in Turkey, and that'll cross flag it. It depends on what you want. And in some headings you can write where you get cross referenced in at least 3 or 4 files. You know, like citizen science. If you say science,
I do have
citizens, then it'll come up in the science log. And if you say Nibiru, if you say Rebecca, if you say Samuel Hofman, it'll come up in those logs. What you type on the heading is how well YouTube will look it up later. So
that, and behind the scenes, there's a space where I can fill 500 characters of words, the tag words, and so I have it full.
Good idea.
Yeah, it's full of tags. Yeah.
Freezy Peach wants more information about Nibiru picture. Well, there are land masses. It's a very large ocean type planet. We see mountain ranges. We see swamplands. We see peninsulas. We see continents. We see north and south continents, east and west continents. We see atmosphere around it. I do not see the concentric moons in this picture, although I probably could blow it up and look better. I've never checked for them on this picture, and I do have the ability to go in really close on this picture. But we found this years ago, and it matched all the other ones from 2018 and 2015, 16, something like that. And when the pictures match in comparison, I've kept files of them before I ever used them, and it matches other confirmed pictures that we took in 2012 on the first Nibiru close pass. So I had a higher reign of understanding what pictures I was saving prior to using them. And I try not to use anything I'm not sure of. And I've got bunches and bunches of pictures that I never even post. So it's got land masses, mountain ranges, water, oceans. These people on that. That's about all I know until I get a ride up there. On this picture itself, For the longest time, I did not even see the planet in the lower right-hand corner. The one that's masking the edge of the lower right hand of Nibiru that you can't see. Nor did I see its yellow moon by the letter W in Montana Sky Watcher. Nor did I see the ion tail ripping to the side.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, right. Now it's all coming to you.
See that dark body right there in front of you above the SH?
I
From
do.
Watcher, WATCH on the bottom to SH. You're
What
looking
is
at
that?
Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon right
Are
there.
you serious?
And you're just looking at the dark edge, and then right where you go to Montana Sky, above the W is Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah.
From the W to
see
the
it.
H is the Saturn's
It's
yellow
just
moon.
noticeably darker round objects.
I stared at that for 2 years before I noticed it.
Are you? Yeah, I understand how that can be. Wow.
And it is believed that Saturn may have 3 moons. So we've never proven it by too many close-ups, but I've seen hints of it in several. So, and that could also account for why it has an ion bleed-off tail from the yellow moon to the 2 side moons, because they're on the opposite sides of each other.
Right.
And that's the sightings we've had. I've never been able to prove it. I've discussed it because I have seen enough information to say that it's very possible. But yeah, I stared at that, and I was sitting there looking, trying to, study the land masses I was looking at, and I got to the bottom corner, and I immediately saw the yellow moon there by the W. That's the first part of it I noticed, and I went, "What is that dark blob right there? Holy shit!" And according to what we know that Isathim is close to Nibiru. So, well, there it is.
And what year was this again? Or is this...
Oh God, this was 2016, 17, 18, or something like this. It was, believe it or not, unfortunately, this was a stock photograph that I got going through some NASA footage and stuff, and or thereabouts. I don't exactly remember where I got this photograph from. Excuse me, but I knew that it matched the other ones, and that's why I immediately latched onto it and went, wait a minute, this is Nibiru, because it matches the other ones. And in the land, it's the same damn land mass.
Yeah.
And, the side masses, and you don't make that up, and it's not a Photoshop. And then, and now I'm looking, I see other things over to the side here, on the lower left. And there's always more in these pictures than you realize, and you just stare at them and stare at them. And then over time, the patterns start talking to you.
Right. I wish I had that shield on there. It'd be nice if it was obvious.
Well, it would be behind the Y and the W would be the tiny little shield, because the Saturn's yellow moon is small in this shot. It is from the W to the C and the H. That's how the circle is. You can see the white circle.
Yeah.
And then the dark area is Saturn itself. It's dark face showing right next to that, all the way up to the middle of the picture.
Yeah.
In the entire right-hand side. And that's that dark circle right there. It is that big compared to Saturn's yellow moon. And we know that Saturn is next to Nibiru and always has been. So, because that's their part of the orbit spin of the 2 arms. And it's even in the crop circles orbit model, which we've been using for years and tagged, because it matched and it matched and it matched. And so, only after, knowing that and having a copy of that in a file forever, did I pull it out and go, you know what, this works. Here it is. Here it is. And then we went through the asteroid, object cluster groups, and we did all of that too. And when pictures match year after year, and you've got enough of them, and you go, hey, look, here this is, in 2015, and here it is in 2017, and here it is in 2019. Well, it's real. It's not something, we're making suppositions, because I got a picture last week and I got one from Bill a month later. when they year after
Right.
year they match. And we also know where they're coming from. I've tried to keep it pretty much within sight of submissions rather than out hunting on the internet, on YouTube, for undescribed pictures that I can't attribute. But with that one, I knew what it was right away the moment I looked at it.
Right. Yeah, that's an awesome find.
The other ones came from screen captures we got from satellite feeds that we were going through in the early years, and people were posting those, and we had a whole bunch of really good members that posted this information and that information in the magnetosphere, and so over the years we've developed all this information. And I hope I'm talking loud enough.
Yeah, no, you're doing well. You sound like you're wide awake, and
Oh, you know me, I can talk
I
forever.
know, days. Oh gosh.
Yeah, I do a
I feel like
marathon.
my eyes are like about 3/4 of the way
Well, anytime you're ready to quit,
shut.
we have gone for 5 hours. We can
We're
talk for
almost at
7 more
6
minutes.
hours, and we have 20 people still hanging on. That's pretty
Oh, I'm
impressive. I
glad
don't know
they're
if they've been
here.
here the whole time, but I
Well,
know some
if you
hopped
want me
on
to
here
keep
just
talking, scream now or forever hold your peace.
yeah.
Ask questions
But
while you can, and while you're here, while I'm here, while we're all here. And then, of course, we're going
sure.
to do another show come Saturday evening
Yeah.
or afternoon, excuse me, right?
Afternoon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry. Didn't mean to throw out this
2 or
info.
3. It doesn't really matter. I think
Well, we
probably
need to
2.
set a time and stick to it so that
I
way,
feel like that's best. Yeah, I had to
yeah.
change it last week for something,
Well,
but
that way people who do want to tune in live and comment, they will actually not sit for an
no,
hour waiting for us and wondering if we're coming on, which is
that's
why we
true.
did the show tonight, because Jesus had to cancel because he had visitors that he hadn't planned on, which is okay.
Uh-huh.
But we talked in the background and we said, well, we need to do the show anyway. But we did go on
Sure.
a little earlier than normal for both of our sakes.
Uh-huh.
And plus we were ready earlier and we're going to go on earlier, but didn't. So we were going through that. So we'll bounce
It's like
around,
drama,
hopefully not too
show
much.
business.
Yes, the show must go on, and we're going to
Show
try and
business. Yeah.
well, we're going to
Um,
try and stick to the time schedule unless we have to change it for one reason or another, which is okay, and which will be announced. So,
yeah.
playing the podcast role here and all. Yes, welcome to our podcast.
I know. Yeah, we're gonna say 2:00 Central for
Hey,
Saturday.
you got to get your announcer to work here.
I know. I
You
do know.
do your
Yes.
homework. Tell him
We
he has to do his homework and get his butt on tape and record our intro to your show.
I know. I actually found some music that I like. So that's the starting point.
Well, mention
'Cause
to him also, it's going to be, how if you sit if you're on YouTube, if you're on a smart TV, I don't know what the phone experience is like, but if you're on
uh-huh.
YouTube and you're scrolling through the videos available and you land on one and you leave it there, sit there for a minute, it'll start playing the first 20 or 30 seconds of what's happening. And that's on a smart
Yes,
TV. And so if you
I
could get
see
it,
that.
did a real quick short music intro followed by the voiceover, grab their attention, pick them up by the fuzzies, and yank them out of their chair so they want to click
They
on the
want to
show.
see it.
And
So that 20-second, is it just video or is it audio too?
it's both. The beginning of your video streams
Okay.
on smart TV. It'll stream the first 20, and you'll see it. It won't be blown up, but it's like a living thumbnail. And
Yes,
it
I
plays
didn't know
for
that.
about 20
Okay,
seconds. Yeah,
I see.
I watch YouTube on smart TV. I don't have a phone to watch my stuff on,
Uh-huh.
or I watch it on the computer,
I
which I occasionally do. So what happens is, so if you get you don't run too long of a music intro. You start a loud music intro or a timely or a upbeat intro, and then about 5 seconds in, your comment come in
Yeah.
with the catchphrase, hey, it's time for citizen science, or whatever
Yeah.
you choose,
Okay.
and practice a couple of different ones, see which ones you like the best, because I used to do voiceovers. We do occasional tag catchphrases differently just to start the show sometimes. and of course make sure of your copyright issues. And
Mhm.
what you want to entice them to physically watch this show.
Yeah.
The greatest secret of all time, citizen science reveals, whatever, wherever you can imagine, and you can occasionally over time change it or add to it, or
Sure.
depending
Right.
on where you place it, if you would put it on a thumb drive or whatever. Um, and that would be a good repository for several commercials that he could make for you.
Yeah.
Well, you got
That'd
him
be
in the
good.
voice box, get him to do 5 or 6 different things. And that way you don't do it once and then have to reset up and do it again and
All
reset up and
right.
do it
No,
again.
I
Yeah,
totally.
I used to, when we'd go into the TV station
The
or the
studio.
studio
Yeah.
or the recording studio, because I had friends that had recording studios, and when we do voiceovers, we'd go in there when we'd film or record 10, 15 different commercials. And then we'd sit and listen to a whole bunch of them over and over again. And then once in a while, one stands out really strong with you, and you go, "Oh, that's the one." And
Mm-hmm.
and it has to do with feeling. Even you lay it out, and one goes, "I'm not comfortable with the timing on that." Well, then don't use it, because people,
Right.
if they're offset by it, they're going to flinch and jump along with it too, and they're going to immediately skip away from it, because people are very, very quick to instantly make them think, okay, next, and then they'll hit that button and move on.
Yeah. Short attention
And
span.
you want to grab them, and you want to sell them with the item that you're about to talk to. And today's topic of the show is, or whatever, brought to you by Runco. That's also a joke. You know, the
Oh
new
boy.
cordless handy dandy egg slicer. And let him think of something original that he feels comfortable with, and perhaps you're going to get a gem.
I think so. Yeah, he's got a good,
Oh, I
sense
loved
of.
it.
Uh-huh.
I thought
He's
to
got a
myself
good
for the moment
person.
that you could even use that one, and use it off the original show when it
It's
comes from,
there. Yeah.
and
Always.
and and
So
starring or whatever, and this week's guest is, or whatever,
yeah,
this is Bill Parr,
I'm
or
excited. I'll talk.
ask him
I
if he's
mean,
ever
well,
seen
it's going to
Lampion.
happen. Just so I don't think anybody has any idea what we're talking about, even, but we're talking about. I've been I'm trying to create an intro for our podcast, something that I could use each time. And Sam really liked a portion of the intro from our twin solar system talk show we did, or still have, but anyway, in that intro, my son recorded an audio. He just, a few sentences, he said,
Yeah,
but
and that's all it takes.
he's got
And
a great
I was
voice
so
for that
surprised
stuff.
by that. I thought, holy shit, where'd she get this guy?
I
It was like,
know.
yeah.
He's
Oh,
like, well,
I
he's
was
like six
instantly
foot.
up.
He's 6'3". He's got a big, deep voice.
Yeah, he
And
instantly sold me. I mean, I
yeah.
was like, dun, dun, there's the drum roll and the I went, wow, nice
Cool.
job. Immediately. It was
Uh-huh.
perfect. It was really good. And that's why, so
That'll make his
eh,
day.
and when you can tell him, because he can do more, and he should, because you always have to start your thing, and you go, hey buddy, I'm live. And I
Yeah,
know
he would
you
love
hesitate,
that.
because it's like stepping out through the curtain, and that's hard to do.
Yes,
And you ought to
it
try it. Like
is.
we talked about Comic-Con, you ought to try stepping on stage. Ow. Uh, hi, how are you today? You can't even
Right.
talk. I'm so
I,
happy to be here.
yeah, I would just be,
Squeaky
well,
little mouse
those,
suddenly walks on a stage with 1,000 people there.
right. You just go
if you're that
blank.
lucky.
That would
Uh,
be me. I think I'd just go blank, unfortunately.
Perhaps I have delusions of grandeur, and ours would be three smelly hippies and an old dog, and some crickets. Beep beep beep. Yeah. Hi, welcome to Comic-Con. No,
I know. I can't imagine that, because I would think that would be a very large crowd. I just don't know.
well, and the only way
I
we
don't know.
really go there is if they would pay us. So I mean, not that I can afford a ticket. This year it was
Oh
in New York.
man.
I'm not. I don't have a ticket to New York, and way to carry
No.
equipment and all of that. Nor to stay over and do actually any. Of course, it would be a really God, could you imagine trying to actually get up there and stand and talk? And what would you wear? I mean, oh my God.
I know. I don't know either. We just
Here I'm out way out in
we're
crazy
already
land.
planning. I know we're already planning our trip, and it's like,
Yeah, listen to these two
oh, what
fools.
are we
Oh
gonna
my
wear?
God.
I know. I have nothing to wear. Oh man.
Yeah.
I don't
Led
know.
Zeppelin
I would
t-shirt.
be. See, I think it would be fun though, having like um a convention or something. Kind of like you're talking about Comic Con, but it doesn't have to be Comic Con. But if we
Oh, of
did,
course it has to be Comic-Con. I mean, why
oh,
shoot for
okay,
anything else? If you're going to be standing on your soapbox and you're going to get tomatoes and rotten cabbage
yes,
thrown at you, you might as well do it at Comic-Con. Um,
okay,
yeah, it's easy for me. I would be wearing a Led Zeppelin t-shirt, blue jeans, and cowboy boots for all the
yeah,
salt, and my thinking cap. Um,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah,
man,
it's that easy. I used to have a tux, but anyway, that's another story. I have some expensive suits and vests and stuff, but anyway, um, I don't wear them anymore. I no longer fit them. I'm sure I haven't even figured
hmm
that out, and they're probably moth-eaten by now. Yeah, I used to wear a three-piece suit at work all the time. Anyway,
that's
that was
yeah, yeah,
lifetimes
another
ago.
lifetime ago for sure.
Hotel, restaurant management, bar manager, and all of that. Nightclub.
Yeah,
Of course, I didn't wear the tux at the nightclub. That was
right.
Led
You're
Zeppelin t-shirts, cowboy boots, and blue jeans.
as your uniform.
Yeah, that was my uniform. Yeah, so it's really, really, really awesome that everybody's lining up to listen to. I mean, what do you do with this? I mean, and I think about them picking up this information and finally actually being able to see it and stuff. And it boils right back to my personal frustration, yours frustration, Jesus's frustration about going, God, now I've seen this shit, and now and what do we do with it? And yet we have to share the story because you can't not, but then whoa, boy, and there's that, roll back all the way back to standing on the stage again and telling people. I
Right.
mean, I spin in a full 360 there trying to figure out what the hell to do with myself, knowing what we know. And we have proven it. We have the ability to share that information with people, but not in a large scale. And we're still one by one teaching one person at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Both you and I and Jesus and everybody, and we're just one person at a time. And yet this information is so huge and so large, and it does not answer in 5 minutes. It doesn't. You can't explain this in 5 minutes. You just can't.
No,
And
I
I,
mean, not
uh,
usually. Most people, it just takes a time. I mean, repetitive for them to see it themselves, over and over again a few times. I mean, but like I said earlier, at least though we can explain years worth of study in minutes, which is nice.
and
We
the
can.
documentation of the match after match after
Yes,
match
that's so
after match,
nice.
which proves it's not just clouds in the sky around the world all at the same time, time after time after time.
Right.
And that in itself was a huge portion of the work. It was where we, like the examples where we're matching the 2018 pictures where I posted today probably 25 times in a row because everybody's seeing the same thing. And there's that pattern, and there's that pattern, and there's that same pattern. And so I end up posting the same picture to tons of people over and over again, and which absolutely proves that this is, around the world, and it all matches at the same time at the same day. And we've been doing this for over a decade.
Yeah.
And how do you tell people that when they see, well, I saw a drawing and 3 pictures? Well, we've been doing this for, 13 years, matching these pictures time after time, year after year. And here we keep talking about it, keep talking about it, and keep talking about it. And it goes back to even Chauncey with Radio Wasteland and everything. And he said, well, you got, tell me how, if I was a layman, how do we start this topic? And he spun through some great shows, and he did, yank me off my feet as far as my comfort zone. And so, uh,
Yeah.
and I still wonder, I will tomorrow, I wonder about what I'm saying today, and was I on topic, and was I worthwhile listening to, and was I insane? Did I say too much? Was I stupid? Did I fly off topic? And et cetera, et cetera, one of, 50,000 different critiques I could do. But, yet we keep talking, keep talking, and keep talking. And like that Pink Floyd song, all we need to do is just keep talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I post that occasionally.
I feel like you have said everything like you're supposed to. You haven't said anything wrong or, things
Well,
to be
I
embarrassed
always worry that
about.
I do go on,
Yeah. Well,
me and my soapbox. Yeah.
I know. And people can choose to listen or not listen or listen to part of it, or I know several people do listen to it in parts. Many people have mentioned that to me, that they listen to it and until they finish it. So I'm impressed with that, because I don't even go back and listen that long, so
Yeah,
yeah.
with our podcasts, we have got to. I myself have had to sit and listen to them in portions, because I'm not
Hmm.
sitting for 5 hours to watch one video, or eight. That is that
I
one.
know, who would do that?
We just
Who
went
would?
past 6 on this.
5 hours, is that crazy?
Yeah, and people have said,
Yeah,
"How do you do it for 5 hours?" And it's just absolutely simple.
I don't know.
Well, it's because we're talking about this thing that we've worked on for so long, and that's how we know. And we're
Yeah.
trying 8 different ways to describe it and repeating ourselves, I'm sure, twice. So
Right. I know.
I don't know any other way to, and then we got the naysayers, and they do leave a little splash on our
Mhm.
leeward shore and all of that, and we try to get around them, and yet at the same time remark to them that I think you need to spend a little time looking at stuff that you didn't even consider before you are negative.
Yeah. I was just going to tell Freezy, thanks for hanging out with us. She's got to get to work. She's
Yeah,
going.
well, we're gonna get past the drive time, as they used to say on
Yeah.
radio. I did actually search for that term. We can wrap her up here anytime now, and I wouldn't mind.
I know. It's after 2 in the morning.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of right. Oh, Jesus,
My
I'm
end.
I'm running out of steam here, sort of. Not
I
really.
know.
I'm gonna
Me
get
too.
off, and then
I'm out of coffee. My
I'm gonna
coffee
have to
cup is
figure out how
empty.
to go to sleep now. Now that I keep talking, I drank 2 Cokes.
Right.
I'm gonna be wide awake.
Gotta go wind down. Well, let's go ahead and end the show here then. So, and like we said, we'll be back Saturday afternoon, 2 o'clock Central. So we'll keep it going then. But thank you, everybody, for being with us tonight. Here's Facebook user. Probably, I think it's Jerry. I'm not sure. But anyway, I know Jerry came up soon earlier with the Facebook user. So
Circling
anyway, but
God. I didn't know what that meant, but I did read it. Good night.
yeah, thank
Yeah.
you. And okay, anything else, Sam?
No, not much. I'm just, everybody have a good day, and thank
Yeah,
you for listening, and subscribe, like, share.
sure.
Look us up later. Rewatch the show a couple of times. View count is important. Please
Right.
donate. Hopefully people know the PO box, but anyway, we'll get back to
Yeah.
that on the next
Thanks
show.
for the donations, and
Yep.
have a good holiday. We won't see anybody
Yeah,
else
it's gonna be
after
Turkey
the
Day before we
holiday.
come back. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Happy
So,
holidays. Happy
okay,
Thanksgiving.
guys. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Sam. And we'll see you again in a few days.
Okay. Good night.
Okay. Take care. Bye bye.